Good morning everybody, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live, to day 2 of this Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Essex in the Rothesay County Championship. Now, after winning the toss and electing to have a bowl, Essex at one point had Notts 78 for 5. They had a very strong morning session, but credit to Notts, they took that middle and evening session to end the day on 328 for 8. So a battling performance in the end from Notts, but let's remind you of how Essex took the wickets and Notts scored the runs with some highlights from day 1.
Away from us, past the umpire, round the wicket to the left-handed Slater, then he's got him! First ball of that second over, an LBW appeal that has been adjudged. Oh yes, that is a great delivery as Porter's come in. He's bowled a ball which has just gone away from Hasib Hamid.
Well, you're fielding, haven't you? As Cook bowls, Clark again turns this away for 4. Sure. He's got the bit between his teeth at the moment. Fielding in the different positions. Practice your throw-in. 27 for 2. Cook bowls. Clark again tries to drag it down the leg side. And given! Long look at it by umpire Hartley. As Cook comes in, and that's very nice indeed from Jack Haynes. Drives this out into the deep towards the Batman board. Eventually got to in the end, as this is played beautifully by Jack Haynes for 4 through mid-wicket. Just a nice clip. There is Sam Cook. Bowls that short, and it's out. Caught and bowled.
Bouncer. As Slater bowls this. Nick, and he's going to have to go. The umpire signals it's out. Gosh.
Cook halfway through his 11th. Bowls now. There's going to be a couple of runs at least here. He's squirted this between the 2 slips and the gully. He's on 10. Drives this down the ground. There was...
As Slater's in, driven into the offside. That's going to pierce the infield. That's a gorgeous shot. As
next ball on its way.
Shot.
This is
That's a great shot.
Beautifully by Verena. Now, has he got enough juice in this one for it to go for 4? It will indeed.
He would do the job. Porter doing the job for Essex. This is played with an outside edge. It's run away, played with soft hands, and I think if they feel financially viable. Armour in again, a little bit shorter, which is cut. Made himself a little room, did this diminutive Verena, and he collects 4. He's played that ball on the length, the equivalent of playing at Man United and Liverpool.
Slater bowls. Oh, chopped it on. James has gone. Inside edge was certainly appeared to be fairly wide of the off stump. Ball to O'Neill, and he's cut this away for 4. That's a nice shot from Fergus O'Neill. Just rocked back and used the pace on the ball. First innings last week against Durham. Done pretty well to get to 202 for 6, and there's a couple more here as this is just deflected fine by O'Neill. This time he'll have to settle for 3 rather than 4. Critchley tosses it up. That's a full toss, and that's slammed away on the leg side by O'Neill for 4.
Critchley in again, and there's an LBW shout. He's given him. Critchley makes much of the moment, given the opportunity. Verena, this is cut fine, almost a late cut, an old-fashioned late cut.
So, can play, but he's nicked that one and he's gone. He's caught behind, and Slater gets his 3rd of the day.
That's gone fine. He's played for that. It's a deft late cut, which really has gone for 4. Yeah, well played. Oh, it's gone down to fine 3rd man again. I don't think he's going to stop it. No, he can't.
Porter bowls. He'll cut this away for 4 more. Will it go? Yes, it will indeed. So it's gone very quickly here from 82 to 90. Now, this isn't with the new ball. It's over now and edged wide of Harmer, and that'll bring up his 2nd Nottinghamshire century, his 15th in first-class cricket. Thickish outside edge. Last ball of the day. Shane Slater bowls. Verena leaves it alone.
So they were some of the highlights from day one there. As I mentioned at the start, definitely the morning went to Essex, but a real strong battling performance from Notts in the afternoon and evening session. And of course, there was one man at the helm of that. It was the South African Kyle Verreynne. He'll start the day on 111 not out, and he also caught up with Matt Freeman from the Trent Bridge media team at the end of day one.
Kyle, well played, a second century for Notts. What were your emotions when you reached three figures today?
Yeah, I was very happy. Obviously coming back here after last year, you want to sort of get going straight away. So yeah, meant quite a lot. Obviously, I think last year when I got that first 100, we were in quite a strong position. So I mean, obviously all hundreds mean a lot, but I think that one probably meant a little bit less. Coming in today, I think we're like 40 for 4 or I don't know, something around there. So yeah, it took a lot of toil, and yeah, I think it meant a lot to the team, which is always good.
Yeah, what was your approach as you went out there today? Because there was a bit of a fight back to be had, wasn't there?
Yeah, like I said, I think we're in a bit of a spot of bother when I walked out there. But I think we just spoke about getting through to lunch, myself and Lyndon, which we managed to do, and then yeah, from there just trying to extend the partnership and bat as long as we could. And yeah, fortunately it got a little bit easier as the ball got older. So yeah, that was the plan, and it worked out quite nicely.
It felt like a tense weight watching on while you were in the 90s. How was it for you out there?
I was actually fine until I got to, I think I was on 95 and I tucked away a 4, and Farhan thought that I got to 100, so he gave it the big celebrations. I was on 99. I was like, oh no, if I get out now then it's yeah, not going to be great. So I started getting nervous on 99, but yeah, in the 90s I was quite relaxed. Yeah, pretty calm.
You've only been back in the country, what, 2 or 3 days? How have you adapted to English conditions, I guess, first and foremost?
Oh, it's better weather than it's been back home in Cape Town. So yeah, first couple of days have been good. Yeah, I think the pitch out there was probably what I expected. Spoken to a lot of guys about how it plays sort of early summer, and I think that's sort of what we saw. So yeah, happy that I prepared well, and yeah, things went well today.
And it's an experienced Essex bowling attack, isn't it? How did you find the challenge of facing them today?
Oh, very good. I think I was saying in the change room now, it's probably one of my tougher hundreds that I've scored. Yeah, Porter and Cook were relentless. Snater as well. Really tough knock. Good bowling attack. So really pleased with that.
We spoke about Lyndon quite a bit last week because he got his ton against Durham, but what did you make of the support you got today from Ferguson and Farhan out there?
Oh, they were excellent. I mean, first Lyndon was excellent again today. Ferg was really good. He's quite a character, so he sort of keeps you calm out there. And then yeah, Farhan, he's so good. Still a young man, but he feels like he's so mature, and he knows how to go about things, which is really calming for myself.
And what is the feeling in the dressing room on balance after day one with that slightly more difficult morning, but then the fight back later on?
Yeah, I think if you had given us, 300 odd for 8 at the close, we probably would have taken it. Yeah, quite tough this morning, so to get to where we are today, not being bowled out on day one, I think that's an achievement. Yeah, we're pretty pleased.
The thoughts of Kyle there with Matt Freeman last night. Now the bell has just rang, which means that we are a few minutes away from the start of play. So whilst we wait for the players and the umpires to make their way out onto the field, let's take a look at the stats behind Kyle's current innings. And you will see that he is literally just playing in his 4th match for Notts, and this was his 2nd 100. At the crease for just over 5 hours, scoring 14 fours on his way to his current score of 111 not out. And if we take a look at where he scored those runs, you'll see just under 60% of them were scored through the offside, in that area between cover and point region, and he certainly took advantage of this short boundary which is on this side of the ground where I'm currently standing. So he will make his way down the steps very shortly on 111 not out. And credit to Farhan as well out there. Both him and Kyle took on that new ball late last night and managed to negotiate those Essex bowlers with that new ball, and they'll be looking to take advantage obviously this morning. So 22 more runs needed for another batting point from Notts' point of view, 1 more wicket for maximum bowling points from an Essex point of view to the 110 overs. And it's time for me to hand you over to a deadly duo. Now they had a nice date night last night down at Meadow Lane, and I'll let David Bracegirdle and Donald tell you all about it. Over to you guys.
And a very good morning to everybody here on Trent Bridge Live and on the BBC Sport website and app. Welcome to Trent Bridge on day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship match Division 1 match between Nottinghamshire and Essex. Thank you, if that's the right word, to Aaron Lord for setting the day up on Trent Bridge Live. Those of you that have been watching the pictures, nicely timed handover, because our two umpires, David Milnes and Peter Hartley, just striding over the boundary rope down to our right here at the Radcliffe Road end. The Essex side, led by skipper Tom Westley, will follow, and then the two Nottinghamshire overnight batters, Carl Verena and Farhan Ahmed, will make their way out to the middle to resume their innings. Nottinghamshire 328 for 8, as we bid you a very good morning here from the East Midlands. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Really looking forward to today. Pleasantly warm conditions again for day 2 of this match. Essex will be looking to polish off these last 2 Nottinghamshire first innings wickets. The home side will be looking to at least get up to 350 for that 3rd batting bonus point. Well, you've heard from me. Remember Roger Hargreaves and the Mr. Men. I'm very disappointed that he hasn't, or the family haven't yet released the latest in that sequel of fabulous books for children. The Mr. I'm Stuck in a Lift. That would make a nice interesting read, and it should make a nice interesting start to the day. Good morning, Don Topley. How's your morning been, sir?
Oh, very good morning, Mr. Bracegirdle, and a very good morning to all our listeners and viewers. It's a cracking day with high cloud here in Trent Bridge, Nottingham, and I'm delighted to be with you, delighted to bring you some action here from day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship, the encounter between Nottinghamshire and Essex, and Nottinghamshire are still the table leaders at the moment. But yeah, thank you for your entertainment and indeed your hospitality last night, which was brilliant at Meadow Lane for brutal. The game.
It was awful. Between
Notts County, who were hoping to get in the playoffs or further, and indeed Salford. I think it's Salford City.
Salford.
Yeah, well, the visitors were actually deserved winners, really.
We don't want to hear any of that
from an impartial supporter. It was lovely to be there, but it's lovely to be with you, the cricket, because Porter's going to start the day. He was on interview last night. He was a pretty tired man, but he's out there. Silverwood was clapping and applauding the players as they entered the arena, along with bowling coach for the moment, and it was David Masters. So Porter on his way in. This is the first ball of the morning, where Farhan Ahmed comes forward, rock solid, and plays it back down the wicket for a dot ball. No, seriously, thank you very much for last night's hospitality.
You're very, very welcome. Very welcome indeed. Want to hear all about your morning stuck in the lift in a moment. Well, we have got radio updates to do in
we'll wait
moment
for
or
that.
2.
We'll wait for that.
Poor old Don.
Well, it wasn't just me. Porter shining the ball on his rump. His flannels or trousers are slightly green on the knees as Porter comes in, bowls, and this is a ball which forces Farhan Ahmed back, plays it with a straight bat into the offside, and there is no run.
Really looking forward to today. I don't know why, because you never know what's going to happen. It's always a little bit tales of the unexpected, isn't it, at the start of a day of county championship cricket. I just fancy there'll be some excellent batting and some excellent bowling and good all-round cricket on display today.
It's a good wicket.
Yeah.
It is ultimately a good wicket. Porter on his way in, right arm over, just on the off-stump line where Ahmed plays into the offside again, no run. And Essex, look, I'm being honest. Oh, I've got to do an update.
Yes, well, I did just remind you. It's all right, I'll turn your microphone off as you stumble out of the door. 328 for 8, Nottinghamshire. Farhan Ahmed on strike. Played really nicely yesterday for his 30 not out. This is a bouncer, banged in through to the keeper.
Day 2 of their match against Essex. Dave Bracegirdle is there for us.
Just started. We just had 4 balls of this second morning. Idyllic conditions once again. Blue sky, warm sun. No runs added as yet. Carl Verena is 111 not out. All 4 balls have been defended by Farhan Ahmed, who's on 30. Nottinghamshire 328 for 8.
Thank you for that, Dave. And looking at your weather in Nottinghamshire now, this morning you'll see patchy mist and some fog, followed by
Next
sunshine
one's gone
in
through
places.
to the
A low
keeper.
day overall with highs of around
Porter right on the money throughout yesterday and dropped nicely onto his line and length here. Comes in, last ball of the over, and Farhan Ahmed just plays this with soft hands. It was off the outside edge, bounced well before third slip, Matt Critchley. And that's the end of the over. A maiden to get us underway here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex at Trent Bridge in the sunshine. That's the end of the 97th over of the innings. Of course, bonus points can be allocated up until the end of the 110th over, so 13 more overs potentially for Nottinghamshire to add to their 2 batting points. That in all realism would be to get to 350. Then we'd have time to get to 400, I'm sure, and Essex need 1 more wicket to get maximum bowling points. Of course, they need 2 wickets to bowl Notts out, but first and foremost, they'll be eager to make sure they get the full haul. Don's back. Here's Sam Cook.
Cook is in, played into the offside off the back foot, and Verena will pick up a run there, moves to 112, 111 overnight. What a cracking knock he made yesterday. That well, Essex have dropped 3 catches, so what in new modern money we often say that Essex now have to go and get 13 wickets. They have to get 10 to bowl them out, but they've also dropped 3, so we're going to have to get 13 wickets. There's 3 slips awaiting next to Pepper. Cook is into the leg side, goes straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Farhan Ahmed has come in at number 10, and he's 30 not out. And when you look at the scorecard later in the innings, I mean, McCann was the last man out before lunch with 26 runs, but then Lyndon James, the all-rounder, made 45. Fergus O'Neill, the Australian, made 42. Brett Hutton didn't make many, he only made 1, but Farhan Ahmed's on 30. He's on 31 now as he tickles it round the corner on the leg side. It goes down to Porter at fine leg, and there is 1 run, 330 for 8. Jamie Porter was on interview, and he was a pretty tired man, very proud of his efforts, very proud of the way he and Cook bowled. And I was talking to one of the England advisors, I suppose is the word, along with the Nottinghamshire coach Peter Moores earlier this morning. Cook in, 2 slips for the South African, who runs it down easily to third man, where Charlie Allison does the fielding at third man, in front of the pavilion today, or the modern dressing rooms that are used at the Radcliffe Road end. But Jeff Arnold was saying he thought Porter and Cook was a skilled performance yesterday morning. He was raving from their performances, so that's good to hear. I too was, as Cook comes in, and this is played on the front foot by Ahmed into the leg side, and there is no run. You enjoyed having a natter with Jeff Arnold?
Yeah, always do. He's quite a regular here. I don't know where home is for Jeff at the moment. Obviously,
Woking.
Right, is it?
Woking.
He's regularly at Trent Bridge. We've seen a lot of him over the last few seasons.
He comes to look at the bowlers, Pennington, Tongue, people like that. Cook, Potts last week as an edge, and he's been caught on the second attempt at third slip. I think it's Critchley that's parried it, and he had the sense to catch it on the rebound. So well done, Sam Cook, fully deserved. He's got the Ahmed out for 31. It was Court Critchley bowled Cook, and the score now represents 331 for 9.
Yeah, so Essex will take maximum bowling bonus points for getting the 9th wicket. Farhan Ahmed is on his way back. That's the applause you can hear from the Nottinghamshire supporters. He was at the crease for an hour and 48 minutes, 91 balls, 5 fours, done a really good job there, but just fenced at one outside the off stump from Sam Cook. Just had a little fiddle at it, and Matt Critchley grateful to hang on. I don't know if he needed 2 attempts, but it was safely bagged. So last man will be Dylan Pennington to come out and join Kyle Verreynne, with Nottinghamshire 19 runs away from reaching 350.
What a healthy, what was it, 82-run partnership for the 9th wicket. How healthy is that, Mr.
Very good.
Mr.
Yeah,
B?
I was actually just looking. The 9th wicket last week against Durham put on 96, Lyndon James and Josh Tong, so lots have certainly been served by their lower order. There's Pennington as a career best score of 56, and that was made against Essex at Chelmsford, his only first-class 50. Comes in at number 11, and he's getting a proper briefing from Kyle Verreynne. But for the time being, that was the last ball of Sam Cook's over, so Verreynne's on strike. So I just wonder if Essex might be eager to give the South African a single. In fact, that looks exactly what's going to happen as the fielders disappear to all parts. In fact, they're all being pushed out. 2 slips and everybody else is being sent out to the remote parts of the Trent Bridge outfield just to give Verreynne a single. So we might have a little bit of phony cricket here. Potentially there'll be 4 balls where he'll try and hit a boundary, and if he doesn't, then the field will come in. At least I imagine that's what might happen. There's Jamie Porter then. In and bowls, and Verreynne blocks it.
Could have taken the single, but turned it down.
Yeah.
They want to get rid of this. The Porter and Cook show want to get rid of this partnership, get it, and put their feet up. And I often say it, they will need to put their feet up for a long time, because they have just been in the field for the best part of how many overs in this innings?
98.
98. So we're looking at about 340 overs. This
next one's turned to mid-wicket. Charlie Ellison comes in from the long-on boundary to field, and there's no run. He'll be thinking very much about the next few minutes and dashing off to put his pads on as soon as the last wicket goes, I'm sure.
played well last week. He dropped a bit of an anchor, but Paul Water played beautifully as well. So they put on a very fine opening partnership in the one innings they had against Surrey.
2 balls through. 3rd ball of the over is run fine. Now then, it'll either go for 4 or 2. It's gone for 4. So that's a bit of a bonus for Kyle Verreynne and for Notts. He got that fine enough. It sort of almost went through a line of 3rd slip, and there isn't a 3rd slip. And the fielder at deep backward square ran around, couldn't get there, and it clattered into the boards at the base of the Hound Road stand. So 4 runs to Verreynne. He's up to 117. Notts 335 for 9. I think they could save a lot of time and bother here if they mutually agreed 15 more runs, and then that'll do. As Porter's in and bowls, they could negotiate. It's going to take 1 here. Yeah, Pennington didn't particularly run hard, so you'd imagine Verreynne said just 1. But don't you think they could, you let us get to 350 and that'll do?
Oh, I don't want you to have easy 15 runs.
No,
they've got number 11 at the crease. You've got to back yourself to knock over the number 11. I must say, Kyle Verreynne, that last 4, he opened the face and played it down to that area of 3rd man, but he played it very fine, so it missed the slips. But I am going to say that was a top shot as he opened the face and designed it to go there.
So Pennington on strike. Porter bowls to him and it drops it on the leg side, and there's no run. So he survived one more ball than he did a year ago, making his Notts debut against Essex here. He came out and was the victim, if you like. The third wicket to go down of Sam Cook's hat-trick. His first foray out into the middle for Nottinghamshire was an LBW to give Sam Cook a hat-trick. But as I was just saying, career best is 56 for Worcestershire against Essex down at Chelmsford 4 or 5 years ago. Next ball driven into the offside by Pennington, so he's safely negotiated that. Sure signs that the wicket is true, and there's no devilment in it because the number 11 able to get forward. Now, before we advance any further, Donald, tell just what happened this morning. You got into the lift.
Okay, I got up, bathed, got myself.
You had a bath.
I had a bath this morning.
Oh right,
yep,
you're
yep.
a bath man, not a shower man.
I just enjoyed having a bath. Put a bit of music on from the 80s,
Did
Tears
you?
for Fears, yeah.
Luxuriated in the bath.
And I left my room at 8 o'clock. And I must say there were a lot of forest people around. But anyway,
Gardeners.
as in for the football today. And I went to the lift and I pressed the button to go down, and I waited and I waited and I waited, but I could hear in the distance doors open, doors shut, doors open, doors shut, as Cook comes in, 2 slips. He's bowling to the Centurion, who leaves it alone through to the keeper, no run. So I waited and I waited and I waited, and then a couple came and joined me and waited and waited, and we could hear in the background on different floors.
So you weren't
doors open, doors
stuck in
shut.
the lift.
So there were 3
the lift
lifts.
just wouldn't go down.
There were 3 lifts, so we're waiting, and eventually, I would suppose about a good 5 minutes, the lift came to our level 10 of 11, and it opened, and there was no one in it. So we got in. So Cook is in, bowls and plays it back down to Cook on his follow through, no run.
So let me just go back a bit. So you were there on
the floor, waiting for the lift.
Waiting for the lift.
First.
Right.
Then that was about 10 minutes, and then we got into it. This couple of myself.
Were there stairs to walk down?
I thought listen, the lifts were playing up
Okay.
a little bit the day before last
Okay.
night, and anyway I got in, and then the silliness happened. We went up to 11. We couldn't close the doors. It would open, it wouldn't shut properly, and we were up there for a good while. And then we went down, and we went down all the way down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, as Cook is in. And this is into the leg side, off his pad, may have got a bat on it, but they turned down the opportunity of any runs. So we eventually get to 3, and I'm thinking it isn't going to be long now before we get down to 2, 1, and ground floor. And then we went back up to 11. And the same thing happened twice. We came down to 3 to go back up. I must say, the second time we came down to 3, the couple who joined me in the lift got out and walked the remainder as Cook is in. This is cut quite nicely. They're only going to get the 1, but that suits Nottinghamshire and Carl Verena, who moves to 118, score 337.
I feel I've been misled.
Hang on, just wait for this. So the couple get out at floor 3, go down, and I go back up. And I am not lying, I have wasted 20 minutes of my life, because it took me another 10 minutes, quarter of an hour to get back down to 0 to go and have my breakfast. And I walked towards the breakfast, and I can see the queues. The queues were enormous for breakfast, and I about turned, and I then had the challenge: do I walk the 11 floors up back to my room to check out? That's a good ball, which has beaten Pennington, the number 11, through to the keeper Pepper, no run. So I'm not going to climb. Last time I climbed those amount of stairs, I had an ECG test. So I ended up waiting, and I waited for a long time, and would you believe it, I eventually got into a lift. There were lots of people waiting for the lift, and I got into the lift, and they were all telling me, the lifts are up the creek this morning. I went, yes, and we got in the lift, and it wouldn't go further than 7. This time there's an LBW shout. I'm not sure they're going to give that. They don't. The umpires decline the opportunity, and there is a dot ball to complete the over. 337 for 9. So I ended up getting out at 7 and then climbing for the stairs for the last 4. And then, don't forget, I've packed my kit up. I want to come. I've had no breakfast. I've got to get a taxi because you kindly drove me to Meadow Lane last night.
All that way.
Yeah, and there I was. I had to use the stairs, all 11 floors down the stairs, and eventually got to the bottom. And then they ordered a taxi.
I feel I've been misled here.
And listen, that's why I was starving. I was a bit grumpy on arrival. And
I didn't take that as anything unusual. 337 for 9. We've got the first pigeon pecking at the seed as Porter runs in and bowls and down the leg side, taken by the keeper. 337 for 9. I'm sorry, listeners, I've been misled. I thought it was a little bit like Dell and Rodney in Nelson Mandela Towers, where Rodney had to pour his heart out about Cassandra. And I thought Don was trapped in there with some unsuspecting other victims and spent half the morning trapped in a lift. It seems like he could have got out and used the stairs at any time this morning, but just didn't want to. So there we are. 337 for 9. Porter comes in. Kyle Verreynne beaten, goes through to Pepper. On about misled or feeling a little let down. Aaron Lord, you may remember this morning, he was whimsically introducing us as having been on a date night last night. Well, I'm a little disappointed with Aaron this morning, it has to be said, because we've watched the highlights together, we've enjoyed the highlights together, and I said to you, the one thing I want to see on those highlights this morning is Joe Clark's 6, the only 6 of the day. Lovely shot, straight back over the bowler's head as Porter bowls and it's defended. And we had everything but. We had everything but. We had us two talking nonsense. We had fours, we had plays and misses, we had LBW shouts, we had all sorts of stuff. The best shot of the day wasn't in the highlights package, and that's down to Aaron Lord. So is
there a little bit of stick going?
Yeah, he's got a lot. He's got a lot to answer for.
Can I just confirm on air that as date nights go, Mr. Bracegirdle, you were so cheap.
337 for 9. Next ball again goes through to the keeper. Yes, I took the pie man to Meadow Lane. He only had 2 meals yesterday, and they were both pies, weren't they?
Weren't they? Don't tell everyone that. I mean, my fitness regime, my nutritionist will be disgusted. Yes, they were quite nice. Actually, I must say the chicken pie was actually full of chicken. It was very good.
Was that the one you had at lunchtime, or that the one you had at the football?
No, the one at the football.
The one at the football. We didn't quite get there in time to go in the nest and have a nice cold glass of something refreshing, because Don was waiting to interview Jamie Porter, who understandably wanted to have a shower and everything first. Porter with ball in hand. 2 balls left in the over. Verreynne's on 119. Dylan Pennington at the non-striker's end is in the starting blocks. He's ready to run. 5th ball of the over. Verreynne comes down the track, pushes it into the offside and says, "Run, Dylan, run!" And Dylan does run. So Verreynne's on to 120. 338 for 9. Out this morning already at Durham is their Centurion, Ben McKinney. He was 143 not out overnight, got to 150. He's gone this morning at Chesterley Street, Durham. 359 for 8. And another wicket that's gone down in the early stages of day 2 is at Hove, where Somerset are now 79 for 6. They've all, in fact, it looks like 2 in quick succession. I was going to say they've lost Tom Lammonby, but it's now 7 down as this is pushed to mid-on. Casey Aldridge has gone straight away as well. So Somerset 79 for 7, replying to Sussex's 294 here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Nottingham, with Don Topley and myself, Dave Bracegirdle. We've had, what have we had? We've had 5 overs this morning. Notts have added 10 runs for the loss of Farhan Ahmed. If you're just joining us this lazy, soporific Saturday morning, you're very, very welcome. If you can spare a few minutes of your day to spend it with us, that's fantastic. If you're off out to play a bit of cricket, watch a bit of sport, watch a bit of football, in the garden, whatever. Enjoy your day. Here's Don.
Sam Cook rushing in here, played into the leg side by the South African, who could have got a single, but he turns it down as Wesley jogs across to pick up the ball, and there is no run.
Paul Taylor says that was one of the great lift stories. Yeah, you let me down saying you've been stuck in a lift for 20 minutes, and then when I put the thumb screws on and the truth came out, you were just too lazy to use the stairs, Don.
Oof. Yes, going up was like, it was quite demanding, that was. 2 slips awaiting. Cook is in, played into the leg side, could have taken a single, but turns it down. He wants to keep the strike for as much as this over is possible before he gives it over to Pennington.
Asked yesterday if you're starting your cricket season, your leagues, your friendly matches or whatever, to let us know, and that still applies. I understand...
is there some club days?
Well, I understand Luke Fletcher is making his... long-awaited Papplewick and Linby return today. He played for them as a young lad before joining Notts. 17 years in the Nottinghamshire first team environment. Before that he played for Papplewick and Linby. He's back skippering Papplewick today.
Is he?
Hope it goes well.
Cook in, bowls outside off stump, good delivery, bit of bounce just outside off stump, and it carries nicely through to the keeper, Michael Pepper. There is no run. Yeah, there'll be, I don't know, loads of younger cricketers who can't believe when they turn up and play against Papplewick and
Linby. Now, when he was a lad, when he was a teenager, first got in the team, their 3 new ball bowlers were Mark Footitt, Philip de Freitas, obviously, after his professional career, and the young Fletcher.
Gosh, Cook in, off the back foot, they take a single. Verena plays sensibly into the offside with the fielders back, so they change, and it brings Pennington on to strike, where Essex will now attack and bring all the fielders closer. Yeah, that must be...
That's not a bad attack. The wild and woolly Footitt with his left arm.
Yeah. Left arm, yeah.
Left arm lethal. Daffy de Freitas, who could wobble it about on a dance floor. He knew what it was all about, certainly at that stage of his cricket playing career. And the young wannabe Fletcher coming in from 9 foot tall.
In, this is bowled nicely, and to be fair, very well defended by the number 11 as he plays with a strong front foot. He's a tall man, Pennington, and he just caresses it, a forward defence up to mid-off, no run. But the hotel was busy, and there were lots of people with those forest red shirts.
They last night, Nottingham Forest netball played at the Motorpoint Arena. It's a new side.
As Cook is in, is driven into the offside, well fielded by Snater, but a good looking shot from Pennington to complete the over. 3-3-9 for 9.
It's obviously very early on, but here there's good support for the netball team, and obviously with the link to the football club, a lot of people getting behind both. So I don't know if there were people in there that had, gone to support
after
the netball
I left
side
you
last night.
I left you at Meadow Lane.
You did.
And we went our different ways. I walked back to my hotel. May I say that when I was walking back to my hotel, there were lots of young ladies walking the other way opposite to me, and they all had Forest shirts on.
Yeah, that'll be it.
They all had Forest shirts, yeah.
There's Jamie Porter bowling to Kyle Verena, turns this to leg. Now then, he's set off quickly. He's got it nice and fine down the leg side. Sam Cook with a sliding stop, and they come back for 2, and thus far it's going just exactly as Kyle Verena would have wanted in terms of guiding Notts towards 350. They need 9 more. We're in the 103rd over. Verena 123 not out. I can thoroughly understand Tom Westley keeping Porter and Cook on up until certainly the taking of the final wicket here this morning. If that goes for Essex, this is wide of the off stump and through to the keeper, or until the end of the 110th over. He's obviously going to give it his all here. They've got the maximum amount of bowling points they can get. Wesley just wants to get this over and done with for his side, and then they can begin their batting effort. Tall Paul Walter, we would imagine, will continue to open the batting as he did last week, Chelmsford against Surrey.
Made 95.
Yeah. Porter bowls, Verena turns it to leg and could have easily walked a single, but elects not to, as it was only the third ball of the over. Lovely day, lovely conditions. Might be a tough all day for the Nottinghamshire attack. Dylan Pennington, Fergus O'Neill, Brett Hutton into the side, Lyndon James as the fourth seamer, and Farhan Ahmed as the principal spinner. Be looking to get amongst the Essex top order as early as they can as Verena defends. Now that was the fourth ball of the over, and Tom Wesley says, in you come, lads. So Charlie Allison from down below us at long on advances up to mid on. Paul Walters come in from deep mid wicket, saving one. They're all coming in. There's Snater on his way into square leg. Westley, the skipper, in tight on the one at mid off, just stopping Verena from a little push and run. 2 balls left in the over. Porter bowls and he's given it a kitchen sink there. That was out of character, but in context it was maybe a run scoring opportunity, or Verena saw it as that. Gave the ball a real old hoo-ah there and got nothing on it. Had he hit it either a thickish outside edge or off the middle of the bat, he would certainly have reached the boundary. Wasn't looking for one. Last ball of the over, then Porter bowls, and this is slammed away for 4. 1-2 bounces over the ropes at deep mid wicket. So it was the last ball of the over. Essex will be disappointed to concede the 4 runs, but mildly pleased that they get the chance of a full over at the number 11.
Well, the fielders are in or up. The mid-off, mid-on are sort of tight on the one to stop Verena getting the single. But the 5th ball of that over, he's gone over the top, attempted, played a miss, but mid-off and mid-off, mid-off and mid-on. You're absolutely right. The plan to go over the top is fair. This time it was a little bit shorter, that last ball from Porter, and he was in his arc, as we say in cricket, and he was able to go over the infield, and it was a cracking shot really as he moves to 127 with the score 345 for 9. And Essex have the opportunity now to have a go at Pennington, and like I said yesterday prior to getting Freddie McCann out, I would like to see Sam Cook try and shove it up the nose here of the number 11. Don't let him just come on the front foot.
They don't like it up, captain.
Cook in, and this is played into the leg side and inside edge, and he will get a single, which importantly brings Verena on to strike. 346 for 9.
Yeah, and if he gets the opportunity now to larrup one to the boundary, I think that'll probably do for Notts. Get that 3rd batting point. They've got no chance really of getting up to 400 in the next 6 overs, so if they can get 3 points from where they were, certainly at lunch yesterday, they'll be delighted, I'm sure.
Very much so. Cook, 2 slips to the South African century maker, who's squared up a little bit by Cook. Good delivery, which he opens the face and just plays it into the vacant offside, but declines any runs.
Didn't give much mention yesterday to the match between Northants and Lancashire at Old Trafford. Saif Zaib scored a century for Northants. He's been dismissed, and disappointingly at 6 down they've still not sent in Calvin Harrison. Broad is in, but it's Justin Broad instead. So 374 for 6 Northants at Old Trafford against Lancashire. Saif Zaib is out for 116.
In comes Cook. Verena plays into the offside. The ball travels towards the boundary. There is no run. He's declining the singles because he's happy to take the strike and, for Nottinghamshire, and leave Pennington, number 11, at the other end.
346.
Justin Broad.
Yes.
No relation.
No.
Okay. Not far down the road.
Where? Wantage Road? You wouldn't want to walk it, would you?
No.
You don't want to walk downstairs.
Cook in, bowls. Nice delivery. Verena takes the single and gives the confidence to Pennington, who will be on strike. Verena goes to 128. And the score ever closer to 350. 347 for 9. Another slip comes in for Pennington. So Sam Cook will be, not forgetting that Sam Cook has basically spent all but the first 2 days of the season in the field. And when you're a good side, you field so much more. As Cook is in, this is driven down the ground. They could take a single, but they've turned it down. That's a good looking shot from the number 11, but a good delivery too from Sam Cook. Jeff Arnold's here today. He was here yesterday watching the bowling. He would have been quite happy whoever wins the toss, because the people he's come to watch would have been bowling, be it, well, it wasn't Tongue, but Pennington.
No, he would have known
Cook.
Tongue wasn't playing, because it's the ECB who said he's got to manage his minutes.
And he's here today, but Rob Key and Luke Wright were here yesterday. This is Sam Cook, and he's bowled him. He hasn't really had much foot movement there. He's just played with hands, just played the bat down a proposed line, and it's all wrong as middle and off has been castled, and Cook gets his 4th, I think it is. 4 for 44. I have to say, Cook and Porter have been brilliant. They have been brilliant. We'll go through the figures in a minute, but Dylan Pennington has been bowled by Sam Cook for 1, and unfortunately for Nottinghamshire, they didn't get there at 350. 347 all out, but the applause is for the undefeated Cull, Verena, who is not out, 128. What a cracking knock, Dave Bracegirdle.
Was indeed well battered. 242 balls, 16 fours, and that phenomenal batting average that he had at the start of that innings has only been enhanced. He's played 5 innings for Nottinghamshire now, 4 not outs. Just doing the quick maths, 377 runs for once out for Nottinghamshire in his 4 matches. Very well done indeed, and he was at the crease for 3 hours 40 minutes. No, he wasn't. He was at the crease for 5 hours 40 minutes. That's a tremendous effort. Arrived in the middle with Notts in a little bit of strife just before lunch, battered through the last 2 sessions, and this morning has masterminded things almost to perfection. There will, though, be that little feeling of disappointment that Notts were 3 runs away from picking up the 3 batting points. I think if they got to 350, they would have said, yeah, job done, thank you very much, we're happy with that. And there'll be just that feeling, that little feeling that they've left a run out there at 347. Well done to Essex. Sam Cook, 4 for 44. Shane Snater, 3 for 88. Jamie Porter, a little harshly done by in the fact that his figures don't appear on the board, but he bowled very well as well indeed. Just the one Nottinghamshire player to get beyond Lyndon James, 45, and that was the South African Kyle Verena. So 347 all out Nottinghamshire. Now they've got to see if they can make some early inroads with this new ball, because if you don't, as we've already seen, if you don't make inroads with the new ball, it's going to be a tough all day, I think, for Notts.
Well, let's have a look at the proper bowling figures now for Essex, who won the toss yesterday morning and decided to have a bowl. Well, Porter, 26 overs, 2 for 62. Noah Thane came on first change, 13 overs, 0 for 73. Snatus, 25 overs, 3 for 88. Harmer, 7 overs, 0 for 25. Only 7 overs, it might add. Critchley bowled 8 overs, 1, got the LBW for 46. But the standout for me has got to be Sam Cook, 25 overs, 4 for 44. So him and Porter were absolutely brilliant. You've got to remember that Surrey followed on last week, so they spent 2.5 days in the field trying to bowl them out and get the 20 wickets. They've come here, yes, they opted, but the point is, it's still tiring for the bowlers. And I spoke to Peter Moores this morning, Dave, he would have had a bat yesterday morning, so both teams did what they wanted to, and Essex, well, they were in the field and they spent the day in the field. They had a great morning, but it was a little more challenging in the afternoon and evening, and they came out again. So they, how many overs was bowled by 104?
Yep.
So that means there was they've been in the field for 331 continuous overs. That's a lot of hard work. So I would probably say, with the good weather and the decent wickets we've seen, it's been quite a brutal early season, or brutal first 5 days of the county championship season for Essex's bowlers.
I can remember 3 or 4 years ago Essex came here and they were feeling a little harshly done by, in that everybody was sort of rostered for a bye week in the early weeks of the season, but Essex had to wait 7 weeks before they got their week off, and they decided to, well, quite wisely, to rotate their fast bowling corps, and one or the other didn't play here, either Porter or Cook, and Notts obviously sensed that was that was good news. At the moment, there wouldn't seem to be too many on the outside. I know you've talked about Jamal Richards, but there wouldn't seem to be too many on the outside that you can sort of bring in to give either Cook or Porter a breather at the moment.
At just on the first day of the season, I had a long chat with Chris Silwood, and he was saying that yes, losing Shardul Thakkar, the Indian cricketer, who's a decent cricketer, a bustling all-rounder who can genuinely bat, he was coming, and then the IPL picked him up as a late replacement, and clearly financially it's chalk and cheese. You get some decent, very, very decent money in the IPL. So unfortunately he turned Essex down, and then not to have Dean Elgar as well not here, so we're missing a little bit of quality, but they're still fighting and doing rather nicely. But in terms of the bowling depth, there is not too much depth, and Chris Silverwood will be absolutely delighted when his new proposed fast and nasty does get here, because Essex will need him. There's no chance of rotating their bowlers. They only have technically 3, and Noah Thane is a learning bowler, and they need a bit of quality with the backup. That's important, and you can't rotate. Or the next thing we're going to be asking is the batsman to bat long and deep, which the consequences are enormous, because if you can bat long and deep, your bowlers can put their feet up and have a rest, and that is paramount. For instance, if Essex got bowled out, I don't know, 200, 250 tonight, they're back in the field again tomorrow. So you know there's a consequence. Batting long and deep in 4-day cricket allows your bowlers to have some rest and recovery. That's really, really important. And we were having a long chat yesterday with some of your listeners who wrote in, who were talking about the championship programme, the schedule. And of course, this is the other thing, is when you play weekly championship cricket, and I have to say, and the stats are this, that if you play on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday becomes a rest day, Wednesday becomes a train day, practice day, and Thursday becomes travel, and then you're back on the treadmill. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday's a day off, Wednesday's a train, Thursday's a travel, Friday you're back on playing. So look, that's where we are. Again, do many other competitions, red ball competitions around the world, play weekly? But it's our schedule that dominates and stipulates that.
People work in an office Monday to Friday 9 till 5. They don't get
the same stresses on their bodies.
Don't they? Don't they?
No, they don't. Let me tell you.
A dentist. Tell me about a dentist then, if you.
A dentist. Is so different to a bowler.
Is it?
So different to a bowler. I'm saying to you, and I'm advertising that if an advert was in the Nottinghamshire Post tomorrow morning, the advertising to become a bowler.
Yeah, wanted first-class cricketer. You can come and
It wouldn't
sign
be
for
an
a county cricket
attractive,
for 5 months a year at
but
however many.
not many people can do it.
Not many people can be a
It's a
dentist or a
dream
doctor
job,
or whatever.
correct.
It is a dream job.
Correct. It is a dream job, but it's a
But to
very
complain
hard
about-
job. Who's complaining? I'm just giving you the stats or the reality of the week of cricket.
It's a tough job. It's a really, really tough job. But
Porter and Cook wouldn't do anything different.
No.
But it is hugely demanding on the body. And then people might moan in a couple of weeks' time when we see loans go out. I mean,
well, yeah, John, I saw that yesterday. John Turner of Hampshire has been loaned to Lancashire. That's incredible.
he's a decent bowler, but he can't get a game.
No.
And he's gone to Lancashire. I don't know how long for.
No. Here come the umpires. We're going to be back underway in a moment to put an end to our wibbling and wobbling. Knots all out for 347. A reminder as well, I didn't do it yesterday. I'll turn your microphone off, Don, you're all right. 347 all out, Nottinghamshire. Didn't do it yesterday. A reminder, the Nottinghamshire Handbook is now available, put together by the Nottinghamshire Cricket Lovers Society. Absolutely superb. I've pored over pages and pages and pages. The Nottinghamshire Cricket Annual 2025, published by the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society. You can get it from reception here at Trent Bridge or from the club shop. A really wonderful, wonderful book. For lovers of Nottinghamshire cricket, is obviously everything about the domestic game, the women's game, the age groups and whatever. What have we got this year? 256 pages. A Seba Mead on the front cover, Brett Hutton advertising a bat on the back. The Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club Handbook is available. You can just hear the roller, the light roller, making its way off down below us. Bob, the Coventry Pie, says, gotta love a wagging tail. Good morning to you, Bob, who I'm sure is similarly to Steve Crawley, nursing a bit of a hangover, because Steve Crawley says, half wish I'd been stuck in a lift last night instead of watching the debacle at the Lane. Here's Dylan Pennington to bowl the opening over. Paul Walter and Charlie Ellison making their way out to the middle. I think you were talking yesterday, weren't you, about the different lengths that bowlers have to bowl depending on the physical attributes. Well, there's a little bit of the Will Jefferson, James Taylors about this, because Paul Walter's 11 feet tall and Charlie Allison is what is it, 5'10"?
Yes.
Ish.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
He just looks short walking out with Paul Walter by his side.
Quite a cultured individual, good player, and of course this is an opportunity. When you talk about the fact that I said Dean Elgar's not here and Essex will, they didn't miss him last week, but he's missing for the first few games. But it's an opportunity for Charlie Allison to get stuck in and have an opportunity, and he played well. These two played very nicely last week. Can they repeat it today? We shall see. Dylan Pennington on his way into Paul Water, 3 slips, played into the leg side, and the shiny new rock they're bowling with has been manipulated down to fine leg for the left-hander. So Walter is up and running, Essex are up and running, 1 without loss.
I thought Pennington was a little unlucky last week. Went under the radar. Obviously O'Neill got a 5 in the first innings, Tong a 5 in the second, but it was a good performance, I thought, from Dylan last week. 1 for 70 in the first innings, 2 for 61 in the second. Doesn't necessarily represent how well he bowled. Of course, he was the leading wicket taker in the country last year, 31 wickets the first 8 matches before he was called up for England. Didn't play, got injured, and we haven't seen him since in Nottinghamshire colours until last week, because he got away with the Lions in the winter.
The right-handed Allison is facing Pennington. Bowls a decent, strong delivery on a length, respected by Allison as he plays it off the splice. Pennington is tall, strong. And I mean this in a very creditable way, he's built like a triangle. He's strong, muscular shoulders, arms too. big blonde fella, as he's turning from the pavilion end and he's on his way. Allison waits. This is played into the offside with an open face. It's fine, it's safe, it's played out to backward point. There is no run.
Where are we? The 12th of April today. 21 years ago today, Brian Lara 400 not out for the West Indies against England. The record test score at St John's, Antigua. That's one I never got to. I've never been to Antigua.
Still there, but it's a football
The wreck,
pitch.
the old wreck.
It's a football pitch. There was talk about playing some games there, but
Have you
they
been there,
haven't
the
gone
wreck?
back. Yes, I have.
Is it Chico's Disco?
Has played down to third man. That's going to run away for 4. Moral victory for Pennington, but well played. Played with soft hands. Allison played it down as it went through the gap to third man for 4.
No, it was Gravy, wasn't it?
Gravy and
Gravy at Antigua.
yeah,
No, Gravy.
There's the two. There's the two. Yeah, Gravy and his mate.
Yeah, never
I
been.
think one of them died. Gravy's still going. I've got pictures of him actually on my iPad here of when we were last in Antigua. No, he's still about, but St John's is a football ground and you can still visit it, and it's still got some of the stands there. Pennington on his way in, 3 slips. This is driven into the leg side there. It's fielded at mid-on, no run. Have you never been to Antigua?
Nope.
Barbados?
No. Oh yeah, many times.
Many times.
Yeah.
Well, Kensington Oval still.
Yeah.
It's a smallish ground today with some of the modern stands. Certainly, you know, when the wind blows towards the Greenwich and Haynes stand, it's a small ground, but it's a delightful ground. Still, you know, I just wowed by it. Pennington, 3 slips, still in there. Comes in. Bit of an effort ball, squares, Allison up, plays it into the offside, probably looking to play a little bit straighter, maybe mid-on, but it's gone into the offside, and that concludes the first over of Essex's innings. 5 without loss. Water has 1, Allison has 4, with that nick down through the vacant third man for 4. And you're listening to Don Topley, Dave Bracegirdle here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex, and the BBC app, online, the smart speaker, and indeed the streaming service care of, do we call it Notts TV?
Trent Bridge Live.
Trent Bridge Live.
Yeah. It's going to be Fergus O'Neill to bowl the second over of the innings from this, the Radcliffe Road end. Got 8 wickets last week, 5 for 66 in the first, a 3 for in the second. Interesting to see what Don makes of Fergus O'Neill here, and during the course of the over we'll bring you up to speed with all the other scores around the country. 9 matches playing in them all. Here is O'Neill then, wears 11, comes in to bowl to Paul Walter down the leg side. It was a loose-ish, ill-directed start to the day for Fergus O'Neill. So Durham 387 all out. They're between innings at Chesterley Street. Warwickshire due their turn to bat shortly. Surrey 253 all out at the Oval yesterday. Hampshire 73 for 1 in reply. Somerset are 113 for 7 at Hove after Sussex made 294 yesterday. Worcestershire just beginning at Headingley as O'Neill comes in again to Walter, and that's a no ball, so 2 more to the total. That's a little bit of ill discipline in the start of the day from Notts. They gave away 10 no balls. That was 20 runs gifted to Durham last week, and already a no ball. Worcestershire 17 without loss. Yorkshire all out for 4, 5, 6. Dawid Malan yesterday made 98. Gloucestershire 400 for 5, still batting at Bristol against Glamorgan as O'Neill bowls and Walter forward defensive block. Centuries for Gloucestershire yesterday for Cameron Bancroft and Ollie Price. Kent 204 for 8, the most advanced game because they bowled Middlesex out for 222 yesterday. At Old Trafford, Northants still batting 397 for 6. Lancashire obviously the hosts there. Leicestershire 484 all out. They're between innings there at Grace Road. Next ball is a repeat, and Walter defence. So we've had 4 deliveries, but 1 was a no ball, so we're halfway through the over. A bit like yourself, his approach.
Yeah, interesting. He's got a nice smooth run up.
That's what I said, a bit like yourself.
Sideways on. I wouldn't call him express pace.
No.
Far from it. But at the moment, every delivery, including the no ball, he's pitched fairly full, which is a good sign.
Yep, 3 slips waiting for that edge. Bowls again on the legs and pinged away on the leg side. Well, he's only going to get a single. I thought he played it a little squarer than that, but it was turned away behind square. Brett Hutton doing the fielding. And 1 to Tall Paul, who's off the mark. Charlie Allison has 4, 8 without loss.
He's bowled quite straight, including a ball that went down the leg side.
Poor old Brett's having to do long leg to long leg. You don't want too many singles when you've got that job.
No, the left-hand, right-hand combination. Absolutely. He might favour bowling at the right-hander, because he looks to me as if he sort of just shapes it back to the left-hander and away to the right-hander. In he comes, straight approach.
Bowls now to Charlie Allison, who rocks forward, nudges it into the covers. Farhan Ahmed doing the fielding. 8 without loss. Farhan was out for 31 this morning. Caught at 3rd slip by Matt Critchley, and then the bowler Sam Cook got his 4th wicket when he bowled Dylan Pennington. A little bit of a feeling of missing out for Notts. 347 all out after 104 overs. They needed 3 more runs for another batting point, but having been 78 for 5, it's not a bad recovery nonetheless, as O'Neill just gets this one a little straight and it's deflected down to long leg. End of the over. 9 without loss after a couple of overs here. Essex, who won the toss yesterday, put Notts in and bowled them out in about a day and half an hour or so.
I think it was after the 4th ball. Fergus O'Neill was not warned, but David Mills did have a word, I think, about O'Neill's follow-through. I think he got a little bit close to the area which he's not allowed to enter on his follow-through, so we'll just keep an eye on that. And that just plays in your mind as a bowler, because you know the umpire's watching and you've got to get off the wicket on your follow-through. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Meanwhile, Dylan Pennington on his way in, 3 slips awaiting, bowling to the right-handed Allison, who plays forward and off the splice, back up the track to mid-off where there is no run.
The Yellow Belly's been in touch. Morning, Dave and Toppers Senior. I was late to join this game yesterday, but watching the live stream in time to see the splendid rearguard action from Farhan Ahmed and Carl Verena. Hopefully the bowlers can make inroads into the Essex batters this morning. Thank you, Yellow Belly. Nice to hear from you. Heard from Jiggs earlier on as well. Missed the first hour yesterday, side, but then a great afternoon work listening to the fight back and the way O'Neill went about it. Doesn't look a bad score when looking around the other games. Good to hear you. All. Thanks, and the same to you, Jiggs. He'll be on a narrowboat somewhere.
Lovely. On a Saturday morning. Pennington with a gully in now, so 4 around the slips there, and this is played off the front foot back to Pennington on his follow-through, and you can just see the hard new ball, how it's playing, because it's certainly hitting higher up the bat, and it makes a little bit of a different noise when it hits the splice. 3 slips and a gully, 2 backward point and mid-off, mid-on and a mid-wicket and a conventional fine leg. Pennington roaring in from the pavilion end, bowls. This is a good ball indeed, but well played indeed by Charlie Allison, who plays off the back foot and just opens up, goes with the ball, but I have to say he negotiates that very safely. Well batted.
Where do the Allisons hail from, do you know?
They're on the other side of Colchester towards, I think they live towards Wivenhoe. I think Tom, the father, played at Wivenhoe, as this is on the front foot a little fuller. Pennington bowls nicely, and it's respected and played into the leg side, no run. And they went to school. One went to school at Newhall, Ben, who's now at Worcestershire, and I think he had a club, played a bit at Colchester, then down to Brentwood. But Charlie went to my school, where I went, and went to the Royal Hospital School. So he wasn't there when I was teaching there, but my Graham Napier took over from me and had a little bit of an influence in his cricket. That's a great shot by Allison, but it's particularly well fielded on the floor by Dylan Pennington, who has bowled and followed through and quickly got down to his left to stop the ball going for 4. Fiercely hit shot there. Good looking drive.
Why is it called the Royal
Hospital School?
Royal Hospital.
Well, the Royal Hospital School at Holbrook, which is just on the River Stour, overlooks the River Stour and Essex and Rabness, and you can see Harwich in the corner as Pennington comes in. There's 3 slips in a gully. This is a nick, and it's fallen short of third slip number 8. Who is that?
Lyndon James.
Who's holding his hand, and I think it may have hurt him, but I think he's okay. But it's probably hit his fingers rather than it did bounce in front of him. So not a chance. Played with soft hands. End of the over 9 without loss. So the Royal Hospital School was founded in 1712 or something at Greenwich Hospital, where the Cutty Sark is.
Yeah, I know where that is.
And it was a school for sons of seafarers, and you can imagine all the naval battles over the years back at that era. There were many maimed and sadly never returned. So the school became a bit of an orphanage at Greenwich Hospital, at the National Maritime Museum, and then due to one very famous gentleman, a merchant sailor, whose fleet of ships, merchant sailor, was saved by the old-fashioned Royal Navy.
There's O'Neill round the wicket this time to bowl to Walter. Plays it gently up to mid-on, no run.
So this merchant sailor, Gifford Sherman Reed, he bequeathed £1 million back in 1910, and he bequeathed £1 million pounds, and when he died he also gave them his estates up in Northumberland, Devon, Suffolk, and they
that's why it was called the hospital.
Well, that's why it's called the hospital. And
O'Neill round the wicket to Walter. Pings this on the leg side. Good stop by Farhan Ahmed. Saves 3 runs because he couldn't rail it in. It just got away from him a little bit, parried it round the corner, but scampers after it. They took a single. Walter onto 3. Essex 10 without loss, to a backdrop of lots of sirens from emergency vehicles. Must be shift change done. Cat up a tree.
And in also the Royal Charter of William and Mary, hence the royal part of it. So it was all part of Greenwich Hospital, and Gifford Sherman Reed bequeathed all his estates and £1 million, and that is why it's built where it is.
Allison has 5. O'Neill bowls, and this is worked down to Brett Hutton at long leg. So Hutton has just had to make that journey for the single, and off he goes again, like Ray East on his bicycle all those years ago, which may or may not be a true story.
It's a true story, but you got the personnel wrong. It was Keith Pont, not Raymond East, but Raymond East often takes the credit of that story. But apparently Brian Tonker Taylor was not amused when it happened.
O'Neill bowls worked into the leg side, not through the leg side. Pennington able to stop it. 11 without loss. So in case you're at a loss as to what we're talking about, which wouldn't be the first time today or indeed ever, if you've got a right-hander and a left-hander in, and you've not got 2 men down there, a third man and a long leg, you've just got 1 fielder, and then they're having to swap over whenever there's a single. It's quite a journey. This is defended, mate. Just going to do an update for the midday news. I'll come back to that in a second. 1 ball left in the over. Just might be able to get a shot of where Brett Hutton is at the moment, in front of the Larwood and Vose stand. And then he'll have to make the long journey over to the other side. But this is the end of the over.
I watched it obviously when I was younger. I knew how big it was then, and it's just
O'Neill to bowl.
In cricket, Notts are back in county championship action at Trent Bridge for day 2 of their match against Essex. Dave Bracegirdle is there for us.
And this game has moved on a little bit in the 1 hour we've had on day 2, because Notts were all out for 347. Kyle Verreynne undefeated on 128, but lost Ahmed and Pennington this morning. Essex are now batting, and they are 11 without loss after 4 overs.
Thank you, Dave. And you can hear ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport
Quick update
website
there for
and
BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. Those of you that have been with us since the start will have followed the progress of the day. Just a couple of wickets gone down this morning. Not many runs added this morning. Notts 19 for 2 whilst they were batting, and Essex 11 without loss. So 30 runs, 2 wickets this morning, Don.
Pennington in, and this is a good looking shot as he's stayed high on the bounce and cut it square of the wicket on the offside. Gone to the longer boundary here at Trent Bridge, and Allison collects 4 runs. Essex move on to 15 without loss. Just a little bit of width there from Pennington, but it was a good shot from the young Essex opener.
Calvin Harrison is now at the crease for Northants at Old Trafford. It's 4 not out. Northants 409 for 7. So we'll follow the progress of the Nottinghamshire leg spinner, who's been loaned to Northants for this week and next. See how he fares in that Northants batting lineup. He's batting with Lewis McManus, who's on 66.
3 slips and a gully. Pennington in. This is on the front foot. The good conviction there. He was very solid with his footwork, was Allison. And it's a well-directed delivery from Pennington. And the other umpire, Peter Hartley, is just having a quiet word and looking at the foot marks that have been made by Pennington on his follow-through. So both opening bowlers have been spoken to, not warned, but spoken to about getting close to the area where they're not allowed to walk or run onto. Both of them. Pennington in, and this is a short ball back and across from Allison, plays back to mid-on where there is no run. The consequences of that is you will get warned, and a couple of warnings and you'll be asked not to bowl, because you cannot come into that danger area. But if you're batting last, it makes it a little bit more tricky with the spin bowlers. But Essex won't be batting last, but Harmer will be bowling in the 3rd innings, and he will be encouraged by a few more foot marks where he bowls the ball. This time Allison plays into the leg side up to mid-on, no run.
And so too will Farhan Ahmed, obviously, for Notts. But there's also the other side of it. Sometimes you want to be pals with the umpire, and sometimes I know they just say, just have a look at this next one for me, sir, please. They like it if you call him sir. Just have a look at this next one for me, sir. Just let me know where my feet are landing. It could have just been something as simple as that, rather than telling him to get off my land.
Yes.
Call them sir, they love that.
Carry their cases in if you want to. Pennington bowls. This is a ball that may have kept a little bit low. It was a bit fuller than the previous ball, but Allison negotiates it well. You're absolutely right. When I talk to young kids, you know, in the modern day society, which is probably a little bit different to when we were children, you want to, they're human beings, and umpires will probably make the odd mistake, but they won't make as many mistakes. These umpires won't make as many mistakes as you will as a player. The same in football. So they're only human, and they can only give what they see. But as Pennington comes in, he bowls, is played off the back foot out to backward point, no run. And it's really important that you understand that. And look, the odd umpire can be quite officious. That's his choice of how he wants to do the job. But in reality, as a young cricketer, you want to get on with the umpire, because you don't want to upset him. You don't want him to not like you. You want to get on, because it's human nature. you just want to get on. So it's really important that you do make, not necessarily friends, you're not going to send them a Christmas card, but you just want them to be, and we're going to have a little bit of a chat about that maybe with somebody who's very well respected as Fergus Neal comes in, plays on the front foot, does Paul Water, very tall man, and is able to negotiate the bounce, and there is a dot ball.
I'm in a state of shock here, and I'm just trying to find my diary to make an entry in my in my diary here, because once we've got the headphones sorted out,
you can introduce him.
I think 2016 this fella joined Notts as a consultant, took over as the head coach in 2017. Any chance of popping up for a chat, sir? I'll get around to it, Dave, one day as O'Neill bowls, and this is drilled down the ground for 4 by tall Paul Walter. Lovely shot from the opener. We've been joined by the Notts head coach, Peter Moores. Great to see you.
Good to see you, Dave, as well. And be careful, because you've got me up here, mate. I could be walking out the door in a minute if you don't care.
I've seen you talking to all these wonderful people down in Australia at the Big Bash, and you'll come on and have a word, and it's great that you've popped in to say hello. But a better view here from where you are.
Better view, yeah. We get all the screens that we got Kunal Manik, our analyst, who does it all. So we get it on the screens, but there's nothing like watching it actually live from out of the hand. So.
There's O'Neill bowling to Walter, turns this on the leg side. 78 for 5 at lunch yesterday. Will he take 3, 4, 7? You'd have bitten my hand off, but there's just that feeling, 3 more runs, 3 more runs.
Got a little bit carried away, did he, Dylan? He started to just, he did that good shot the ball before, but yeah, so, I mean, Dylan was frustrated, but there's a brilliant effort, and I think it backs up a bit what happened in the last game. You know, we had a tough first day in the last game when they batted really well, and the side is starting to show the sort of metal, or whatever you want to call it, resilience you need, I think, if you're going to be a good team, and that's a good start for us at the start of the season.
Next one's turned into the leg side, fielded by Farhan Ahmed. He was first out this morning for 31, another career best score from him. I mean, 17 last week, and it's only when I checked afterwards that was his best, and now he's on to 31. I guess he's had all these accolades about his spin bowling, but he must have been working on his batting as well.
Well, he had a good winter, I think. I mean, he went with the Lions pre-Christmas and the under-19s.
O'Neill bowls and pushed into the offside no run.
And I think on both, certainly when he was at the 19s, they really tried to give him a chance to use his bat, and he batted up the order a couple of times. He got a 90, I think, in one of the games. So he can bat. I mean, the challenge he's got is at 17. It's not new, but the pace is different. The style is different. He's a really quick learner. Extraordinary fella, really, and the way he's gone about his game is as good as I've seen as a young player. Now he goes about it.
Fergus O'Neill past umpire Mills. It goes through to the keeper. And last week, did you say, do you fancy going out as night watchman, or? You know, let's have a chat, and he stuck his hand up and said, me, or how did that work?
When the head coach comes in fight, it's like one of those rhetorical questions, you know, how do you fancy it, knowing that the answer is yes, hopefully. But with Farhan, you know straight away, he wants it. He wants to get out there, he wants to have a go, sees it a chance. I say to anybody, like any youngster when they get in especially, that it's a chance to treat yourself as a number 3 or 4, because that's the number you're batting in the order, so you get a chance. And, you know, he took it, played nicely. He'd be so disappointed this morning because, you know, I think he was eyeing up a 50. Yeah. But he'll get his chance again. So, yeah, he's a good youngster.
Pennington continues, score 19 without loss. We are in the 7th over. 3 slips and a gully. No bat pad. There's a ring, well, 2 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, saving 1. Pennington in. Forward comes Allison into the offside, no run. Good morning, Peter.
Morning, Dom.
Listen, we've got to introduce Peter Moores. Gosh, he was a ground staff boy, MCC Young Cricketers, and we were roommates.
We were back in 1982, I think it was, probably, or 81, somewhere around there, a long time ago.
Tears for Fears, Duran, Hampstead Garden Suburbs.
On our whatever it was, £49 a week or something like that. We were going for it. We had a great time. We were.
What an introduction or an apprenticeship that was for the professional game.
Yeah, I mean, I give a lot of credit. The coach then was a guy called Don Wilson from Yorkshire.
Pennington in.
Spinner.
Just comes onto the front foot, plays into the leg side with a slightly closed face, fairly safely, no run.
Yeah, and Don, I don't remember. You remember Don? I mean, what a character to learn from. What an enthusiast for the game. You know, when he bowled at you in the net, he appealed like his life depended on it. And I think, you know, those sort of experiences when you first come into, it's a stepping stone to the pro game, really. And you know, we had some great characters there, and we had a great time, and it got us all out of the blocks, didn't it?
Let's explore that for a second as Peter Moores joins us in the commentary box. Dylan Pennington, that's a decent delivery which is negotiated with a slightly open face bat but safely into the offside, and Essex take a quick single. Good cricket all round there, 19 without loss. So you were on the ground staff, I think it was maybe 1 year, possibly 2, but you went off pretty quickly.
I went off in my first year actually, pretty much, in that basically I owe Jonathan Agnew a favour, I think, because
really?
Jonathan Agnew broke the nose of the Worcester keeper in a game. I can't think what the Worcester keeper's name was at the time, but then I got a chance, I got a call, and they phoned up and said, to the ground staff, have they got a keeper? And I was the first team, because you had to get in the team. There was a couple of keepers on the ground staff then. I was in, so I got sent up and kept pretty well, did okay, and then basically ended up getting intro, and then for that first year transferred a lot and played for Worcester Twos as well as coming back.
Pennington
and then got a trunk contract.
Round the wicket to Walter. Walter, oh, that's a good delivery, and he's gone across to off stump, and that's probably just gone away from Paul Walter. That is a cracking delivery. You agree with that? Cracking
Beautiful
delivery.
Ball. I mean,
happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they've just put the heavy roller on it for the first time, so that might just flatten it out for a little bit. We're hoping as that after about half an hour that'll start to maybe ease off a bit, and they might still be a little bit in the pitch with this new ball. So beautiful ball.
So you then joined Worcester
Yep.
on a contract, and you were there for how long?
A couple of years really, and then we got to the stage. It was me and a guy called Dave Humphries was the first team keeper. I played a few first team games. I'd gone okay, pretty won the twos, and then Steve Rhodes actually became available, being England 19's keeper, and they signed Steve.
From Yorkshire.
From Yorkshire, and Steve was a really good player, and they decided that they wanted to keep Dave, and three keepers didn't fit, so I got released, which was an education for me, because then suddenly what had been just a game was a pro game. Now it was real, and I fortunately got signed by Sussex, certainly on a trial to start, and then built into that.
I think Ian Gould went to Middlesex, didn't he? Or did he come from Middlesex to...
From Middlesex to Sussex. He was still up there.
Walter plays this into the leg side to conclude a good over from Dylan Pennington, 19 without loss.
Yeah, good set that by Dylan. So then basically I came onto the staff as understudy to Ian, and then over the time you go through your journey as a young player, you learn your craft, and then slightly different now, I think. Then it's sort of like, as a youngster then, you were nearly duty bound to do your service in the twos before you got your chance. Now, rightly so in some ways, we try and promote youngsters maybe a little bit quicker. They come through a different system. There's academy systems now, and it's a good and bad for a young player now. They get a bit more pressure on them early on, but we used to get looked after a little bit by the senior players when you got introduced into first team cricket. So it's a bit of both.
Yes, Fergus O'Neill then running away from us at the Radcliffe Road end of the ground. Balls to Allison, who's on 10, just blocks this. It runs up to the captain, Hasiba Mead at mid on, no run.
Yeah, so I mean, and I got my chance, eventually got in, and loved my time at Sussex. And then fortunately at the end of that career, that's where I started my coaching career. I did quite a lot of coaching in the winters anyway.
Down in Hove?
In Hove, but started abroad. And when I first went, I went to South Africa, Zimbabwe actually first with Graham Hick. Me and Hickey went there, had a great time together, great fun. Did a little bit of coaching, then did much more in South Africa as a young player, and then started to realise I liked it.
Next ball is just outside off stump, reaching forward is Allison, a block into the offside fielded by Farhan.
And then, as I say, as it moved on, I got the opportunity then when I finished playing. I got asked before, I didn't intend to retire, but the opportunity came to take on the first team role. And I took it with both hands. We had a great time, really. Over time, built a relationship with Chris Adams, the captain that came in, and then we grew together with a very young team at Sussex, and it was a great start for me.
O'Neill, halfway through the 7th over of the Essex first innings. This is run to backward point, no run.
I remember you vividly at Sussex. You had quite the early time at your Sussex career. There were some pretty good cricketers in the changing room.
There was some exception.
Imran
Khan, Garth LaRue,
cracking
Ian
opening
Gregg. Yeah, Chris Waller was one of the senior bowlers, left-arm spinner, who eventually became coach and second-team coach. Was a great person to learn from. Paul Parker, who captained, one of my captains early on.
O'Neill bowls, and again just run out into the offside, no run.
Must have been lovely keeping to Garth LaRue and Imran Khan.
Yeah, brilliant actually. I mean, it's great. I mean, two contrasting characters. They got on brilliantly. Garth, many ways, used to be taking the mick out of Immy. And Imran was that. He was exactly what you'd expect a superstar player to be, really. Bit of a playboy on the one hand, outstanding cricketer, ahead of his time in many ways how he went about it.
There's O'Neill. This is left alone, goes through into the gloves of Arena.
Because back in the day, Don, you'd have known that the warm-ups was different or whatever, but you know, I'd watch on a training day, Immy would do his 5 or 6 laps, do all his own physical training, then come and bowl, and he was doing it different to everybody else. The same way as everybody does it now, but at that point, you know, we'd be in a little circle making figures of 8 with our hips, and we'd call ourselves loose. It was great.
Which we're going to come on to.
O'Neill bowls. This is turned on the leg side. No run. End of the over. Just before you go back to all yesterday, just Fergus O'Neill here. Spoke to him obviously after his performance last week, and said he'd had a good natter with you in the winter.
Yeah, Fergus is a real character, Fergus. So I think I'm hoping already that the supporters have taken to him. He's a live wire. There's two sorts of characters to be at the game. You sort of get what I would say technical players and games players. I love games players, people who just play what's in front of them. He's one of those players. Very natural cricketer, loose-limbed, makes the ball move. But since the moment he arrived, he's been a bit of a bright spark in the dressing room already, which is great. So he bowled beautifully first game against what was a good Durham team.
I don't know what time you left him on Monday evening, but he said to me, "I'm going to celebrate tonight. First game, got a win, got a 5. I'm going to celebrate." So
well, I left him on the outfield, enjoyed a glass, and hopefully enjoyed the fact that they had a great win.
I never had the privilege of watching you guys last week, but I've only watched his overs, 3 or 4 overs this morning, as Pennington comes round the wicket to Walter. 3 slips waiting, and this is played off middle up to mid on where there is no run. The thing I like about him straight away, he's got a fairly robotic, nice, easy action. Great, you would expect that, but he hasn't bowled Australian lengths. No. He's very much pitched it up. So if I asked you about his DNA, does he generally speaking try and pitch it up? He doesn't try and bowl the Aussie length?
No, lead bowler in the Shield for them this year by bowling aggressive knee roll type length, up on the bat, bowls fairly straight.
Swing it?
Yeah, swings it.
Pennington in, bowls short, forced off the back foot, mistimed, but he does find mid off where there is no run.
Clearly in his preparation, because he said he'd been talking to Peter Siddle about coming to Trent Bridge, obviously where Sids had played, but also the lengths to bowl in the county championship. Yeah,
I mean, I had Pete in the Big Bash. He's a great fella, Pete, and obviously there's good history, isn't it? Victorians coming to Notts, people like Dave Hussey, who did so many years here. Pattinson, exactly. So great history of the Vics coming over. So I think he'd a lot of people tell him what to expect.
Pennington, right arm round the wicket. This is a good ball where it's played with soft hand. It's going to run away. May not go for 4. Just beneath the balcony from us here. We're blinded. He does. The locals applaud a great bit of fielding, I believe, down at third man. But Water gets 2. Essex moved to 22 for no wicket.
Yeah, Benny Slater actually in the field. I hope people always notice Ben in the field, because he is our most solid citizen. Every game we play, he's always on it. He's always fully committed to it. He's a great pro when he's out there. And again, helping Dylan save a couple of runs for the team.
In comes Pennington. Bowling to Walter. Walter plays off the back foot, but he plays it out to Slater at backward point. There is no run. So have you got him for the whole season? Is there any white ball cricket with him?
No, we've got him for a month by the visa rules. There's a bit of a quirk in the visa rules,
isn't
really.
It? Yes.
I think one way to qualify is 20 2020s, which what relevance that has got really to first class cricket, anybody knows. But it's one of those quirky rules which I think hopefully will change in time, where we'll start to recognise somebody who's done very well in first class cricket, because the danger being now a good first class player who doesn't play 2020 could get compromised, really.
Pennington round the wicket. Walter drives, mistimes it, closes the face as he finds a fairly straight mid-on, but there is no run.
Yeah, because, I mean, realistically, there's different ways. International cricket, you get an automatic pass for a full visa to qualify to play the season. He's on a different sort of visa, which gives him a month in the country, so it's a shame for him. I think someone like Doggett, I think, might be in the same boat. He's coming over as an overseas Australian, which is it's a shame, because if they're good players,
you want them.
Got good availability. We've seen in the past that they can add to our game. I think we control the amount of overseas is the control we've got in the game, so there's not too many of them.
Pennington into the left-handed tall opener. Then this is a play and a miss. What a cracking delivery as he's gone with the ball. It looked at first he may have nicked it, but Pennington looks a bit disappointed that he didn't, but it was a super over from Pennington, 20 without loss. Is that one of the challenges? Your Oppo, Chris Silverwood, manager, director of cricket at Essex, he's trying to find a bowler to join Essex this season. That must be one of the modern day challenges of being a director of cricket, is finding the right overseas pro.
Yeah, it's difficult because of availability, and I think that's why they try to loosen those rules a little bit, not to let anybody in, but to allow really good, strong domestic players who are maybe going to break into international cricket over the next couple of years to get over here and play, because I think it strengthens our game, it adds some colour to the competition. And as I say, I think that might need to tweak that rule, where, you know, people who played a certain amount of first-class cricket in the 2 years before can still qualify for a full visa.
Here's O'Neill then to continue from this end, and this is played defensively up to mid-on. I didn't quite follow all of my chat with Fergus O'Neill in terms of coming in and out of the country, but I think he said he's going to come back and spend a good chunk of the summer here if he can, because he's in his words, my big mate Will Sutherland, the big chief, he's going to be in England this year, and I'm going to come back and do a bit of travelling with Will.
Yeah, I think Will and Fergus are lining up a European trip, I think.
Next ball is striking on the pad, and
yes.
Peter Moore's called it. A wicket for O'Neill, the man we were talking about, and Allison goes. Notts have got the breakthrough in the 10th over, trapped in the crease. Good full-length delivery, and Allison goes LBW to Fergus O'Neill for 11. 9th wicket already for the Australian, and Essex at 22 for 1. Replying to Nottinghamshire's all-out total of 3, 4, 7. Straight away up went the finger, Peter. You felt that was out.
Look,
really good bit of bowling. I mean, we saw it, I think. Credit to Porter and to Cook for Essex. It was probably, I think their opening 10 overs they bowled was as good a 10 overs I've seen. Just watching the replay now, yeah, a little in-swing actually, just shapes it back in. Beautiful bit of bowling, and young Charlie Allison just pushes his hands through a little bit. So, yeah, nice for us to get the early breakthrough, especially before lunch.
Yeah, it looked out to me. There was nothing wrong with that. I was interested as a former bowler. So, you've signed Fergus O'Neill for 4-ish games, you said.
Yeah, first 4
and
games.
then after that?
Mo Abbas, who's obviously similar style bowler, much more experienced than Fergus. He's been around a long time, really good performer, and you know, he gives you a quality that level of player brings to any squad, really.
I caught up with you first thing this morning out there, and we had a chat. We had a fantastic chat with Jeff Arnold about bowling, which would have been dynamic on radio. We can't repeat it, but we did talk about let's analyse the mental side of it, because you're very strong on that. You're playing Essex. Your preview will be, hey lads, we're playing Porter and Cook. Probably, I suggested to you, they probably bowl straighter than any other pair in county cricket. So what will you be saying, or how will your openers be preparing for them compared to a fast and nasty who bowls anywhere around the sight screen?
Yeah, I think like most things, good players, experienced players, they're both straight and they do it slightly differently. I think Porter goes quite wide in the crease compared to a lot of bowlers, which I think is tactical in that he runs it back and holds it up on the seam, and Cook's more mid-crease. So I think generally what lads will do, they'll get you to flick. We use these dog flickers, anybody who hasn't seen people prep up, and it just helps the shoulder for the coach. But we can position ourselves in the crease similar to where the opposition would. They can start to get their alignments right, and they can start to get some sort of mental picture of getting ready to play against the opposition. But they're two very good bowlers.
Tom Wesley, fine play, Essex skipper out there in the middle, has, to my recollection, at least 3 centuries against Notts. About to face his first ball, and O'Neill just pushes it slightly wide of the off stump. It is a no ball. Second one bowled this morning by O'Neill. Peter, just on one of your players, Calvin Harrison at the crease for Northampton. Sent him in at number 9. He's 9 not out at Old Trafford. 418 for 7 Northants against Lancashire. The leggy allowed to go out for this week and next week.
Really pleased for Calvin. I mean, he's deserved it. Listen, he's very close to our team. He's done well every time he's played. He offers so much. One is a grabber in the slips.
Very much so, yeah.
Very athletic, isn't he?
O'Neill bowls again. Wesley turns this up to mid-on. That's one area where you've got absolutely great depth, obviously. Matthew Montgomery's another one, can catch pigeons.
Very good. I mean, in some ways, anybody who comes and watches us prep, we do a lot of catching every morning. We've got a machine now, a bowling machine that's been made into a fielding machine, which gives us a volume, so we can work with that a lot.
Is that fire out cricket balls?
It can fire out what you want, pretty much.
There's O'Neill, bowls to Wesley, right-hander, turns this to mid-wicket.
We actually use in it. It's a thing called an air ball. It's leather outer, but it's got a lighter. It reduces injury, means we increase the pace of it a little bit, and get the volume without creating bruises. And then if we want cricket balls, we'll use white cricket balls. Normally they go through the machine better, or we'll just run them off the face. So you can do a bit of both.
I did notice this morning as O'Neill comes in.
Bowls now wide of the pegs, and this goes through to Verena.
We're talking second game of the championship. A few of your boys in your fielding practice had gloves on.
Yeah, gloves are quite good. I mean, quite good for practice, because, I mean, like the miss. Oh, what do you need gloves for? Well, if it helps you, the proof is in how many you catch. So, like now, we can log lots of things. So, you ask what our catching percentage was last year. I'll know it. I'll know what it was the year before. I know it's compared to every other team in the country, including the international teams.
Ball keeps a whisker low. Well defended, actually, by Wesley. Turned down with soft hands into the gully. End of a fine over, sport just only by that no ball, but Notts will take that. A wicket, a breakthrough wicket, as Charlie Allison dismissed in that over. Fergus O'Neill, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. Just talking about gloves, just want to quickly throw in there, because it's pertinent, pads. Where Joe Clark without any pads last week. Yeah, that's astonishing. And did that help him take 2 or 3 of those wonderful diving catches?
I don't know if it made any difference to his catching. What he did do, it came a little bit, because he had the pair of pads he had were digging in a little bit, and he didn't like them, so he took them off, and then really liked the freedom he felt. I think he had a chance. It was of the catches he took, the left-handed one, when there'd been a bit of a partnership, that was the real exceptional one, because as a keeper, it's sometimes when you have to wait quite a long time, and then the chance comes.
Pennington in round the wicket. Walter clips off his hip. It's going to run away for just the 1. Beneath us, where we're blinded, fielded. So Essex moved to 25 for 1.
Yeah. So I mean, I think generally it was a bit. But going back to the point about gloves or no gloves, and why you want to know what other teams do as well as yourself at the best international teams, because we do a thing. It's a goal. You can benchmark yourself against other teams. Because then, if New Zealand are the best in the world and they catch 89% of their catches, then you can say, well, if we can catch 91, we're better than them in the context we play. So it's a goal to go for. So all the numbers data, you've got to be really careful with it, because it can actually confuse, but you can also use it sometimes as little targets to set yourselves as teams to help the practice.
Pennington over the wicket to the right-handed Essex captain, who shoulders arms and allows it through to the keeper, no run.
But there's catches and there's catches, aren't there?
Oh,
I can lob a tennis ball to you and it's a simple dolly catch, or you can have one fired at you a yard to your left, and you might just get your fingernails to it, and everybody says it's a drop.
It's why a lot of people don't practice catching very well, I think, because we can all catch. We assume you can catch a ball low right at 85 miles an hour, which is a completely different thing. That has a technique and a practice and a style and a pace to it that requires a lot of practice to be good at it.
Pennington charging in, running in straight, bowling at Wesley. Wesley drives up to mid-on. Good looking shot, but he finds the fielder, no run. Essex, may I suggest, and you won't be aware of this, but they dropped one against Surrey. In the 3 innings so far they've been in the field, they've dropped 4. Now, I'm a big one on catches going down, because listen, you're not in the slips because you've got a good conversation, you're in there because you're a good catcher. And yesterday Essex dropped 3 catches, Nottinghamshire batting, and so they have to get 13 wickets rather than the 10 wickets, as this time he comes forward and plays into the leg side. There is no run. So I think Chris Silverwood will be slightly concerned that they've put down 4 catches in the 3 innings they've been in the field, because that is a table you don't want to top when you drop those catches.
Yeah, and like, there's nothing, no one will feel worse than the person that dropped them. And providing the lads are doing the practice, you're supporting your player, because the best catchers will be the ones that go on the slips. You'll put them there for a reason. They will drop them. It's not an easy place to catch, and confidence is a huge part of the ability to do it.
Pennington in, good delivery, left on length there by Wesley, as it just comes close to off stump, quite bounces a little bit there from the delivery from Pennington through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, so I mean it's tough. I mean, as I say, Essex dropped a couple of ones. It always hurts more when it's in a partnership, and they'll know, someone like Kyle Verena got dropped, and how many he got, certainly as the person who dropped
33.
It. And it keeps on, and it just bugs away at you as a team.
I saw that described as a routine chance. I thought that was harder than that, because Verena was square cutting. It wasn't a genuine nick towards him.
Pennington bowls, comes on the front foot, and there is no run.
I'm with you, Dave. I don't think it was straightforward. No. Anything that's cross-batted and comes to slips is harder to catch, I think, generally. And it came at a reasonable pace, and it was up on his, I think, left-hand side. So it wasn't straightforward. They stick or they don't then, really, and it didn't quite stick. But it's, I think was it Simon Harmer?
Sam Cook.
Harmer dropped 2.
Harmer dropped it, yes, off Cook.
So I think it was Harmer dropped it, and I think he moved pretty well to it, and it just looked like it caught him a little bit high in his hand. You don't get
to be honest, he doesn't drop many.
No,
he doesn't. He's got really huge buckets as hands.
He's a good pro.
He's a very, very good slip performer, so it was rather unusual. Fergus O'Neill's coming round the wicket. He hasn't bowled at the left-hander for a little while.
So Paul Walter scraped into double figures on 10, pushes this into the offside. A significant thing about this is always the unknown, what's going to happen in a game. One thing we don't know, but we're getting increasing alerts that there's going to be a bit of rain about tomorrow and Monday, possibly. What's the dressing room radar telling you?
Yeah, I mean, we knew at the start of the game, we thought yesterday and today were potentially the best 2 weather days. Bit of cloud maybe coming later today. That's probably why we would have actually batted first and taken on the chances in the first session.
O'Neill round the wicket. He's got the only wicket to fall so far. Full straight delivery that Walter defends.
I mean, it's a bit of an old adage here that you look up rather than down. How much the overheads play a key role here? They can play quite a big part of it. It certainly was really tough. First session yesterday, it did a bit more than I think we thought. We thought it'd do a bit, but it did a little bit more than we thought. And they bowled really well. But then credit to the other lads battled after that to build some really key partnerships.
O'Neill bowls again to Walter. Defends on the leg side. No run.
Your Aussie batted quite nicely. Made an impact.
He played really well. Again, games player in some ways. You watched him play. He plays his own style. So he looks like he's got a lovely sort of laid-back cut shot behind square on the offside. But yeah, when we signed him, and I'd watched him Australia, talented. There's a bit of tidying up, I think, to do, like all players.
And he comes again to took a 5 for last week. This has just run away down the leg side. It may well go down as buys it does. That don't think will unduly worry Carl Verena too much. It was just one that he couldn't get to. It just drifted on down the leg side, went further and further away from the keeper. Nothing on it. Disappointing.
They're frustrating for your
yeah.
keeper, because it's when the seam sort of sets itself up again and it keeps swinging away from you all the time, and by the time it gets to you, sort of 15 yards behind the stumps, it's a long way away.
That often happens, and Australians talk about that as an English thing.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Well, the Duke ball maybe, a bit more than the Kookaburra.
Comes O'Neill again, right on target. Got Peter Moores with us, the Notts head coach. If you've got anything you desperately need to get off your chest for the next 5 or 10 minutes while Peter's here, we'll fire it in his direction. I appreciate it's almost like you've been rat-a-tat-tat since you came in, Peter.
But listen, Peter, today, from your playing days to today, and we were talking with Jeff Arnold, and bowlers are hugely important to the county cricket.
O'Neill past David Mills' right shoulder. This is worked around to the leg side by Tall Paul. 30 for 1.
It is very different managing a bowler, and the ECB have said to you, we don't want you using tongue for the moment, maybe next week, maybe. How would you like to describe the management of bowlers today compared to yesteryear, our era, the greats you played with? Because a lot of the people listening from yesteryear will say there isn't much different. John Lever used to play every game for 24 games a season. There is a little bit of a difference. If you could, I mean, S&Cs are involved, the medics and science as well, but we still have those stress fractures.
Yeah, we do, and I think, you always feel for some bowlers seem to pick up more than others, and I think you're hoping that the bowler himself is lucky enough to be one of the guys that his body can take it. There's always a challenge with bowling, because I think the science tells us physical maturity for a man is more in his mid-20s. And the good ones come through at 18, 19, 20, and they're putting a huge amount of strain in their body.
Pennington in to start. Sorry, it's not Pennington.
It's Lyndon James.
Lyndon James, change of bowling. Number 8 on his back as he bowls the first ball through, and there is no run.
And I think you're trying to get him through. Lyndon James, good example of a young fella who had to go through the back sort of thing for the first 2 or 3 years of his career, had to be looked after a bit. Now he's got much more free rein just to play and bowl. I think if we get it wrong, we get obsessed with workload and whatever, so the lads can't do the skill work. There's always a balance to it.
Lyndon James in, right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, who plays up to mid-off, off the front foot, no run.
There's a danger we know too much sometimes, isn't there? I think that now in the world of the knowledge about what causes injuries, scans and everything, there's such a fine balance to it. But I think trying to look after your bowler, so what's happened with Josh Tong, played the last game, first game he's played for a long time, to miss this next game, and that's through the advice of really the ECB, still makes sense really. He's got another game coming up at Edgbaston in a week's time, so
James bowls, and this is down the leg side. They're going to stop it going for 4 as Walter calls his partner back for the second run. Sensible cricket, good looking shot from Walter. He moves on to 13 and the score 32 for 1.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we obviously play this. We all county cricket plays this batch of games. Sort of, we're playing 6-7 games over a couple of months. So the volume's going to keep going. For any quick bowler to keep playing all those games is going to be quite tough. So they're going to need some management. You just hope the management's done in the right sort of way.
James in. This time he's played in the air, playing across it really, looking to play leg side, and he's got a leading edge, but it falls short of cover, where I think it's Farhan Ahmed who is fielding there, and there is no run.
And I think I'd say to any supporter, you've got to know with someone like Tongi, who's centrally contracted by the ECB, it's now a shared responsibility in some ways, because the ECB are paying his salary, so they've got a big say in how we can use him at the time during the season.
In comes James, bowls, and this is clipped into the leg side. They're looking for 1. They may look for 2, may go for 4. That's gone across the square very quickly on the longer side of the boundaries, and Essex pick up 4. Good looking shot from Paul Walter.
I think it's probably fair to say, Peter, Asiba Mead just suddenly decided to make a bowling change after 79 overs on Monday. And Josh not got on again. It's understandable. He's not played for 18 months or whatever, and he by his own admission he was a little rusty and whatever. But those 2 overs, suddenly everybody's got him down as man of the match, and there's been no end of headlines about him.
James bowls, and this is parried at short mid-wicket, but there is no run.
If you wanted the very definition of somebody with that little bit of X factor, it was those 2 overs, because it was drifting towards a draw, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think 4 wickets in 12 balls. It's the value of pace. The 2 things I would say to win a 4-day game, if it's a tight game like that one was, you need to accelerate the game somewhere. And normally the 2 most obvious accelerators of 4-day cricket are an outstanding spinner or a quick bowler, someone who's got extra pace, because they can disturb the opposition, and the pitch is less relevant often for that quality. That's exactly what we saw. We worked nearly 3 hours to get a wicket, and we got 1, and then suddenly for a new batter coming in facing Josh bowling that pace was really challenging, and he bowled beautifully.
Fergus O'Neill to bowl to Tom Wesley, who's yet to get off the mark, defends out onto the offside.
So, I mean, yeah, you're dead right, and we'd love to have him this game, we'd love to have him next game, and I think we, like most things, I think we understand that he's come back from probably 6 to 15 months off or whatever, and we need to manage that. We want to get him on the park as much as we possibly can, but it's really pleasing because what we saw through the game, he got better nearly every spell he bowled. He bowled 40 plus overs, and he was as quick at his last spell as his first, so he's ticked every box you'd want him to do as a player.
O'Neill in once more, and this is steered to backward point. I guess there's the danger that they could really light fire in the early part of the season, both Tong and Pennington, and suddenly the county side is, hang on a minute, we've got Brett Hutton, we've got Conor McCurr who's just signed, but that would leave a big hole, wouldn't it? I guess that's the danger.
It would, and it's part of the beauty. I mean, you want to see your players play, and we always want to see.
There's O'Neill as well. This is whipped away wristily on the leg side, so Wesley's off the mark, probably going to be cut off. Brett Hutton's had a bit of a chase out there. The boundary rope was sliding there. That was one that probably a TV umpire would have a little look at, but it's all fine and dandy. Wesley off the mark with 3:39 for 1. It's a bit of rope movement there, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think he released the ball though. Dave, give him his due. Experienced pro that he is, Brett.
Difficult to see, but.
What I've seen about Fergus O'Neill, there's a little bit, and this is the first time I've ever seen him bowl. For me, there's a little bit of the old Australian bowler Ryan.
Yeah,
Ryan Harris. There's a little bit.
He bowls now, and it's whipped away on the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs for Paul Walter. Turns it away behind square. He just dragged that down the leg side. You're not telling me that after yesterday, when you said you would watch any cricket in the world, that you've not been watching the Big Bash?
I have, and I've seen Peter Moore's there. I was going to say great whitish hair. We've all gone white these days, but I've been watching and wishing him well. Melbourne Stars. Tell me how that came about.
They advertised for a coach, and I applied because that sort of franchise world, I hadn't done much in it.
Neil bowls, and this is worked away again on the leg side for runs by Walter. We'll just get 1 this time. And
I thought, yeah, why not? So I went in for it. I think, if I'm honest, I think I got an interview, which was great. And I think in some ways, I don't know if they were expecting to maybe go down that route. My first interview went really well. And then the second interview came along, and I got to the second one, which had people like Glenn Maxwell on it and people like that. So, and it was perfect for me as a coach. They asked cricket questions, which and I'd watched quite a lot of it.
You're great. You're a great talker. A great talker of cricket, Peter.
And got the chance. So, and I've loved it. If I'm honest, I've loved it because of the players, really.
Here's O'Neill in and bowls, and this is turned on the leg side by a singer. You just mentioned Glenn Maxwell. I half expected you to come back with him and Glenn sign here, and you'd got him, but I won't necessarily say it's second prize. You've got somebody who I value in T20 cricket just as highly. You've come back with Moses Henriquez for the blast.
Yeah, we've got two, I think, really good, what I was experienced, quality players in Daniel Sams and Moses Henriquez. I mean, two really good players.
Well, Daniel Sams played for Essex for a few years.
Yeah.
Cracking cricketer. Devastating with the bat at times, but also a very slick, skilled white ball operator with the ball.
And he brings what we need in that squad, really. The T20 cricket, it lacked a bit of what I would say, it's a senior pro.
A Dan Christian type.
Dan Christian, very matter-of-fact cricketers who just basically add something in every department. They bat, they bowl, they field. They're good, quality players, and other people can learn off them, and they'll call a spade, which is what you needed to do. And we were in a bit of a transition last year. We'd let a lot of players go, and it was definitely a learning year last year.
James is in, Lyndon James, and he bowls, and this is played up to mid-on. Wesley enjoying playing onto the leg side, but he can't piss the gap.
If I can just jump in, Don, a second, because I did ask if anybody got any questions for Peter. Andy Easom. Yeah, two-parter, Dave. Whilst you've got Peter there, are the temporary dressing room facilities going down well with everyone? Part one. And part two, how's Tom at the start of the season not playing just a white ball contract? Will he be playing any club cricket? Where is he? What's he doing? Is he playing cricket?
This ball go through first, Lyndon.
Driven into the leg side. There is no run.
Yeah, so dressing rooms wise, they've gone down great, to be fair. So credit to the club. They do a lot of things really well here, and that's one. They've used some of the old corporate boxes to make into a dressing room, and we've had John, who's our sort of maintenance guy, Booney, who's the dressing room. Lots of people working tirelessly to make all that together.
Got showers sorted out.
Showers.
Yeah.
They've done a great job on the showers. So we're all set really.
James in, two slips waiting. Wesley drives in the offside, but he finds the fielder along the floor. There is no run, 45 for 1.
And we probably get a little bit more space. I mean, I think what's quite exciting is you look across at the pavilion now, all shrouded in white sheeting, and everybody's wondering what's going on behind it. So I think, the lads will be excited when they can get back over there, because there's something about the tradition of that place that's fantastic. But I think as a temporary home, it's gone down really well.
I presume when we're not here, there's lots and lots of workmen and labourers at the far end working very hard.
James in, right arm over, clipped into the leg side, which is one of Wesley's favoured shots. That is a single to the Fox stand, where there is a fielder in front of it on square, 46 for 1.
Well, the sheeting's there for a reason, I think, so they can work in there. So it's a weekend now, they're not working, I don't think, today, but in the week they've been working there to try and keep that moving, because like everything, obviously we started with 2 home games. They don't want to lay them all off, so they've been working behind it. And it's exciting. It's needed it for a while, so it's an exciting project, I think, for everybody.
Biggest sight screen I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It is, isn't it? James is in, bowls. This is forced off the back foot, back down to the bowler. Nice and straight, well played, Paul Water, 48 for 1.
I'm on the second part of the question. Tom, yeah, he's on great form at the moment. I think, it's quite a big decision for him to step away. I think he knew we'd signed Kyle, and Kyle had done so well last year. So I think he made the choice. It's his best format to stay, so he can really try and focus on that and work on that side of his game. Yes, he wants to play some club cricket, so at the moment he's just working through that.
In he comes, the bowler. And there's, it was a play and a miss, but I think he's played outside of the line of the ball, which has just come back to the left-handed Paul Water. Good delivery, slightly ambitious shot, 48 for 1.
Like all these things, we have players, so like Tom was in actually on Wednesday doing some work with Ben Duckett, was in on Wednesday. Always behind the scenes, there's players who you might not be seeing yet who are getting ready. We've got Daniel Sams and Moses Henriquez, we spoke about earlier. Both of them are coming over early because it's the first time here to get into it a little bit before the tournament, which is very exciting. In
comes James, he bowls. This is straight, respected by Water. That concludes the over, the 15th over, and it's 48 for 1.
I see Luke Fletcher's playing club cricket this weekend. He's gone back to his old club and captaining Papelwick and Limby. You don't want to be running into him as a young
no.
as a young wannabe, do you?
No, and Luke, Luke's been brilliant for us, and it's great to see him now doing some work, some coaching with the Blaze, moving to a different career, doing some work at Papelwick, and now playing a game, because he's got a lot to offer this game, that's for sure.
really appreciate you coming up. I know we're knocking on the door of 1 o'clock, Peter, and I'm sure you want to get down and have a few words with your players. You know where we are now. I hope it's not been too tortuous.
One question I've got to ask you is, going back to your younger days when and of course you're a fatherly figure to so many teenagers or young men in their 20s, 21, 22. They're still young. Emotionally, that must be challenging for you as part of your job, which you have to do. But obviously, when you were younger, you were going to places like South Africa. And give us a story from your South African days. That's close. Oh.
First ball, Brett Hutton. First ball of the season. Hutton strikes. Spoke to him pre-match. Nothing much to live up to, Dave. Josh Tong got a 5 for and a 50, and they bring me in for the England man. A lot to live up to. Well, my word, he's made a good start. LBW, and Tom Westley is out, and Essex are 48 for 2.
Yeah, I'm so pleased for Brett. I mean, again, behind the scenes, I think Brett, by his own admission, would probably say last winter's prep he didn't quite get it right, and he hit the season not exactly where he wanted it to be. This winter he's worked really hard. Bit unlucky to pick up a niggle on the pre-season trip, and he's had to do his work again to get into the team. We know a fit and strong Brett Hutton. We've seen it before. He's a fine cricketer, so it's great to have him back in amongst us, and he's a great bowler to have, I think, on this sort of pitch, when hopefully it'll just seam around a little bit as the day goes on.
48 for 2. You're going to enjoy your lunch in a moment with your teammates, but just your first winter away, I think it was in
my first
Orange Free State.
My first winter was Zimbabwe with Graham Hick, who came over on a scholarship.
Yes.
And he played in the Birmingham League, and I think at one point he'd had 7 innings, 600s, of which 5 of those hundreds were not out. And he was another phenomenal 17, 18-year-old, and then we signed him. I went back that winter with him and coached over there, played for Old Hararians, actually.
Yes.
Davy Houghton was the captain.
Yeah.
And my education really began in that, 1, how to eat steak, 2, biltong, 3, drink castle.
4, Lake Kariba.
Lake Kariba, fishing on Lake Kariba. A guy called Dennis Straight took me out there in his boat. It was fantastic.
Yes.
And generally, Davey was a great man as well, brilliant player. But you saw a different side of life, and I was a townie from Macclesfield, and suddenly I'm out there in Zimbabwe, and we're in this elephants walking around, and I'm free, and it was great fun. And Hickey's he's a good mate ever since. Fantastic.
2 more quick ones. I don't know if you know Nick Shaw, Wymeswold.
I do.
If Tom leads a club, we need him, says Nick Shaw. That's 1. And T says, absolutely loved listening to Peter. Please try and drag him in once again, Dave. So there you are. That's just a little bit of feedback from our listeners. Thank you ever so much for coming up.
No problem.
So you went to South Africa. Where were you playing, and who was part of your team?
I played in the Free State team.
In the Curry Cup.
Really lucky. We won the day-night Benton and Edges series in 88, 89.
I remember.
Alan Donald, Curry Van Sale opening the bowling. 2 fantastic players. But Alan's a good mate. Alan Donald, great mate over the years. White Lightning. He was, as a young keeper, brilliant to keep to.
Was Franklin there then? Because
Franklin
he's
came
talked about those 2 names, yeah.
Just came after, actually, Franklin.
Hutton bowls to the new man, who is Jordan Cox, fresh off a big 100 last week. Drops this on the leg side.
Must be most memorable, that kind of a winter, playing a Curry Cup cricket, the night series, the barbecues, the braais in the evening when the evening cricket was going on, and a bowling attack like that, Corrie Van Zyl, Alan Donald, to keep to them.
Yeah, I mean, like most things in the game, you always look back and you think you're very lucky to get those chances.
Great start for Brett Hutton. Pitches this up and it's drilled back to him. 48 for 2. We've got about 5 minutes to go until lunch, so
yeah,
maybe this over.
But I remember that partly we won it against a very good Western Province team at Newlands.
Kirsten
and Ali Bakker actually was presented the trophy back in the day, and Hansi Crenier was a big young player. But yeah, so great times. And I think going abroad, I think you've done it, Don, you learn a lot.
The university of life.
Yeah, it is.
It's Hutton. Bowls turned on the leg side.
Right, gents, I'm going to have to leave you and go and
Listen,
see the boys
it's
in a minute.
been an absolute... Hang on,
mate.
I'm going to take the picture of the 3 of us, because this is... What a crew. This is absolutely brilliant, this is.
I dragged him across the river last night to watch Notts County.
Did you?
Yeah. You don't want me. Come on, you 2. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. we'll put that picture up later.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Peter, ever so much
Thank
for
you.
coming in. Good luck for the rest of the season. We'll hopefully try and drag the boss in once again. Some point, 48 for 2. Many thanks for Don as well for keeping the questions coming. Helena felt that was a hard workout. Rat-a-tat-tat.
No.
Lots of questions, but lovely to hear from Peter.
But he's a good
all
talker.
Aspects of the game, yeah, very much so.
And he loves the game of cricket.
He does.
From the age of 17 and 18 when I first roomed with him.
That oozes out of him as Hutton bowls. What a start for Brett Hutton. Then he begins with a wicket maiden, and Trent Bridge rises to acclaim one of their own. 48 for 2. Essex in this session have lost Charlie Allison, LBW, to Fergus O'Neill for 11. That was 22 for 1, and in that over Tom Wesley, LBW, to Brett Hutton for 5. 48 for 2. And I guess we've probably just got time for one over before lunch. Earlier, Notts were bowled out for 347 in their first innings. Kyle Verreynne 128 not out. So at the moment, in County Championship cricket, he has scored 377 runs for once out. It's not a bad old average.
Beautiful, that is. As we see James coming in to bowl, and this is driven in the offside, bit of width, and Paul Walter will be credited 4 runs. That was a good looking shot just before lunch. 52 for 2. Walter has 26. Cox yet to score. He's played beautifully in his one innings last week. It was a class above last week when he scored a century, and a decent century against Surrey. Essex will be hoping for him to do the same today. James is in, bowls. This is played on the front foot. Walter plays up to mid-on. There is no run. Sir, may I ask if you would excuse me, because I've got an update.
Yes, of course.
Is that all right?
It is. The 2 hours have absolutely flown by. Thank you very much for just having a little word with Peter, and as I say, keeping the conversation flowing. Justin Seaman, the latest, just to send his thoughts. Great listen to Peter, says Justin. Great to get him on. 52 for 2. This is dropped on the leg side. The one advantage we've got this year with regards to getting the coaches is this side of the ground, because I know Peter likes to sit on his perch at the far end behind the bowler's arm and watch every ball of the day's play from the far end. Obviously, when the dressing rooms are at the pavilion, it's a bit of a walk to come all the way round to the ground, and when you're in charge of everything as well, there's always the likelihood you might need to dash back. So understood. Peter, always happy to give an interview at the close of play, but he's come and joined us for an hour or so. There's another no ball there. Notts have, again, just been a little tardy in that respect this morning, as the Essex total goes to 52 for 2. Knocking on the door of 1 o'clock. Calvin Harrison is 31 not out, by the way, now for Northants. At the other end, Lewis McManus is on 82. Northants in Division 2, 452 for 7 at Old Trafford. Division 1, Durham made 387. Warwickshire 27 without loss at the Oval. Surrey 253. Hampshire 86 for 3 in reply there. In fact, they'll just lose another wicket as I refresh it. It's 97 for 4 now as this is wide of the off stump. Sussex made 294. They've gone for lunch because they've just bowled Somerset out for 201. So a lead of 93 for Sussex there. Yorkshire made 456. Decent batting track clearly at Headingley, because Worcestershire 68 without loss. Division 2, Gloucestershire bat on. 486 for 7 at Bristol against Glamorgan. It's James round the wicket, and a play and a miss from Paul Walter. Middlesex in their second innings at Canterbury are 27 for 2, so they lead Kent by 31. I've given you the Northants score at Old Trafford, and the one other game is Leicester, where the home side made 484. Derbyshire in reply of 53 for 3. So you're up to speed with everything that's going on. I just wonder where the music was coming from then, but of course Forest at home this afternoon. I think they've turned the tannoys on already. 54 for 2 As Lyndon James bowls wide of the off stump, and that's the end of the over, and that's going to be lunch here at Trent Bridge, with Essex 54 for 2 after 17 overs, with Paul Walter 26 not out, Jordan Cox yet to get off the mark, with Charlie Allison out for 11 and Tom Wesley out for 5. Notts 347, so they added 19 runs for the loss of Farhan Ahmed for 31, Dylan Pennington last out for 1, Verena 128 not out, and Essex 54 for 2. Hope you've enjoyed the morning. I've very much enjoyed watching the cricket and sharing the conversation with Don Topley and Notts head coach Peter Moores. I hope you have too. Enjoy your lunch. And when the players return in about 40 minutes time, so will the commentary. If you're able to do so, we'd very much enjoy your company then. At lunch, Essex here in their first innings, 54 for 2. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. After a very enjoyable morning session, we are knocking on the door of session 5 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Notts and Essex. Nottinghamshire 347 all out, and Essex at lunch in their first innings in response. 54 for 2. Charlie Allison and Tom Westley have been dismissed. Wickets for Fergus O'Neill and Brett Hutton. The undefeated Essex batters are Paul Walter and Jordan Cox. Very good afternoon, I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. From BBC Essex, our good chum Don Topley is just nestling in alongside me on the third floor of the Radcliffe Road stand here, looking out on one of the really fabulous sights, I guess, certainly in UK cricket. Many would say world cricket. Certainly one of the loveliest grounds to come and visit, and there's plenty of people that have come along today. Our umpires, David Milnes, Peter Hartley, they're out in the middle, got their sun hats on. Nice warm day in the East Midlands, and the players just slowly making their way out there and getting themselves organised for the start of the afternoon session. It's going to be Brett Hutton to bowl the first over of this afternoon session. Hutton's figures: 1 over, 1 maiden, 1 for none, and even better than that, the wicket came from his very first delivery, and didn't play in the first match of the season against Durham last week, so what a way to start his season. He's going to bowl to Jordan Cox at the start of the afternoon. First ball is pitched up, and this is driven up to mid-on and fielded by Fergus O'Neill. We're underway. 54 for 2 as Don joins me, having hopefully had a nice enough lunch. Welcome back.
Thank you, David. Yeah, no, tremendous lunch. I had a pie again, beef brisket, new potatoes, fresh vegetables. All very good.
As they're looking after you. Here's Hutton, not the longest run. Bowls again to Jordan Cox, who defends. He'll just keep nagging away, attacking that off stump. Traditional line and length bowler Brett Hutton, as he was the leading wicket taker in the country 2 years ago. Nottinghamshire's player of the season. Last year, injury disrupted campaign. Didn't play more than half a dozen games or so, and to sit out last week, but eager to make his mark now. He's in and bowls, and Cox turns this on the leg side, and there's no run. Fielded by Jack Haynes. 54 for 2. Just 2 slips. It's a 5-4 offside field, so there's clue or two there that he'll be bowling fairly full and straight. The opportunity to whip the ball away on the leg side. He just gets it slightly wrong, and on this occasion it is turned to leg. Jack Haynes doing the fielding. 54 for 2. This morning, Notts began the day on 328 for 8. They lost Farhan Ahmed for 31. And then Dylan Pennington out for 1. Kyle Verreynne at 128 not out. A fabulous knock from the South African wicketkeeper. 347 all out. Essex 54 for 2 as Cox pushes this back again to Brett Hutton. And there's 1 ball left in the over. Noise building up behind us, keep getting blasts of loud music and cheering and whatever. Nottingham Forest are at home this afternoon. Just behind us, the noise will intensify as we get closer to kick-off. Playing Everton, and of course we've no longer got our resident Everton supporter here at Trent Bridge as a motorbike goes past. Hutton bowls and Cox defends end of the over. 54 for 2. Jake Ball's moved on to Somerset. He was is probably the only Everton supporter I actually know, but big Toffees fan. He'll be so he's not playing in the Somerset side again, but from afar he'll be following events from over the road this afternoon. 54 for 2. A number of people inside the ground this morning in Forest shirts. I guess many of them have just started to head across. There's perhaps one or two. I can see one or two red shirts around the ground without getting the binoculars. Yeah, there's a couple in the William Clark stand in the bright red Nottingham Forest shirt. Let's have a look. Fox Road, sorry, the Larwood and Vose, there's a couple there as well. 54 for 2. There's Lyndon James round the wicket, and the first runs of the afternoon are going to be a boundary, I think. Fergus O'Neill, well, he's dragged it back. That's brilliant work by the Australian. A couple of runs to Paul Walter, whipping that away. Just got up holding his right elbow there, Fergus O'Neill. That was a good stop. Are we all right, Dan? Don?
We are. I'm just tweeting,
okay,
if it's possible, to include a nice picture of the commentary box with Peter Moores from before lunch.
Very nice indeed.
You know, I thought it would be appropriate to publicly thank him for his time.
Next ball on its way past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Producer Kirsty says even cameraman Spence has changed into his Forest shirt. There's Spence. He's by the Fox Road stand. There he is. We've got a couple of Nottinghamshire county flags there as well, just to Spence's right hand side. That's usually Rick Morley who brings one of them. Don't know who brings the other one. Don't know if Chris is on the ground, but Spence down there is in red. 58 for 2. There's Lyndon James, and playing with soft hands. Paul Walter guides it down to third man, gets a single or two. Perhaps at the end of the over we might just get a shot of one or two of these Forest shirts before they leave us for the afternoon, no doubt. 59 for 2 Essex, Paul Walter 29, Jordan Cox yet to score. Nottinghamshire will be eager to break this partnership, but there's still some very fine players to come. Matt Critchley listed at 5, Michael Pepper at 6. Both of those two scored centuries last week. Noah Thane, a young, highly talented all-rounder, making his way in the game, doing at 7. And then Simon Harmer, who certainly knows which end of the bat to hold. This is played to backward point, fielded by Jack Haynes. Shane Snater, another proper all-rounder. Sam Cook and Jamie Porter can frustrate sides as well. So hard, I fancy hard, at least a couple of sessions ahead of Nottinghamshire today, and may even have to come back and carry on tomorrow. 59 for 2. Jordan Cox has now faced a dozen deliveries, still looking for his first run as Lyndon James bowls to him, and it's now 13 dot balls as he just plays this out onto the offside. Andy Easom's been in touch. Afternoon, Dave. The less said about proceedings at Meadow Lane last night, the better. Yeah, we're not going to touch on that, Andy. He said, referring back to Brian Charles Lara's record-breaking innings, because he had 2, didn't he? He beat Sobers, and then a few years later, after Matthew Hayden had got it back, this is down the leg side, taken by Verena, then he snatched it back. Sobers was 365. Lara got 375. I can't remember what Hayden got, but he beat Lara, and then Lara snatched it back 20. What did we say?
Both times against England, wasn't it?
21 years ago.
Hayden got his against Zimbabwe, I think.
So referring back to Brian Charles Lara's record-breaking innings, it was the most, I know, because I was their moment of my life. I was in Chicky's disco stand at the Antigua Recreation Ground as James bowls, and this one gets big, and it's gone for 4 somethings down the leg side. It's runs for Jordan Cox. That one took off and shot down the leg side. Verena no chance, and a boundary. There's a couple of red Nottingham Forest home shirts on the live stream. Look away now, Magpies fans. Andy Easom says is it Wadadley? Beers flowing, and I met gravy at his stall. There's another one. You can imagine all these in red. Are probably going to wander over the road. I guess some of them perhaps frustrated they can't get a ticket. There's another one. There's a goodly number in anyway. this afternoon. Halcyon days compared to much of the last 30 years or so for Forest. Couple there in the William Clark stand. 63 for 2. As Tom Jones sang, it's not unusual to have football fans in their shirts and then disappear, watch the game and then come back. Here's Hutton. Are you with us?
No, I'm with you. Hutton bowls. It's pushed into the onside, fielded by James. There is no run. What did you have for lunch?
Pack up.
Did you? Who does that? Do you do that in the morning, or does Mrs. B do it for you?
I was royally treated.
Really?
Because, as you know, I was at the footy with you last night when I got in. Said, I've done your pack up. It's in the fridge. So,
oh, what did she pack up with you as Hutton comes in? Right arm over, forced off the back foot. It goes into the vacant third man and will run away for 4 towards the Batman scoreboard. 4 more runs to Essex, and in particular Water, 29 to him now, 67 for 2.
Well, not that it's the most interesting revelation, but there was a bit of cheese. There was cheese sandwiches. There was a sausage roll.
Did you?
A bit of pork pie, and I had a yoghurt.
Very good. At home, you haven't been to Essex with me for a few times, but I often bring some Suffolk cheeses in. And last week for Mark Church and Kevin Howells, as Brett Hutton bowls, played on the front foot by Walter. There is no run. I brought in some Bungay Redwark cheese. It's like an English brie cheese.
Oh, right.
If you like your brie, and it's quite creamy.
I don't mind
It's
too
from
much
Bungay in Suffolk.
on a cracker.
Yeah.
Get it bang it on a cracker.
Yeah, yeah. And we had some Scotch eggs and pork pies, all made locally in Hadley High Street. Hutton bowls. This is fielded on his follow-through. One hand, one bounce, but he drops it. But it did bounce him before the bowler had followed through. Yeah, some Scotch eggs and pork pies which are made on the premises. And if you go in there early, the Scotch eggs are still warm.
Well, 3 or 4 weeks ago, on football duty with my co-commentator Mark Stallard, we had to go all the way down to London the night before, and we had a starter apiece, and we had the warm Scotch eggs, which were delicious.
As this is driven a little too straight from Brett Hutton, and Paul Water negotiates a single, plays it into towards the Fox stand, Fox Road stand, which is sort of deep mid wicket, short boundary, but he just collects the single. 68 for 2.
It's a great skill to be able to cut the warm Scotch egg in half and then see the yolk still ooze out. It's
yeah, you need the right knife. Unfortunately, I fail with that one. But I do like it.
But it's the cooking. So how do they? I don't know how do they cook it and still keep the yolk running? Is Hutton.
Plays down to third man. I think they're going to benefit from 4 runs. Jordan Cox, yep, he gets 4. He moves to 8, scores 72 for 2.
It's like one of those, I forget what they are, the desserts, the gooey chocolatey desserts that you cut in half and then they ooze out. Absolutely delicious.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. I'm not a massive dessert fan. I'll eat a dessert if it's presented. But I'll often have a starter. I've probably got a savoury taste rather than a sweet tooth. But Scotch eggs, sausage rolls, gosh.
Just the job. 72 for 2. Essex. They'll have been a little disappointed, I guess, to lose their skipper, talisman. Tom Wesley just before lunch. I think 1 down at the interval. Okay, you can just about accept that.
Yes. As Lyndon James comes through. That's a good delivery, left alone by Walter, been watchful, respectful there as he shoulders arm. It does bounce. He's a tall man, is the bowler, and he's an even taller batsman, Paul Water, who leaves that through. He's on 34, made 95 I think it was last week against Surrey.
Calvin Harrison, mentioned him a couple of times this morning. He's on loan from Notts with Northants, making his debut for them today. He's 40 not out with the bat. 472 for 7 the score.
That's good. Oh, and the delivery there, I just nearly missed that. Was that a play and a miss?
It was a play and a miss, yeah.
As he's trying to play a slightly forcing shot, but doesn't get a nick on it.
Joe Clark at first slip, Freddie McCann at second. Interesting to, well, I was to talk to Joe Clark last week about not wearing pads, and then here Peter Moore's obviously a very long established wicket keeper of huge repute. Talk about it as well this morning.
James Bowles outside off stump, going a little wider, so Paul Walter sensibly and watchfully allows it to go through to the keeper. No run. James halfway through his 5th over. I think he's gone for about 24.
Said a time or two last week, I genuinely thought it was in the regulations that you know, the wicket keeper should be properly attired, but clearly not. You don't have to wear pads if you don't want to.
In comes James round the wicket to the left-hander, who forces it into the leg side, which is collected on one-handed by the bowler on his follow-through. Well, that's right. Can you imagine all those club cricketers that we know who are wicket keepers, where they often keep their hands away and just leave their legs there and allow the ball on a very poor throw to cannon off their legs?
You'd soon have bruised shins, wouldn't you?
I don't think club cricketers should try and leave off the pads. They should keep hold of them. This is driven powerfully up to mid-on. Good looking shot, but he finds the fielder, the captain, where there is no run. Good looking shot from Walter.
Used to make the American forces laugh when I was in the RAF. We used to work with the Americans and would sort of have an annual games day or whatever and play baseball, and
yes,
the Americans would howl with laughter when if say I was out in the deep and there was a ball hit away up in the air, I'd throw the baseball mitt off and catch the ball in my bare hands.
James Bowles, little bit of which that might run away for... Oh, well fielded by Slater. That is a terrific bit of fielding. The little fellow's run square towards square on the offside, and he ended up from sort of third man to sort of backward point on the boundary, and he dived, and he was just probably inches between it before it was nearly crossing the boundary, but he dives and just parries it inside. What a terrific bit of fielding, and he saves his side 3 runs, I suspect.
Yeah, great work indeed. Yeah, I know it's all part of the fielding drills now with the old baseball mitt on, but I could never catch it. It was like one of those big foam hands whenever I put a baseball mitt on, but much easier to throw the mitt away and catch the ball as it drops out the sky. Here's Hutton bowling to Walter, and he drills it up to mid-off, 73 for 2. Talking yesterday, never really got my head round baseball in any way, shape or form. I know you said you'd been and watched it and enjoyed
Dodger
watching
Stadium.
it. Yeah.
The Dodger Stadium, which is very near the observatory, and is it Griffin Park?
Don't know.
Griffin Park in Los Angeles.
Can't help you.
It's an old baseball stadium, but it's phenomenal.
Hutton bowls, Walter wristily whips this onto the leg side out to Farhan, only a single. 74 for 2 is the Essex score, replying to Nottinghamshire's 347.
And Los Angeles are trying to get a little bit more in cricket, about an hour and a half down the road south, I think it is, and I've forgotten the name, but nonetheless an hour and a half in Los Angeles. You know, they're talking sort of on the outskirts, the suburbs.
Yeah.
But they're building a stadium for the Los Angeles, whatever they're called, a proper cricket stadium. But in one of the areas that suffered the fires recently, as Hutton continues.
Past umpire Milnes. Bowls to the right-handed Cox, helps it away down to long leg for a single, 75 for 2.
Obviously there are, very sadly, all these fires that happened very recently, but in an area, and I've got to get this right, it's not downtown LA, but it's a residential stroke, they call it Woodley, Woodley Park in LA. That is where they are growing, and I mean this, 6 cricket arenas within the parkland. There's 4 currently up.
75 for 2. Next ball is punch to mid-on, no run.
Obviously, the Americans are still quite new to cricket, but the Bangladeshis one weekend, the Indians the next weekend, the Pakistanis, Sri Lankans, there are so many communities that are looking to play cricket and that you can rent the facilities. There are 4 pitches already up and running.
Hutton once more. Balls Wesley defence.
We went there. There's some concrete nets, and I took Reese, or Reese took me, and he was just returning to have a little bowl. And of course, loads of these communities were using the nets, and they were absolutely surprised to see us both there. But they've got 4 cricket grounds which look like English cricket grounds with tree lines, all around the arenas.
There's Hutton bowls, and Paul Walter wristily works it to the leg, out to Farhan Ahmed. The last, was it T20 or 50 over? It was T20, wasn't it? The last World Cup. They had
was played
games in New York and in Florida and in Texas.
North Carolina.
Did they as well? But the New York one was a stadium that was just built for that and then dismantled, wasn't it?
It was. The pitches were shipped from Australia to somewhere like Boston, and then they were put on the back of lorries. But this Woodley Park has got 4 cricket grounds. The pitches are probably better than English club pitches. They haven't got the pavilion, so one pavilion will look after. They just put little part-time marquees up, temporary marquees up, as James comes in. 2 slips are waiting. This is a good delivery, which forced Walter to play. The left-hander came forward, and it just a little bit of bounce as it moved away from the left-hander, and that was a delicious delivery.
Was indeed, yeah.
And so the pavilions, they lack a little bit, but they do have the arenas, as in the boundaries, decent sized boundaries. For the squares are good. I saw games going on. The wickets were a little slow, but they were good. And the cricket was played was pretty well, it was good. It was heartening. This time straighter, played back to Pennington. James on his follow through. There is no run.
I guess there'd be a real mix as well of expats, Asian people that live over there, people of West Indian origin, I guess, as well.
Correct. Kiwis
and the odd Brit.
South Africans. Just look at the makeup of the US side, which is pretty typifies what's happening.
I think we were talking last week with Martin Emerson, wasn't it? Didn't Liam Plunkett go over there?
He's still there. Yes. Fort Lauderdale, I think. This is driven into the floor, and it's a beautifully timed shot, but it's hit it into the floor and it's gone straight up, and where it was stopped at cover, it would have gone for 4 had it been a metre either side. So so I was quite excited with what's happening in America, and I think there's a very strong chance that it really could take hold. And obviously we know that it's very much the South Asian community which are having an effect over there. This time James bowls, it's nice and straight, respected by Walter, back to the bowler, no run. So I was really excited by what they're trying to do, and now with this professional arena being built an hour and a half down the road from central Los Angeles, I think you'll see a little bit more cricket going on. And the problem for English cricket is that the American cricket will play in the same summer as ours.
Yes, yeah.
We've had it our own way for years, decades. This is clipped off his legs by Walter, which is going to run away. Well fielded at deep square leg, where Walter calls his partner back for the second run. Good cricket from Essex, 78 for 2. So they good luck to them, but it does have an impact for years and decades or centuries, where we've played cricket in the Northern Hemisphere in our summer, where we've been alone, where we no longer have cricket in just our summer and alone. Other countries want to have their piece of the pie. In comes the blonde James, who bowls, and Walter's driven into the offside, finds a fielder. There is no run. End of the over, 78 for 2. Walter 39, Cox 9. Well, you'll be pleased. You like America, don't you?
Yeah, I've not actually been that many times.
What, with American football?
Yeah, well, I like the NFL. Been to New York twice. I've been to Washington. I've been to Florida, and that's my lot. I've never been over to the West Coast. Have you done the Hollywood tour and all that? Go around the celebrity houses.
Yeah,
do you know me? I'm done.
Kind of.
There's Hutton into Jordan Cox and bowls, and it was just too leggy, this one. It just deflected fine down the leg side. It effectively amounts to a free hit, just tickles away. 82 for 2. We're doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners in a moment. They're into their match day programme. Obviously, Nottingham Forest versus Everton is the feature game this afternoon. So Cox on to 13 with that boundary. Brett Hutton just a little annoyed with himself, just letting that one drift down the leg side. Here comes Hutton again to bowl to Jordan Cox, and again leg sidey, and this time played away square of the wicket. Couple of runs, 86 for 2. Yeah, really good match. It's really enjoyable. Two sides slugging it out. Essex at the moment 84 for 2. This morning Nottinghamshire, of course, resuming from their overnight 328 for 8. They lost Farhan Ahmed, the 17-year-old, for 31. Dylan Pennington out for 1. A little bit of remorse, really, because Notts fell 3 runs short of reaching 350. That would have got them an extra batting bonus point. But Kyle Verreynne, the South African, brilliant once again. 128 not out. His 4 matches for Notts, he's been out once for a total of 377 runs. So Notts 347 all out, almost from the start. Charlie Allison was dismissed by Fergus O'Neill for 11, and then Brett Hutton, you remember him? Well, he certainly said, don't forget about me. The last game he didn't play, Josh Tong got 5 wickets, Fergus O'Neill got 5 wickets. He was the leading wicket taker in the country a couple of years ago, Brett Hutton, and with his first ball of the morning he dismissed Tom Westley, the Essex skipper. Another boundary there to the visitors. Notts made 347 in the bright sunshine here. Essex are 88 for 2.
What a good report that was, Mr. Bracegirdle. Thorough, informative.
Well, that's for the people who've probably just tuned in to listen to the afternoon sport. Mainly, obviously, to follow the Forest game, but they might have a passing interest. If you had a Venn diagram of football supporters, cricket supporters, there would be quite a lot that would overlap in the middle. Cox 90, the light aeroplane goes over the ground. Here's Hutton bowling, and this is pushed back to the bowler.
Just going back, you were talking about living and different areas of Los Angeles, which have been recently affected by the fires, but part of Hollywood is fine, West Hollywood, and you were talking about celebrities, and you'll be interested to hear this.
Hutton bowls, and there's going to be more runs here as this is just fiddled down to third man by Jordan Cox. It was a case of just opening the face, and the pace on the ball from Hutton helped him just guide it away for a boundary. 92 for 2. Cox on to 23, end of the 24th over.
You can never go anywhere in LA without a bit of history there. Okay, not as much history as perhaps in this country, because we're perhaps a lot older, but Hollywood, you can go to some magnificent hotels which have got lots of history. You can, for instance, Reese, who I told you about, that may one day end up over there when his cricket career finishes. He enjoys the lifestyle and he enjoys the weather. What a cracking weather climate it has all year round. But he found himself playing football at Rod Stewart's. Yes. as James bowls. This brings Walter onto the front foot, slightly late, but he nonetheless negotiates it and plays it back to the bowler, no run. And I'm trying to think of the footballer that used to play for Tottenham, Keane.
Robbie Keane.
Robbie Keane, he's out there and he looks after all of Rod Stewart's football antics. So Rod Stewart, and he plays, and his son plays. So Reece has been going on up to his house on the top of Hollywood Hills before you go down the valley, and that's a short ball bouncer. They're going up for it, but Walter's not interested, nor is the umpire Peter Hartley, and is declared as 1 for the over. No run there. Genuine bumper. He found himself dining with Frank Stallone. He's become a friend of him out in Los Angeles. The more famous brother is Sylvester Stallone. They sound and look alike. As James comes in, this is driven beautifully, quite near a half volley, but it's found the fielder at mid-off, no run. Things like that happen, which are to a penny, really. Because that is the way of the world in Hollywood, Los Angeles. Going up the coast, beautiful. Going up to a place called OJAI. I always pronounce it badly. Ojai, I think it's pronounced, which is inland a little bit. This is driven into the offside, no chance of a run. Good bowling here from James. About 2 hours up the road. You go along the coast, up the highway, because the Pacific Highway runs most of California, from San Francisco all the way down to Los Angeles, all the way down to San Diego. I saw the San Diego Padres a couple of times when they were in town playing the baseball. 2 slips waiting, a ring on the offside, as Porter just politely plays back a good length ball from James to the bowler on his follow-through, no run. Food is terrific in Los Angeles.
I can imagine, yeah. Calvin Harrison's 45 not out. Been watching him for a while, and he might get left high and dry because Lewis McManus, his long-time partner, has just been dismissed for 95. This is the match at Old Trafford where Northants are playing Lancashire. 485 for 9.
James in, it's a short ball, but Walter misses out. He's gone for it, but he fell over a little bit to the offside, and therefore by falling over the ball was probably speared a little bit leg stumpish, so therefore he's got inside the line and wasn't able to make a decent connection. But a run scoring opportunity nonetheless, and the 12thers has come out to attend the 2 Essex batsmen. They're having a drink, I think it is, the 2 Essex lads. Maybe a change of gloves. I don't know who the 12th man is. That's not Nick Brown. I think it might be the young Mackenzie Jones.
His number is 59. Jones, yeah, I've just seen on the binoculars.
A raw young cricketer, thought quite highly, and we'll see. May have to see him at some point sooner than later.
Batter, bowler, all-rounder, do we know?
Does a bit of both.
Right.
Does a bit of both.
Just the job. Going to be Brett Hutton to continue. Either side of lunch, 5 overs, 1 for 26. Elsewhere, quickly, Division 1, Durham made 387, Warwickshire 90 for 2. At the Oval, big game in fancy between Surrey and Hampshire. Hampshire now 123 for 6. Replying to Surrey's 253. Sussex 39 without loss in their second innings at Hove, leading Somerset by 132. And Worcestershire have made a fine start to their first innings. They're 84 without loss at Headingley. Yorkshire made 4-5-6. So Hutton to bowl to Jordan Clark. I'll tell you about Joe Clark in a moment. Jordan Cox, I beg your pardon. This is pushed into the offside. Joe Clark has gone in sort of a silly mid-on. He's very, very close. His left foot is almost touching the cut strip, but not quite. He is in danger of being steamrollered by Paul Walter. If Paul Walter goes for a sharp single, he's going to He's just going to run straight over Joe Clark. 95 for 2 as Houghton bowls to Cox. Turned down to long leg for a single. 93 for 2. Division 2 scores. Gloucestershire continue to rack up the runs at Bristol. They're 531 for 9. That's against Glamorgan. In that 531 for 9, 60 extras, of which 38 no balls. So that's 19 times they've overstepped or transgressed in some way or other.
Do you know any of the guilty parties?
No. Oh, I do.
Hutton's in.
Sangaba, yeah, it's defended. NB must mean no ball. Leonard, 14 runs. So that's 7 times. So is that the ex-Somerset Leonard?
Yes.
Ned Leonard.
Ned Leonard, yes, I think you're right.
So there's 19 no balls, accounting for 38 runs. 14 by Leonard and 5 by Asita Fernando, who played a couple of games for Notts 2 years ago, the Sri Lankan. Is it left armour? All right, I can't remember. Asita Fernando making or playing for Glamorgan at the moment. 93 for 2. It's defended. So that was the start of the Division 2 scores. Middlesex 54 for 2. That's at Canterbury. Middlesex leading Kent by 58. Northants we've mentioned, 485 for 9 now at Old Trafford, and Derbyshire 94 for 4 at Leicestershire. Leicestershire made 484. Division 1 tabletoppers Nottinghamshire in the field here. Houghton bowls to Walter and it's dropped on the leg side. There's no run. I have to say it a time or two, Don, in a session. Tabletoppers Nottinghamshire, because it might not last for long. You know how it is. You know how it is.
Good. You're there on.
Well, they won last week. Yeah, they won last week. Mark the Mod is in touch. You can't beat Boston's Fenway Park for an old school baseball ground. I've also been to the Shea Stadium and the Yankee Stadium in New York. Next ball pushed to wideish mid-off, fielded by Pennington, and there's no run. That's Mark the Mod in Tunbridge. I think he was here yesterday.
Was he?
Mark the Mod. Can't beat Boston's Fenway Park. So there's one for you to tick off, Don, if you've not already been there.
Boston, as in Lincolnshire?
No, New England baseball stadium.
Yeah.
New England.
Not been there. Would that be the Boston Red Sox?
Are you asking me that question?
No, the gentleman who replied to you, Mark.
I don't know. There's a Red Sox and there's a White Sox.
Yes,
there's one
there
Boston and one Chicago. I'm well out of my depth.
It's a big old country.
I'm well out of my depth.
2 slips are still waiting. Cox
Fergus O'Neill's been caught out.
Yes.
He was grazing at what he thought was long leg to the left-hander, and then he looks up and sees that it's Jordan Cox, the right-hander, on strike. So
he's had to 80 metres.
80?
80 metres he's had to travel.
I bet that's 130 from there to there.
Yeah. Well, he's in position. We've had a slight delay because he wasn't in position. He is now. He was probably daydreaming down at fine leg, which became third man. James is in. This is clipped into the leg side, and he finds the fielder does Cox. Shortish backlift. He's a very smart cricketer. Not short on confidence, and he played very well. So he would be confident of his skills at the moment after scoring a very, very fine 100 last week against the Surrey attack. Batting at 4. James coming in quite straight. 2 slips waiting, and this is played into the offside. No run.
You said daydreaming. I noticed on the list of celebrity birthdays today, the late David Cassidy was born on this day. Remember him? Daydream believer.
Yes.
Born on this day, 1950. Sadly, no longer with us. He was one of the pin-ups. In fact,
definitely.
When I was at school, the girls sort of had a choice of David Cassidy, Donny Osmond, or Dave Bracegirdle, and they chose wisely. They didn't have pin-ups of me on the ball.
James in, driven into out slightly as Cox drives up to the captain. Hasib at mid off, no run. Good looking shot, but probably compensated with good hands there. Probably didn't get quite to the pitch of the ball.
On the, just whilst I was having a look at the list of celebrity birthdays, David Letterman is 78 today.
Was he the American
chat show host? Yes. And 93 for 2. Here comes Lyndon James. Here's Don.
As this is bowled and slightly open face of the bat out to backward point, and intelligently they come in for a quick single. Good calling between the Essex pair. 94 for 2.
Do you want my Letterman anecdote?
Go on.
Obviously in the RAF, it's been well documented.
You were in the RAF?
It's been well documented. I had 6 or 7 years in Italy working with the Americans. We had American television.
Where was this?
Every night we had Sardinia, and every night we had the American television. We had the David Letterman show, chat show. There's James.
Comes in, bowls, and there's a play and a miss as he prods forward, misses the ball. The line has changed there. He's just dragged water to off stump and outside. Played a miss, but no alarms.
So it was entertainment. It was, we did watch a lot of Italian television. Once we'd got the hang of the lingo, we'd watch tapes, films and what have you. But generally, we watched the David Letterman show at night. Sort of a catch up with the celebrity guests and the musical guests. And Letterman, a very funny man.
As James comes in, allows it to go through, outside off stump, no run.
And they always said at the end, the David Letterman show, filmed daily from Times Square, New York, free tickets available, morning of screening from the box office at whatever the theatre was in New York. I can't remember. And I always vowed if I go to New York, I'll go to the David Letterman show. 2009 was the first time I went to New York, and I queued that morning outside the theatre for tickets to see the David Letterman show. Went in, and we had a great, you get tickets, free tickets, first come, first serve. Went in. Terry Hatcher,
the author.
No, Teri, the female. I think she was in Desperate Housewives, and wasn't she Lois Lane in the Superman films and all that sort of stuff? Terry Hatcher.
I'm not
right.
Yet.
Okay. Well, she was she was sort of the star guest, and there was an American musical group, and one or two other people didn't know. Anyway, bowling change at this end. Fergus O'Neill's coming back. Get back to the story in a second, because O'Neill's going to bowl to Cox, and this is pushed into the offside. No run. Had a good time, but free tickets to go and watch a live screening of a television show. Coming out, there was a merchandise stall, as you often get in theatres. Bought a David Letterman t-shirt. Okay, so I've been to my show, free show, we enjoyed it, we had a good time. Came out, bought a David Letterman t-shirt. As I said, I've only been to New York twice. Went in 2009, went back in 2011. Same thing, queued for tickets. Next ball on its way, and this is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. 94 for 2. So this, you get there, you're in the queue, you're allocated tickets. Jobs are good, and we got in there. We were on about the second row from the front. Programme started, out came David Letterman, and he had a monologue at the start where he talks about the day's events and this, that and the other. Those of you that remember the Letterman show, as O'Neill bowls, and this is punched through the offside for 4. Lovely looking shot by Cox for a boundary. He'll go to 29, 98 for 2. And halfway through his monologue, he obviously saw me, and I was wearing my David Letterman t-shirt. That's the 50 partnership brought up between Walter and Cox, and sort of stopped saying what he was saying, and hey young man, where do you get the t-shirt? And I said I was here, whatever it was, 2-3 years ago, and got it from your gift shop. So this is going out on American television. This is played on the leg side, and he said, crikey, where's that accent from? And I went, because Americans always say Paris, France, Berlin, Germany. I went, Nottingham, England. And he had a very famous band leader, Paul Schaefer. And I went, Nottingham, England. And he went, on his keyboard. As this is pushed a little single on the offside, 99 for 2. And what are you doing here? Just On holiday, sir, taking in the you know, whatever I said, I don't know, whatever nonsense. And he said, tell me, where did you get that T-shirt? I said, you know, last time we came, we bought it. How much did it cost you? So I've no idea. Too much, is that the right answer? And he went to, obviously, one of his staff or the ushers at the side and went, give that man his money back. And a bloke came up and gave me $20.
Oh, really?
And that went out on American television.
Did it really?
Yeah.
So not only have we got Dave Bracegirdle, cricket commentator, he's an international.
O'Neill Bowles. Yes, I've appeared on the David Letterman show,
Yes,
99
yes.
for 2. But when you think of the audience figures for that, I mean, that was colossal.
It is,
you know,
isn't
live
it?
one went out every night, Monday to Friday for 20, 30 years. You know, along with, you know, they had Jay Leno and Johnny Carson as well, the great chat show hosts in America. But
Brilliant. Listen, I've got to go next door because we have an update to do.
Go and do your update, sir. 99 for 2. Matthew Montgomery's on the field for Nottinghamshire, or let's put it this way until I get the binoculars. It is Monty. I was going to say, or there's a number 14 crept out there. We may be. No, not yet. Still going to be Lyndon James. Just wonder if we might be close to Farhan Ahmed getting a go. James into bowl to Cox. Be a run here, turns it on the leg side for a single. This partnership then beyond 50, and now the 100 comes up. 100 for 2, Essex. Looks as if it's going to be a tough all day for Nottinghamshire. Just starting to get a little warm. Mark the Mod's been in touch. I'll answer you, Mark, when Toppers is back. Andy Easom, a score update for you, Dave. Westbridge Fordians are 134 for 6 off 38 versus Papelwick and Linby. Another single out onto the offside. Fletch took the first wicket. He's got 1 for 7 off 5 overs. Thank you, Andy. Is that a friendly, or is that the start of the Notts Premier League? I'm not sure. I don't think the league season starts for another week or so. Walter 40, Cox 31. This is a good delivery. He's got him. No, he hasn't. There was there's a lot of animation behind the wicket as that one took off from Lyndon James, went over the shoulder of the bat, looked for all the world from the reaction and the beginnings of celebrations from Verena and McCann and Clark behind the wicket, as if that had been edged, but clearly hadn't. And that was a narrow squeak, a narrow squawk for Jordan Cox there on 31. It's a good bit of bowling from Lyndon James, who's now into his 9th over in good rhythm, generating a decent amount of pace. He's in again, and this time much fuller, and Cox defends out onto the offside. Don's back in the room, so we'll attend to that now. Mark the Mod says it's Boston Red Sox, Don, where Babe Ruth played before he was tempted away by the Yankees money. Chicago is the White Sox and the Cubs. So thanks for that, Mark the Mod.
Yes, yeah. I can. I've heard of the Boston Red Sox.
And the Chicago White Sox. 101 for 2. Lyndon James bowls again to Jordan Cox. 101 for 2 as it's pushed into the covers. Men out, Allison for 11, Wesley for 5. But pretty good rebuilding job being undertaken here. Essex still away behind, 246 behind. It's probably going to take them till the end of the day, or even early part of tomorrow morning, to completely wipe that out. At the current scoring rate, they're going along at 3.5 and over. James in again. Cox turns it to leg for a single, and Fergus O'Neill will field. 102 for 2.
I've lost a tweet. I did a tweet with you earlier thanking Peter Moores, and it's just disappeared to the ether.
So you are. You're careless with the ether. 102 for 2. Did you not click send?
I'm sure I did.
seems to be fairly busy over in what is now the members area. I'm talking about the Hound Road stand. Just look at them, they're scurrying about like ants at that far side of the ground. It's a warm afternoon. Wouldn't be surprised if there's decent queues for the cold drinks. Spectators way to our left, very much enjoying the sunshine and also being fairly close to the cricket, playing out towards the Fox Road side of the ground as Fergus O'Neill starts a new over. Do you want to pick up here?
Okie doke. Fergus O'Neill, who got the first wicket, that of Charlie Allison, who was LBW to nil for 11. That was 22 for 1. Quite a long time ago. And then Tom Wesley was adjudged LBW to Hutton's first ball in his first spell. So 2 LBWs and 54 for 2 at lunch. It's moved to 102, so the partnership is worth 54 at the moment, as this time it's nice and straight with a low back lift as Jordan Cox comes down and plays just a very quiet, soft forward defensive no run.
So is there a footy match on BBC Essex?
In
the National League?
Yeah, they are. They had financial issues.
Yep, not so bringing Joe Clark out of the slip cordon. There's only Freddie McCann left there now.
As O'Neill comes in, this is forced off the back foot with not a cross back shot, but he was looking to elevate and go over mid-wicket, but he finds mid-wicket. There is no run. I just did my update to Victoria actually at the ground, so if you do the next ball, I will find out on BBC Football where they are.
I can tell you that good news and bad news. Calvin Harrison is out for Northants. There's this one wide of the off stump, and Cox restrains himself. He's out, but he's out for 56, and Northants are all out for 496. Calvin Harrison on his Northants debut made 56 from 70 balls with 9 fours. So a good knock from Calvin Harrison.
Southend are at home to Solihull in the National League.
Solihull Moors, yeah.
Meanwhile, Victoria must be on a long journey. She's gone down to Newport, who are home to Colchester.
Yeah, I was there a fortnight ago. Next ball is eased into the offside. And there's no run. Jordan Cox on strike on 32.
Newport County.
Yeah.
As was, and I remember them in the league, and then they went out of the league. Back in the day of my childhood.
Yeah, I've done full circle with them. I saw them, I think 3 times at Somerton Park. And disappeared off the radar for 30 years, and then we're back at Rodney Parade.
O'Neill in, right arm over. This is played into the offside watchfully by Jordan Cox to complete the over. 102 for 2. Cox on 32, but Walter, the left-hander, will be on strike with 40. Bowling figures: James 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 31, been effective and economic. And O'Neill, who's got 1 wicket, but he's got 2 maidens to his name, has 9 overs, 1 for 27.
You've got a finger in a lot of pies. Do you give anybody else a realistic chance of toppling Surrey this year?
Yeah, look, I think for Surrey to win a 4th championship is going to be quite remarkable. I mean, that goes back to the days of when Surrey in the 50s and 60s, when Yorkshire won so many, Surrey won so many championships on the trot. Can you do 4?
But you don't look at it like that, do you? It's just about 2025. Are they the best team right now? The one that...
I think they are, and they have the best resources, as in they are plentiful.
Top 6 are all England players, aren't they?
With bowlers as well. They've got plenty of bowlers. They've even got 4 out at the IPL, as Pennington is back in. This is clipped into the leg side. They're going to take one. It's running away for 4 on the long leg side boundary, and that's 4 good runs there to Paul Walter, who moves on to 44 and the score 106 for 2. Just a little too straight from the returning bowler, Dylan Pennington, with number 18 on his back.
So they've got Burns and Sibley and Pope and Smith, the wicket keeper, and Folkes, the other wicket keeper, and Dan Lawrence as a top 6.
They have, yeah. And then after that, you've got Patel, who has scored good runs. Pennington bowls, and this time it's a little, probably more middle and off, which is played back by Walter on the front foot. Yeah, probably lack a little bit of spin bowling if they played on turning wickets. I mean, Dan Lawrence had, who went to Surrey with a view to bowling more than he did when you've got Harmer and Critchley, but from Essex's point of view, they couldn't guarantee the overs, but at Surrey he's probably their better and will play spinner. This time is a decent delivery, comes forward, it's edged onto his pad then goes in back behind the stumps. There's an ooh and an ah as it does get close, but not close enough to dislodge the bails. So Lawrence came back to Essex last week and he didn't get many runs in either innings, and he bowled a mammoth amount of overs and went for, dare I say it, 100 and plenty. He did last week. He bowled a lot of overs. Pennington, 2 slips waiting to Walter. Walter plays with a dead bat on the front foot, defends it, and Pennington fields on his follow through. I will just have a quick look actually to see if I've got that entirely correct. So BBC Cricket, go back a few days to last Monday, and we get Essex Surrey. Essex first innings, only innings, Dan Lawrence 35.2 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 169. And in the 2 innings, this time it's an LBW shout. Looks to me as if it's going down, but I haven't got the opportunity to see it in line. We are at fine leg quite high up, and the shape of the way he played that, he was going leg side. There was definitely an interest, but they didn't go through with the appeal.
It was a strangled appeal, wasn't it? Initially it looked as if things might be happening for Notts, but they pulled out of the appeal. I mean, probably just delivered the H of how's that.
So Lawrence was caught, Cox bowled Harmer for 3 in the first innings. As Pennington's in, it opens the face and runs it out to the vacant backward point, where Walter will get the run, take the strike because it's the end of the over. Walter has 45, score 107 for 2. And in the second innings, caught Cox, bowled Critchley for 18. So I don't think it was a great return.
That LBW shout on the live stream. Yeah, going down.
Way down.
Yeah. 107 for 2.
So Dan Lawrence still is in England's thoughts, whether he will get a game and whether people will challenge him for the opportunity. But
well, they put him in as
wasn't an opener.
Yeah, I'm going to say they put him in as makeshift opener and sort of asked him to play like Zach Crawley, didn't they, last year? Didn't necessarily pan out for him. There's an update. Notts finding it tough with the ball as Essex did in the latter part of yesterday. The visitors are now 107 for 2, and that's because Paul Walter and Jordan Cox have taken their partnership to 59. Quick recap of the day. Notts lost their last 2 wickets before eventually being bowled out for 347. Kyle Verreynne unbeaten. Another splendid century from the South African, 128 not out. Wickets for Fergus O'Neill and Brett Hutton before lunch. Essex going along nicely in the sunshine. 108 for 2.
All's well.
Well, we hope so, anyway.
Fergus O'Neill, number 11 on his back, moving away from us. This is a play and a miss from what was perceived as a bit of a cut, just a bit of ball of width.
It's inviting, isn't it? Because there's nobody down at third man. If he just got anything on that, he'd got 4 runs.
He wasn't looking to play it square. He was looking to dab it down. Yeah. It was almost off the front foot, and he was just looking to open the face and run it down, but he plays and misses. Fergus O'Neill, 1 wicket to his name. Has a good attitude, according to Peter Moores. This is a forward defensive, which is played into the offside, and there is no run.
I bet, as I alluded to when we were chatting with the Notts head coach, I bet he was full of attitude by late on Monday evening, because he said, I'm going to enjoy this one, I'm going to celebrate tonight. With Notts getting that win.
Must have been a great win. To win 4-day cricket.
Yeah, it just dramatically changed for those 2 Tong overs.
Fergus O'Neill is pitched up. It's driven powerfully to mid-off, where the captain of Nottinghamshire, with his sun hat, glasses on the top, where there is no run because he finds the fielder.
He's not done a lot of running about yet, Asiba Mead, and the only reason I say that is because I invariably get drawn into, he's not happy with the ball here. He's taking the ball up to David Mills. Can you have a look at this, please, sir? Notts aren't too happy with the ball. In fact, he's bypassed the umpire and he's gone straight to Joe Clark to have a look at it.
Well, there's a lull in play. We've been notified. Listen, a good friend of ours who joined us last year up here, Don Hawkley, the ceramicist in Suffolk, was listening to us talking about Graveney in Antigua.
Yep, Gravy.
And his mate.
Chicky.
Makepeace.
Oh, right. No, I don't.
No, they were a twosome duo that used to swing from the old metal stands at St John's in Antigua.
This is extraordinary because Joe Clark and Asiba Mead are conducting their own inspection of the ball here. I don't think they're sort of making it into an official approach to the umpire. Certainly a delay in play. That's extraordinary, isn't it? How Mead, with the ball, not happy, he's gone past the umpire and he's asked Joe Clark to hold it up. And what do you think here? Joe Clark, Notts blast skipper.
As this is bowled and played down to third man, where there is a single, but he finds the fielder, who only offers the single.
Don't think there has been an announcement on an official vice captain for Notts, but heaven forbid if anything happened to Asiba Mead, I guess Joe Clark would be a prime candidate to take over temporarily. As I say, he's the blast skipper. But it was interesting there that Mead went straight to him and asked him to have a look at the ball.
Round the wicket to the left-hander, who comes forward and plays his bat and pad quite tight together. It may have hit both, but it's gone into the offside. No chance of a dismissal. Well bowled, and 109 for 2. It's all quite quiet at the moment. We've had the best part of 32 overs in this Essex first innings. But as I say, the new ball's gone. The wicket is reasonably good, very good perhaps. And yesterday afternoon, Nottinghamshire really put Essex under a bit more pressure, and they played nicely and got themselves to a decent position and kicked on, thanks largely to the century, undefeated from the South African, who played Verena, who played so well, including a couple of drop catches. Essex will rue that. Pennington on his way in.
Bowls now, and that would have been an opportunity, I think, for fourth slip. Jordan Cox just thrown the bat at it, went off somewhere close to the toe end and arrowed its way down to third man for 4. You heard it thud against the boundary boards. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we don't see Farhan Ahmed in the next 3 or 4 overs. 113 for 2. Cox, who started the season with a century last week, now up to 37. Pennington were disappointed that start of the over has already leaked 4 runs. 113 for 2. Lovely day, pleasant day, lots in shirt sleeve order.
I'm sending you, courtesy of Mr. Hawkley, a lovely picture of Graveney along with Mayfield at the
Next ball on its way
Antigua
in now,
ground.
and this is guided down, chopped down to third man, fielded by Matthew Montgomery, sub-fielder. Not sure who he's on the field for. They'll, I'm sure, detect who it is who's gone off before too long. He used to wear flamboyant clothing, didn't he? Gravy.
Chicky was the DJ they worked with.
Chicky's Disco, yeah.
But I think Mayfield has died, because I think there was a presentation when I was recently in Antigua, probably 2 years ago. There was a presentation on the field to Gravy because of what he has done for Antiguan cricket.
Yeah.
He moves on to 47, score 115 for 2. We haven't got the blue skies. We've got a bit hazy, but very high white whispery cloud. Now, you as a RAF man would know, is that Cirrus clouds?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No,
you were in the RAF?
No, we had why would I know? Had all this with Martin last week. I didn't go up and fly.
Didn't you?
No, of course I didn't.
As Pennington bowls a good delivery, but quick run there from Cox and Walter. I think it was Cox who realised that he was safe running to the danger end, and he called his partner through. And to be honest, Walter was a willing horse. So well done, Essex. Good cricket there, 116 for 2.
Yeah, they did.
What did you do in the RAF?
No, not a lot. Not a lot. They did say that the weather would start to be on the turn, but I thought it was going to be later on in the evening. Like I say,
very high.
A little bit of rain forecast for tomorrow and for Monday, but yeah, it's just on the turn. You fancy?
Oh, a bit of a play and a miss, and byes actually, and the keeper has taken a ball that's been played a miss, and it's gone for 4 byes. Second 4 byes of the innings, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did we have one earlier?
We did, one that went down the leg side from
O'Neill. Which was difficult, and I think Peter Moores was in the box. That was difficult for the keeper, but I have to say that particular one then probably was a bit of a surprise for everyone.
Yeah.
And Essex have got 4 charitable runs.
Outlaw Chris asking if we've noticed the new flag today. We have, but it's at the moment it's all rolled up, Chris.
Pennington round the wicket. This is played off the back foot. That's ferociously driven through the offside. There is only 2 fielders in front of, square on the offside. One is at cover, the other is at mid-off. Mid-off has got to go and get it. But that was a super shot to bring up Paul Waters. 51 in 101 balls, I believe. And he'll be pleased with that, but he'll have a memory of last week where he made 95, and he'll want to go on and notch up a century, his first century of the summer as Paul Water. But just looking at the minutes, 141 minutes and 101 balls with 7 fours. That last one, Dave, was ferocious.
Was indeed, yeah. It slammed away into the wall just to the left of Spence with the camera over there in front of the Fox Road stand. I wonder if Spence can unfurl that flag just to your right, Spence. We want to have a good look at that as the next ball is run down to third man. There is protection out there. 125 for 2. Cox up to 40. Just turn over your shoulder, Spence, and say, can you unfurl this flag so we can have a good look at it?
Is Spence in the red shirt?
He is indeed, and there's a Nottingham
Is that a
shirt,
Nottingham shirt?
Nottinghamshire flag just to his right that Chris Morley says, have you seen our new flag? Well, we can't see it at the moment.
Is it a multicolour?
The county, yeah, it's the county. It's the county. It's Robin Hood in the middle, and there's red, green and white on the...
What's that one above the hound stand?
Ball on its way, and this is turned away on the leg side. So there are 2 flags at the far end. The green one is the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club flag with the stag on, and the other one, the red one, is the sponsors, the club sponsors.
Oh, is it?
Unless it's the Essex one, but I think it's the club sponsors.
No, I don't think that's
yeah,
Essex.
it's the club sponsors. Just got the binoculars, just to clarify, just to confirm.
So
where's the Essex flag? Have they not brought it?
I reckon it might be above us. They would normally be on the pavilion
Yeah,
at either side.
Yeah, they've not brought it. Not
Normally-
enough flagpoles.
Fergus O'Neill bowls is played down to third man for a single. It's interesting, that's normally one of the responsibilities of the team scorer.
Yeah.
They look after the flag wherever it goes. So whether it's home or whether it's away, somebody else will put it up the flagpole in their respective grounds. But nonetheless, that's part of the official scorer's duty, is to look after it home and away. O'Neill round the wicket past umpire, the tall David Milnes, and he bowls, and Walter just tickles it into the leg side where it's safely no run. Hamid is talking to number 16, is that Brett Hutton?
Yep.
And they're talking about a plan to try and get one of these Essex batsmen, top order batsmen, out. It's looking good. 79 run partnership for Cox, who has 41, and Walter, who has 52. Fergus O'Neill, this is clipped off the legs of Walter, powerfully hit, but he finds square leg just in front, and there is no run. Good looking shot though.
We've not had a century partnership yet, have we, for the any wickets? What did Fahan Ahmed and Verena put on yesterday?
89?
Yeah, I think that's the highest, so this is challenging that. 79 they've added.
O'Neill in. This is on the leg stump, so Walter is happy. He's clipped it. It's been well fielded. Got the body behind it at fine leg where he had to move 20 yards, and it's the end of the over. Walter keeps the strike. He'll be disappointed that he didn't get more than the single there, because it really was a run scoring opportunity as Essex moved on to 128 for 2.
I don't want this to be taken as a criticism. In fact, the exact opposite. I'm going to make the comment and say, if I said to you about 8 years ago, Don, Paul Walter is going to be a blast winner, I beg your pardon, a big bash winner down in Australia in T20 cricket, and he's going to be opening the batting for Essex in red ball cricket, you'd have been, I guess, a little astounded. He's a player who's continued to develop in all formats, making the most of his ability. He's not just, I frequently mention him as Tall Paul, just pushed into the offside, but he deserves to be known as Paul Walter the cricketer, because he's a very fine player, and I'm sure it's taken an awful lot of dedication to get to where he is in the game. But I see him a time or two in the winter. He'll go out there in the big bash and he'll wallop it into the stands at the SCG and the MCG, and they'll love him everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. If I go back a few more years, I remember him as an under-9 opening the bowling at Essex under-9s.
Pennington's trying to end his little stay here as he pushes this into the offside, and there's no run.
I mean, he's a huge man. Everyone comments on that. I mean, he must be best part of 6'9", and he used to bowl. And there were days he struggled, didn't always hit the sight screen, but he could always whack the ball when he batted it. And Essex had a decent batting lineup with lots of decent cricketers batting in their lineup.
Pulls this on the leg side. He went through the leg side. It's going to take a little bit of cutting off, and in fact he's only going to get a single. That's good work out there.
Yeah, it was. Stop the 2.
Is that Jack Haynes? Single, 129 for 2.
So he was always known as an opening bowler who could bat a little bit down at 8, and number 8 in the Essex 9s, 10s, 11s and 12s, 13s didn't always get a knock because they were strong. And eventually he started to play a little bit of club cricket,
Pennington bowls and mistimed pull by Jordan Cox.
He started with Billericay and then moved into one of the other Premiership teams, and then he started playing some twos cricket, and actually I don't think he did particularly well, and I think he considered giving up cricket. But then I can't remember which coach, but rejuvenated his career.
No wickets since I last spoke to you, David. Essex now 129 for 2, and the 6'9" Paul Walter playing a gem of a knock as it's a little unkind to call him the makeshift opener, but he's doing a good job for Essex at the top of the order. He's just reached his half century. Jordan Cox with him on 41. Fancy we might be just about to enter a pivotal stage of the day. There's helmets and protective pads being lined up on the boundary edge. We've not yet seen the 17-year-old prodigious spinner Farhan Ahmed bowl. I fancy he might be on in a moment or two. Notts made 347. Essex in reply 133 for 2.
Yeah, it looks quite nice to bat on just right at the moment, with the ball 35 overs old.
Here comes Pennington. Cox just crunched that last one away. He's gone to 45, and he'll add to that with a single here to move to 46. Farhan comes in to try and get the ball to field it, but Jack Haynes gets there first. Helmet being brought on here for wicket-keeper Kyle Verreynne. And Farhan Ahmed has taken his cap off. That wasn't bad, was it, from me? That wasn't bad.
What an underrated skipper you are. The Italians never knew that you were or are a splendid tactician. You can read the game, Dave. Eh?
The more you watch, the more you see, Don.
You didn't read it last night, did you? Last night at Meadow Lane. I
could see it happening. Yes, I could see it happening.
You, as we walked in, everyone knew you. Everyone knew Dave Bracegirdle. You said good evening to everyone, and you looked at me and went, "Welcome to the theatre of dreams."
Not quite. That's not quite how it panned out. I blame Jamie Porter because we couldn't go and have a quick swift drink before we got in there.
It was the cheapest date night we've ever had.
It was 25 to 8 and kick-off was 7:45, so we had to abort plans for a little bit of refreshment. Paul Franks is doing a lap of the ground there, the general.
Is he?
Here we have Farhan Ahmed. Not an overly attacking field, by the way, just a slip.
Interesting start to his run-up as he comes in. Right arm over, good action, driven into the offside. They look for a single, but he's hit it powerfully to extra cover where there is no run. Interesting, just watching him at the top of his mark. Yeah. He stands square.
Yeah.
He gets the ball into his fingers. He's got comfortable with it as he comes in 2 or 3 paces, gives it a bit of air. This is a full toss, but there is a man back at long on, so it'll only cost him a single. One more run to the right-handed Jordan Cox, which brings the left-handed Paul Walter, who I'm sure the off-spinner will be happy with bowling at the left-hander.
Yeah. Hampshire now 167 for 7 in the Rees Topley derby against Surrey. Still 86 runs behind the defending champions.
Oh, they're inspecting the ball yet again.
He's not been happy with it for a while, but he has this time shown it to.
I think they're going to cut a piece of stitching off. They can't cut the leather off, but maybe there might be a little loose stitching. I know David Milne's got something out of his pocket. I suggest that was a scissors. Ball's been handed back. We're not exchanging the ball, but the young fella bowling his off-spin is coming around the wicket now with a slip in place. Here he goes. He bowls, good action. This has got a bit of a loop on it as it is defended out into the offside. The man on the drive on the offside collects the ball and does the fielding, no run. You can hear the crowd now at Forest behind us. Best part of what, 300 metres? As Farhan bowls. This is negotiating the offside. How long would it take us to walk to is it the City Ground?
It wouldn't take you very long at
What,
all.
5 minutes less?
Well, it depends with you if you're going down by the lift or you're walking down the stairs from here.
I don't do lifts anymore. Not anymore after this morning.
You've only got to cross the road.
Ahmed bowls, driven.
There's an intruder on the television gantry just in front of us, Don. I wonder if you can ask that gentleman just to move on. Yeah.
Got a bit of reflection off his head.
We still haven't seen he's not close enough to hear us, Aaron, out on the gantry.
He's coming closer. That's a very good delivery, as it may have just turned, but it's certainly bounced, where Farhan Ahmed has bowled a delicious delivery, his best delivery of the over, and everyone will be impressed by that, and including his captain. Well bowled, they're all saying.
This is how sad he is. He's just going to stand outside just so he can hear the noise over the road.
Is he a Forest fan?
Well, I don't know, but we're just wondering if we're ever going to see the replay of that Joe Clark 6 that you...
I reckon one of them was powdering their nose and they missed it, didn't they? Allegedly.
135 for 2.
Aaron, are you aware that there's a couple of donuts in next door for you?
I've actually just had mine.
Have you?
Very much indeed.
I hope you enjoyed the custard donut rather than the jam donut. Yes.
Aaron, why don't you come in and join us?
Oh, we're going to have a third voice. We're going to learn how the magic happens here at Trent Bridge Television. Dylan Pennington to continue 2 slips. That's an interesting delivery, that last one of that over. Paul Walter, it just turned a little bit out of the footholds, perhaps.
Pennington bowls, this is eased into the offside. And there's no run. So those of you that watch Trent Bridge live in a morning, you become accustomed, I'm sure, to connecting 15 minutes before the start of play, and if you do that, you'll hear Aaron Lord just setting the day up, our match day host. He'll run through the highlights of the previous day. Bring him in just a second. Here's Don.
In comes Pennington. This is driven down the ground. Good looking shot, well fielded by the captain, who has dived straight at mid-on, and he saved a certain boundary. Essex pick up a single, but it was fairly full from Pennington, but it was a beautiful drive from Jordan Cox, but a great piece of fielding at mid-on.
But I think there's an expression or an acronym, FOMO, is there? FOMO, fear of missing out. You look like you've got a bit of FOMO, Aaron, that you're not behind us at the City Ground.
Well, I think you've just brought me in here so I couldn't go and sing Mulligan.
Oh, please carry on.
Pennington round the wicket to Walter. There is no run. I'm just looking, it's 1 minute past 3. So was that the crescendo from the City Ground we just heard, because the game has just kicked off?
Yeah, so just as sort of the whistle blows just before then, the crowd, and they play Mulligan.
I never knew that.
As a Forest fan, it's what you look forward to.
But
seen Luke Fletcher sing it many a time whilst out there fielding, haven't we, Brace?
My geography suggests Mulligan is in West Scotland. How on earth is that Forest's song? Pennington comes in. This is driven powerfully, but very well fielded again. I'll tell you what, the fielders here are supporting the bowlers, and that is terrific. When it goes quiet and becomes easier for the batting side, you need this support. So at the moment, Notts fielders are supporting their bowlers.
We'll see if Aaron can actually answer your question.
Why have you got Mull of Kintyre? What's the connection? There isn't one.
So Dylan Pennington just received the ball from the captain, Hasib Hamid, getting ready at the start of his run-up.
Oh, okay.
All through the winter of 1977-78, that was #1 in the charts, the Paul McCartney and Wings hit Mull of Kintyre.
Pennington with 1 slip. This is driven back to Pennington, who collects on his follow-through, threatens to throw, but alas, nothing to happen. 136 for 2.
Turn on the radio, or television or whatever, and it was on. It was on everywhere. You walk into a shop, it was on. You went anywhere, it was on. You go to the football, it was on. And that was the season that Nottinghamshire on their return, the Nottingham Forest on their return to the old Division 1 were top of the table.
Clough and Taylor?
Clough and Taylor. So it was obviously played endlessly before games, half times and afterwards.
Pennington, right arm round the wicket. This is clipped into the leg side, but he finds mid-on. Mid-on's going to stop the single. End of the over, 136 for 2. Walter, 54. Cox, 48. It doesn't matter how many balls they face. They've just got to not soak up the pressure, just bat, well, watchfully, sensibly, responsibly. And if they can do that, they can build themselves a good partnership. It's currently worth 88.
And that was a period where football supporters were able, they had a little bit of intelligence back then. They were able to come up with something whimsical to put to music, and it just scanned nicely. Mull of Kintyre, mist rolling in from the sea. It just scans nicely with City Ground, mist rolling in from the Trent.
The Trent,
it fits
yes.
absolutely beautifully. So that became an anthem, and of course Forest won the title that year, and that henceforth became their anthem, and is still played to this day.
In comes Ahmed. Ahmed bowls, and he bowls it quite straight, and it's driven by Cox back at the bowler who fields on his follow-through.
Worth you coming in, Aaron. Worth you coming in.
Well,
That's just a phantom of knowledge, aren't you, Dave?
He is.
He is, isn't he? Not
Diego to his friends.
Diego.
As Ahmed bowls, and a little bit more outside off stump, and it's just it probably hasn't timed it as much as he would have hoped, but he just passes it back to the bowler on his follow through. A little bit more off stump there from Ahmed. Ahmed stands square as he's preparing for his run up. He has a bit of a kink in his knee as he comes in. This is driven into the leg side, where Walter was looking for a single, but Cox turned him down straight away, the striker, rightly so.
Just looking, those pictures are quite good, aren't they? I don't know who does the live stream here at Trent Bridge, but I think as commentators you get a good view, don't you?
You do.
You think we get a good service in here?
I think you do.
It's a cracking ground. It's a pleasure to come here. As Ahmed bowls slightly full, it's driven up to mid off where there is no run. Finds the fielder, powerfully driven. Can I ask you, what time do you get in the morning? What time do you start preparing for the day with Trent Bridge Television?
Usually, first day is the earliest. Just before 7 o'clock, we always try and get in if we can.
7 o'clock. So Ahmed is in. This is driven into the leg side. They pick up a single. It's going to disturb the pigeons on the last week's wicket ends, and
Steve
it does.
Could be glad about that, because I think he's very annoyed at those pigeons.
It's costing him in seed.
Grass seed is.
I'll tell you, I'm struggling. Oh, mine hasn't germinated.
I'll tell you. No, don't.
I've got a patchy lawn. It's frustrating.
My lawn's terrible at the moment.
Is
it's very frustrating.
I scarified it. Oh, amount of seed. I think I bought some cheap seed. Or it's gone off. Ahmed bowls. This is slog sweep. It's going to be safe as it crashes into the boundary. I think it might be 6. We're waiting. David Milnes doesn't know at the moment. It's a slog sweep to the shorter boundary, and it is given, as I suggested, it's a 6. 6 runs to Essex and Walter, 143 for 2. That was a very good shot.
It was just a little quiet cheer there, and I just wonder what that was. That was hit for 6, so we might not see a replay of that, Aaron. In tomorrow morning's highlights.
With this, I'll let you have this earlier on, but now I've got a bit of a dilemma here.
Drop your sister in it.
Well, this is a dilemma, yes, because you said I was responsible for the highlights, but that is actually Kirsty's job role.
Man up.
Because I'm too busy prepping what to say and introduce you to.
Oh, there's actually some thought goes into your introduction, is there? Are you reading from a script? Have you got a?
I actually had a little bit of a script today that I wrote down. Yeah, when talking about Verena and his 111 not out overnight. So I do my best. I mean, I'm not a professional like you guys, but I try and live up to what people expect of me.
It's you're probably the best at your price range, aren't you?
Correct. As Brett Hutton is about to come on from the strip.
Yes, yes.
Have you done a commentary? Have you done
I don't
an
think I have, to be
There
honest,
you go.
no.
Haven't you
There you
really?
go. Here you go.
Do you fancy an over?
Here you go.
Okay.
He'll go for
Brett
it.
Hutton on his run up just past the umpire. Ooh, a bit of bounce there, and it's a little trickle down to. Oh, and it's gone for Farhan. A bit of steadied the ship. From an Essex point of view, you've got to be happy with that.
You have. I'm going to allow you to continue.
Yeah, you never know when the current work might dry up. So.
No, that's
true. Right. Or one of us might not attend tomorrow. Well, I'm not
you
attending.
You're not here, are you?
No, I'm not. Yeah. Will you miss me?
Brett Hutton with his second ball of the over.
No, you won't.
Again, similar kind of
Oh,
ball
that's
there.
going to go
A bit
for
of
four.
bounce, and it's gone for four as well.
I was going to ask you what the score was whilst it's on the board.
It's 151 for 2.
Yeah, before that, you've listened to me for the last 10 years.
147.
Yeah.
Yeah, 147.
Yeah, the snooker maximum.
Yeah.
The snooker maximum.
Well,
Anyway,
you
that's
have a
the
lot of, so that is the 100 partnership, 103 from 141 balls. As I say, Walter and Cox done very well from an Essex point of view.
Dave's a wonderful commentator, and
Steady on, Don.
and
no need done.
Brett Hutton, third ball of the over. That's a little bit better. In line, off stump.
it's a bit better.
Down into the leg side. Farhan again picking up.
What length was it?
It was, I would say, it was a very good length.
Okay.
Anyway,
Are you a cricket man?
Yeah,
Have you played cricket?
I played cricket from school age, really.
Club side or not?
Club side, if I've represented anybody, it has been Gotham Village.
Right.
Give them a little shout out there.
I've seen
Two
you out there with
sides.
Kirsty and your daughter having a little game on the outfield. I just wondered if
my
that was the
daughter
level
likes-
of your
Good to hear.
ability.
Well, I don't know, you'd have to ask the people at Gotham about that.
No, I meant playing with your daughter out on the outfield.
It could be Hutton round the wicket. Walter, forward defensive on the front foot.
textbook.
Lyndon James picks up the ball, gives it a little bit of a shine.
I'll tell you one of the things that they're doing again in the IPL this year is they're allowed to use saliva on the ball.
Oh, really?
And that's come back, and I
Right,
think the bowlers have encouraged
Yeah,
it.
definitely.
But I don't know if it's allowed in English cricket as yet. I shall find out.
Slightly leg side again. Go on, what's my sister said? And Matthew Montgomery picks up the ball, 1 run.
She wants to know if you wanted to put this over in the highlights.
I don't have control of that. Well, you say that, Dave.
The Nottinghamshire fraternity will be fully aware of Aaron and Kirsty and their involvement, brother and sister, running Trent Bridge television. For those in Essex where you won't be, Essex do have their own TV, that there is a brother and sister who organise it, as this is played into the leg side for a single run, just short of a length. An easy single for Jordan Cox, who goes on to 59, score 154 for 2. How did you get involved in this?
So we'd been working with the club, making sort of video work before COVID.
Social media stuff?
Kind of in-bowl stuff, social media stuff. We did a behind-the-scenes documentary in the 29 season where both Kirsty and myself followed the team home and away, covered county championship, one day, T20, and then obviously COVID struck and the club wanted to enhance their live stream offering, as many clubs did, and thankfully we've been doing that ever since COVID.
And your team here, so there's you two,
Yep.
you front it,
Yep.
Kirsty's very much behind the scenes.
Correct.
How many other people are involved as we start a new over with Farhad Ahmed, who's played a forward defensive there, has Cox into the offside no run?
So we have several sort of people that work for us, freelancers, me and Kirsty, and as we always joke here, because Dave always asks who's out there on
With the cameras.
And Crucial.
As Ahmed comes in, he runs in away from us. This is bowled nicely into the leg side, plays with a spin, no dramas there, very sensibly and watchfully played by Cox, no run.
But today we've got John, Trevor, Lewis, Lee,
4,
Spence,
5,
Shue,
6,
Barney, obviously
7.
Wilson, our most important camera.
Yeah.
John and Trevor.
7. So there's 9 of you, is that
No,
fair?
so John and Trevor aren't with us today, sadly. They've got the day off today. But no, there's Lewis, Lee, Spence, Shue, Wilson is the static camera that we've winched up.
Yep.
Thanks very much to John Gormans and his team. Done a great job. Because as you can see,
Yeah,
the pavilion's
yeah,
caused
yeah,
us a few issues this season, but it'll be worth it in a couple of years when it's all nice and shiny and new.
Very good. So you do all the championship, you do all the T20.
Yep.
One Day Cup as well, as this is driven, and the skipper is at short mid-wicket where he dives not over the ball, but he can't stop the ball as Essex take a single and the right hand changes and becomes a left hand, so Cox takes another one. They're almost identical in 60 and 61. Walter is ahead by 1 run. In terms of balls faced, Walter's faced 119. The opener, Cox at number 4, has faced 74. Farhan Ahmed in his pose, he comes bouncing in, and this is another slog sweep, and it's sailed for 4. I think it's 4 this time. It's gone a little squarer. Paul Walter has dragged that a little bit squarer rather than the slog sweep which went to mid wicket. This has gone to deep square leg, but the deep square leg who's behind cannot stop that shot, so Walter collects 4, score 159 for 2.
Would you say he hit that like he meant it? I mean, obviously he was looking for that shot, but I'm not sure he caught it as
I
cleanly
agree with
as
you.
he
He dragged it
yeah.
with probably a bottom edge, which has gone
agreed.
squarer rather than to the mid-wicket boundary.
Agreed.
Slip still in place. Paul Walter will be tempted by the short boundary. This is given a bit of air, which he's played with a straight bat on the front foot, driven it back to the bowler. End of the over, 159 for 2. Over to you.
Well, the big question I want to ask you is, Kirsty always tells me she's a big, close family friend of Got One, which sounds as unlikely a statement for anybody to come out with as I can possibly imagine. It's almost on a par with one of my ridiculous anecdotes, but close family friend of Got One?
It is true. She knows Gok Wan very, very well from her earlier days in TV, when she used to work in television for Channel 4. She used to work on programmes like How to Look Good Naked. And
my good lady had a book come the other day, and I said, what's that? Have you bought me a book? She said, no, it's mine, and opened it. The Got One cookbook.
Oh!
I said, that must be a different fella then. I thought Got One was all about...
No, he is a
Yeah.
chef. Well, chef might be pushing it a little bit, to be honest, Dave, but Hutton in again. Start of his second over from Mr. at Broadend. Jordan Cox down to Matthew Montgomery for a single.
So, she used to work with Got One.
She did. So if you want your book signed, you'll have to speak nicely to
that
producer
right?
Kirsty, and I'm sure she could sort something out for
Now
you.
he would be a good guest to have next time he's in Nottingham.
He'd do a better job than I'm doing.
I'm
to be
not
honest.
sure he'll be great on the commentary.
Yeah, you
I
don't
bet
know.
he
He
would.
might be a
I bet he
secret
would.
cricketer.
He
You never
might.
know.
I think he's the sort of person that can turn his hand to anything.
Do you reckon?
Are you
Yeah.
a big fan?
He's quite ebullient on television, isn't he?
He'd come across well.
Hutton, again, that defensive kind of shot from Walter there, down to Haseeb Hamid, mid-off. No run. Essex 160 for 2. And there's a cheer that I hear from the world-famous City ground, Don.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that might be,
it
but we'll
wasn't.
find out soon in a minute from Mr. Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, it wasn't loud
I
enough.
reckon it was a shot over the bar.
Yeah, it wasn't loud enough.
Eh? Nothing like John Robertson in the
No,
1970s. Free kick specialist, as
Yeah.
this is played into the leg side up at mid-on. All very quiet at the moment. The wicket looks good. I think the three of us, we would enjoy a bat at the moment because it is looking quite flat and slow and good. So Essex have got no worries. This partnership is now worth 112. So both these are looking to book in, we call it, for bed and breakfast here for tonight. Certainly to get to tea. to wait for it before he played the cross-bat shot, but he found the fielder and there is no run.
You've got to bowl well to bowl a bouncer to Walter, haven't you? Because he is about 7'6".
So the trajectory, you're going to have to bowl it very short to get it up, and the problem by bowling it so short is it's become so obvious. As Hutton comes in, this is clipped off the legs of Paul Walter. There's a misfield. Who's 30?
Jack Haynes.
Jack Haynes has had a bit of a clip on the fingers as he dived to prevent the run, but he couldn't. He's parried it, and Walter gets off strike. He collects the single, 161 for 2.
Another thing you don't know about Aaron Don is the patron saint of lost causes. For many years he's been trying to get me interested in ice hockey, which is something else that Kirsty and Aaron film and broadcast.
In comes Hutton. Hutton bowls a decent delivery, which is, well, he goes with the ball there. It's very well played by Jordan Cox, who plays with an open face into the offside, doesn't look for the single. End of the over, 161 for 2. Ice hockey, that means you would know Andy Pick, the former Nottinghamshire, the Reverend, because he only used to play on Sundays.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we've been trying to get Dave to ice hockey, and it's a big weekend in ice hockey. It's the playoff quarter-finals.
Yes, yes.
Don't rise to it.
He doesn't like ice hockey, but he likes American football.
I know, but he's chose the wrong team there as well.
There's no correlation, is there?
I've tried to tell him for years. He keeps choosing these wrong sports teams. The only one that he's got right is Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club.
Yeah, yes.
Look at him showing off his phone.
Hang on, he is. Look, Miami Dolphins. He is an international cricketer. You know, the only one in the commentary box as Farhan Ahmed bowls and has played off the back foot into the offside. There is no run. Slip waiting.
Is he an international?
Has he not told you?
I've never heard it.
Yeah,
No.
Diego.
Who did he represent?
I think he told me.
By
I
the
read
sound of
about
it, Argentina.
This is a slog sweep, safe for 6. That's the short boundary to the Hound stand. No, Fox stand, and that is a big 6. It's gone and cannoned into the white seating quite a number of rows back, and I think it's in the second tier. From Paul Walter, 167 for 2. Walter moves on to 72. Well, he's anything that Farhan Ahmed's bowling that is relatively straight to the left-hander. He's had one ball that's just turned and bounced, but other than that it hasn't. So Paul Walter is back in his ability to play the slog sweep to that short boundary. A miss-hit from Paul Walter will carry that far. Short boundary. Ahmed hasn't bowled a bad ball. You've got to be honest with it. No bad bowling here. He's gone again. This time he's gone straighter because it's outside off stump, and he's dragged it from outside off stump, not to mid-wicket, but to a very straighter mid-wicket, probably bordering on in between mid-wicket and long on. Much straighter there. Terrific hit from Walter, who's enjoying his knock, moving on to 78.
I think that was a 4, not a 6.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that was a 4.
Signal 4. So.
He hasn't bowled badly, honestly. He has not bowled badly. Good shots from Walter. Bowls again, he's gone again, and he's been caught. No. Paul Walter's gone. He's been caught at slip. That is huge credit to the young man. As I just said, the off spinner for Nottinghamshire has not bowled badly. He's been hit over there into the Fox Road stand a few times, but he's persevered and he's kept going. He's done what's right. He's bowled the right areas, and unfortunately for Essex, they lose a wicket in this particular moment, and it's going to have to go Paul Walter, who made a very valiant 95 last week. He's made 81 today. Is that 81? Yes. Is it
76.
76. And he's gone caught by Joe Clark, who last week kept wicket. Today he's at slip. Bowled by Farhan Ahmed for 76. Essex lose their wicket, 171 for 3.
And I think you have to give credit there to Farhan, because you know, Walter put him under some pressure, didn't he, really? He was looking to take advantage of that short boundary, like you were saying, and I think like what Peter Moores was saying earlier, the character that Farhan's shown to kind of keep bowling as he has been in this sort of spell that he's got, and he's got his just rewards.
He has indeed. He really has. He's bowled quite nicely. He has got his rewards. You mentioned just about Peter Moores earlier. Attitude is everything.
Yeah.
And I've taught my children that. Attitude is everything. Hannah, at her age, Reese, listen, you might have a bad day, but attitude is everything. And I like having characters or good attitude. And in this situation, as you just said, Aaron, as a young spinner, it's damn difficult on small boundaries with big bats, good players. He's a 17-year-old fella, not with a lot of experience. He's still a very young man. The hormones will be kicking in. 17 years old. I was still cuddling my cricket bat at school. And, I'm dead chuffed for him. Very, very well done. He deserves that wicket in that situation just for being as resilient and determined and full of character.
Well, if you think you've got Harmer yesterday, didn't get much from the pitch, and he look how well he's played over the last few years, one of the best spinners in the game in the county championship, and it's not easy being a spinner.
Ahmed again, first ball this time to Critchley, who looks for a single, and to be honest, it wasn't on, but he wanted to get off the mark, and I have to say Jordan Cox probably made him turn around and get back, because I think if they'd had gone for it, there could have been possibly a run out. A little bit of not silliness, but Essex just need to make sure that the door has been opened with the dismissal of Water, that they don't say to Nottinghamshire, jump in here now.
Exactly.
And this is played onto the offside. Critchley, who got a century last week, so two boys out there batting for Essex, both got centuries last week. So well bowled. Decent applause there. That's not for a free kick or a decent header from a centre back at the City Ground. It was Farhan Ahmed's wicket. And he has got the figures of 4 overs, 1 for 23. And most of those 23 were happening by Paul Water into that Fox Road stand.
Just looking there, Joe Clark took the catch. I think it was okay and clean and everything, but he's gone off the field at the end of that over, Joe Clark. Hopefully it's just a comfort break and he's not actually damaged a finger or anything. I'll just keep abreast of that. Here comes Brett Hutton from the Stuart Broad end in to bowl to Jordan Cox. Now he's on 61, 171 for 3. About 12 overs to go until the tea break. So long old day for Aaron and the crew. Just looking down here, subfield. Has he changed his number, James Hayes? It was 35. He's got number 13 on, hasn't he? Or is it just the angle I'm looking at? We'll wait till he turns around. 171 for 3. Looks like James Hayes. Next ball sent down by Hutton. Turn to the leg side.
You see, if I was directing now, I'd ask a cameraman
to help me out.
Yeah.
If you were directing. So who is the director? Producer Kirsty.
Yeah, producer Kirsty mainly takes the job of directing and
snoozing. Do you think? Having a snooze?
Well, you're just treading a fine line with this, Dave.
You told us it's the ball coming in.
Hutton bowls to Cox, defends this one.
I'm interested. You said you come in on the first day at 7 o'clock, so you obviously, am I being stupid here, but do you send your cameramen out or ladies out and say, right, can we do you, Fred, at number 1, you, George, at number 2, and do you check all those that are up and running?
So we come in early on day 1, basically just to set everything up, with it being, day 1. We put the cameras out as Brett Hutton starts his run-up.
Comes in past umpire Hartley's left shoulder, bowls to Cox. Nice straight full delivery, which is defended.
Is it your responsibility to get each camera ready and then you present it to the cameraman?
Yeah, so pretty much we like to set the cameras up early in the morning, make sure that we've got all the feeds, everything's working okay, and then when our crew come in, they go to whichever position they're going to in the morning session, and then we like to mix it up a little bit, keep Dave on his toes, but just keep them fresh.
171 for 3. Hutton bowls, and this is steered into the offside. We have got those Nottinghamshire flags now unfurled so we can see them clearly. And,
yes, red and green.
And before doing your live bit, what time do you have to go into makeup?
Sadly, I've not agreed that deal with the club yet, so if anybody is listening from the club, my rider 4020 is a Winnebago with a makeup artist.
Hey, says the face of radio.
Oh yes, exactly. It's pushed into the offside.
How many demands has he made over the years?
You don't want this on your screen. I wasn't aware, but James Hayes then has changed his number. He was definitely 35 last year, wasn't he?
He was 35 last year, yeah.
Gosh.
Strange number, maybe 13 for some people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unlucky for some.
Yeah.
Yes.
What number would you have?
Do you know what? I'd probably have. If
he'd
we
have
didn't
number
have
one.
numbers.
He'd have number one.
We didn't have numbers. We didn't have numbers. In fact, Reese went through some of my old cricket gear recently.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yep.
He went through it all. Zimbabwe. Essex used yellow in the 1991, was it, or 2, when we changed into coloured clothing for the refuge assurance.
Is it Shepherd Neame?
Yes, and then
Is that what it was?
What?
Was it Shepherd Neame, the sponsors?
One of them, yeah, a little bit later. Correct. As Ahmed comes in as open face, sensibly, watchfully. There's nothing wrong with that technique. He's played it nicely. Has Critchley been very respectful, and he's played that nicely, but there is no run. So, we didn't have as much coloured or change of clothing. So Reese actually said to me, "Dad, have you not got any more kit?" I went, "No, that's it." As Ahmed comes in, this is driven into the offside, looking for a quick single, and he does, as there is a man on the boundary on the shortened offside, which is 1 run to Cox.
What's Reese's preferred number? Remind me.
He used to want 23. He was 23 with England until Livingston took it when Reese had a bad injury. Why does he like 23?
Well, it's either Michael Jordan or
Correct.
David Beckham.
Correct. He's had an array of numbers at different clubs. As Farhan Ahmed comes in, slip waiting, and this is soft hands, forward defensive, allows the ball to hit the bat, not the bat to hit the ball.
You see, if you like Reese or somebody that does play in all the different franchises, you want a number that can become your own. You want to rack up at a place and have number, I don't know, 68, who's going to have, just for example, or one you can have wherever you go. Nobody else will want to bag 68, will they?
As this is driven into the offside, powerfully up to mid-off where there is no run, finds the fielder. I'd probably plumb it for 5 or 6 because, I don't know, in my age and era, I used to like being the centre back.
Ah, yes.
All right? I didn't want number 9. That sounds a bit like too much responsibility. And you don't want number 12 because that sounds like you're a sub. As Farhan Ahmed comes in, played into the offside, plays it on the length there. That's well played by the smaller Cox, who was able to pick up the length, hang back, wait for it, and tickle it into the offside for an easy single. 173 for 3.
And you've got some bottle if you arrive somewhere and say, "I want to be number 1," haven't you?
Yeah.
We've had a few of them in Knox recently.
Ismail Shazad, Brendan Taylor, Sammy King's got it at the moment.
Yeah.
As Ahmed comes in, this is driven into the offside end of the over. 173 for 3. Of course,
Grace Ballinger.
Was she number 1?
Yeah,
Grace is number 1 here.
Was she? Is that because alphabetical order or something?
No. Because Grace wanted number 1.
I see some in the franchises around the world have 999 or 666.
Well, what was the Universe boss? He was 333, wasn't he?
He was. That's right. Yes.
Or was that Gooch?
No. Gooch wouldn't have had a number. He was in the previous era.
We did a little film with some of the lads a few years back on why they chose the number that they wear, and they had some interesting stories. Some of them.
Well, going back to our era, there was we didn't have numbers. We only just started to have colour clothing. All right, wait for this. Is that Hutton?
Yep.
No, Hutton to start a new over. It is with 1 slip. Keeper standing up. Bit of a tactic there as Hutton comes in. It's driven back to Hutton by Cox on the on his follow through, but he doesn't do the fielding. It leaves it to number 30. can't be bothered to pick it up.
Jack Haynes.
Jack Haynes. So we didn't have we had colour clothing but not numbers. But the big thing about our era was having music to white ball cricket with the colour clothing. It was music to coming out to bat. In comes the Burley all-rounder, Brett Hutton. Bowls played into the offside. There is no run. And I just remember one of the first games I played colour clothing with music. We played Gloucestershire, and Jack Russell was playing.
How
and
much?
It is the doggy in the window. Everyone had a cool 1980s, I don't know, a really cool tune to come out to. But Jack Russell had How Much Is That Doggy in the Window? Brett Hutton in, driven down the ground, but it bounces first and it hits the hands, one hand, as if Brett Hutton was picking apples off an apple tree, and he balloons it into the floor. Wasn't a drop catch. No run.
See, I know what song I would have.
Go on.
And the Chesney Hawks, I Am the One and Only. I would have that as my walkout song.
That would have been the era. It would have been the era. Girls on Film, Duran Duran, that used to come out as Brett Hutton bowls. This is the keeper standing up, which the good tactic here about the keeper standing up is Jordan Cox, who probably would favour batting out of his crease, has had to come back into his crease because the keeper, the South African Centurion, is right up his nose there behind the stumps, that he's prepared to make sure that Jordan Cox comes back to his crease, which offside there's going to be one. I think Cox will look for a second, but he turns it down, and the fielder, who is that?
Matthew Montgomery, subfielder.
Subfielder, is he?
The thing with the music is you've just got to be careful, because there's always the possibility that no sooner has it stopped than you're dismissed first ball and you've got to walk back. So you certainly don't want Tina Turner, Simply the Best, Here I Am, and all that sort of business. And then you're on your way back. Or
it was new in
so what was yours?
I have to say, I didn't really have one, because I didn't, in our team, I didn't bat a lot in white ball cricket.
Well, presumably when you played, they would have had something lined up in case you had to bat.
I would have gone Phil Collins or something like that, or Talk. I was
Talk, yeah. Who was that by?
Talk.
Second slip been brought in for Matt Critchley.
He has. Hutton bowls. Keeper standing up for Hutton as well, for Critchley as well. He's going to get two, an easy two as it goes across the old strip, and the pigeons vacate, all fly away together. Two more runs, and they.
Joe Clark just coming back onto the field. So, as you say, Dave, obviously nothing too serious, just a comfort break, as you like to say. See, I do listen.
You do?
I do.
Occasionally.
Occasionally. I'm not going to lie, I do switch off sometimes.
May I
interject
and disappear for two and powder my nose?
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
Do you have to do a half time in the footy update? Because no, we're not quite there yet, but we're not far away.
I do at 3:50.
Yeah.
I'm required by BBC Essex.
That's okay.
Who are they playing? Colchester are away at Newport County.
So you said. Are you all right for a minute or two, or are we keeping you from something important?
I was on my directing break, so
you're on your break.
Yeah, I'll do to tea if you would like, and then leave you two experts to it.
There's Farhan Ahmed to bowl to Jordan Cox, and this one just, I think it was a slower ball from Farhan Ahmed. He just gave that a little bit extra air, and it just seemed to take its time before coming down, and bit and turned a little bit. Took Jordan Cox a little bit by surprise. He's on 63. He's played beautifully. The men out: Allison for 11, Wesley for 5, and Paul Walter in this session was out for 76 to Farhan, who stands with his legs wide apart, brings them together, and then comes in off a short run. Again, he gets nice revolutions on the ball as he bowls, and Cox drops it down at the feet of the not skipper, Asiba Mead.
Two right-handers. You think he'll prefer that than the left-hander of Walter?
Yeah, very much so. Did enjoy the wicket, didn't he? Huge celebrations from Farhan whenever he gets a prized wicket. He's in again. The teenager bowls and then sprawls down onto the ground to his right to stop it. Think of Imran Tahir as being the great celebrator of a wicket. Well, Farhan also enjoys it. On 76 for 3.
If you can't enjoy a wicket, you shouldn't be playing.
Well,
should you?
exactly. Enjoy your successes. You have a lot of down days. Here's Farhan bowling once more to Cox. He's on 63. Due in next, Michael Pepper, who thought had a good day yesterday behind the gloves for Essex. Then Noah Thane, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. Cook and Porter in particular will be hoping that they can put their feet up for the rest of the day as Farhan bowls again and just stepping back deep into his crease. Cox eases us into the offside. And there's no run. That's Fergus O'Neill, Fergie, to his mates doing the fielding. He's lost his cap.
Sun's kind of gone in now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's gone a little bit cloudy and a bit, I wouldn't say overcast, but not bright sunshine like we've had yesterday and this morning.
A lot of pigeons now pecking away at the
Steve
new
Birds
seed.
won't like that.
No, he won't know. He'll be fast asleep this time of day. Next ball just blocked by Matt Critchley, who's on 3, former Derbyshire skipper. Came to the crease at the fall of Paul Walter's wicket. End of the over. Not been round the grounds recently. Warwickshire 150 for 4 at Durham, who made 387 in the Reece Topley derby. Surrey made 253, Hampshire 219 for 9 now in reply. Sussex's openers going along, they're at 130 without loss. That's at Hove against Somerset. Sussex lead by 223 overall. Last time I looked, Worcestershire were 100 for none. They're now 122 for 6 at Headingley, after Yorkshire racked up 450. Gloucestershire made 546, Glamorgan 66 for 1 in Division 2. Division 2 Middlesex are 119 for 4 in their second innings, leading Kent by 123 as big, beefy, burly, broad-chested Brett Hutton bowls and Cox defends. Northants 496, half century there for Calvin Harrison. Lancashire 30 for 1 at Old Trafford, and Derbyshire in the East Midlands battle at Leicester. Leicestershire 484, Derbyshire 184 for 6. All the scores and the live text updates whenever a wicket goes down on the BBC Sport website and app. Got 7 overs to go after this one before tea. Verena standing up takes this one just outside the line of off stump.
Just seen that Notts on -1 on their over rate, with Essex -3 from their first innings.
Yeah, that's going to be of more concern to Essex.
Yeah.
Notts with Farhan bowling will, I'm sure, wipe that out fairly swiftly. This has dropped on the leg side, but when there's always the possibility in the match that you might not bowl again, you don't want to be on a minus, and I don't think that's going to happen for 1 minute. I don't think Essex are going to bat from now until the end of the match, and I don't think it's going to rain all through tomorrow and all through Monday, but there may be 1 or 2 interruptions, but you don't really want to find yourself -3.
Bowled quite a few overs in the second innings, you'd think, especially Simon Harmer.
Yes, he was lightly used, relatively speaking, in the Nottinghamshire first innings.
Not often you'll see Critchley bowl more overs than Harmer.
No.
Yeah, quite incredible.
Cox on strike on 64. This is the 100th ball he's faced, and it's a block. He remains 64 not out. 177 for 3. Notts made 347, so Essex trail by 170. Don't think it'd be the biggest surprise in the world if it was just about neck and neck at the end of first innings.
I think you're absolutely right, but the plan would be, and
Yeah,
the desire will be to get a lead.
of course it would. Hutton bowls now down the leg side. This one's just turned away as presumably a motorbike or an old car with a noisy exhaust goes past the ground. 178 for 3. Here at Trent Bridge, 47 overs in the innings. We're just drifting through this part of the afternoon. Myself, Dave Bracegirdle, Don Topley, Aaron Lord, who is very much to the forefront of the Stoneheart Media Company that bring you Trent Bridge Live, bring you the pictures, look after all the camera crews around the ground, including Wilson, the static camera. Who named it Wilson?
Producer Kirsty gave it the name Wilson. I keep calling it a she, and it's a he apparently. I keep getting told off.
It's modern day thinking that. You've got to allow for that. Ahmed in, driven down the ground, bit fall from the off spinner, but offered and taken by Cox, who moves on to 66. Critchley on 3 facing.
And what exactly is it on at the far end?
So I will tell you after Farhan's just bowled his second ball of this over.
He's in. He bowls quite full, well bowled, nice and straight. Not turning every delivery. It's quite a difficult surface to turn every ball.
So it's actually...
there we are.
There you go, there's Wilson.
Wilson taking a shot of Wilson.
Yeah,
it's clever.
It's on a pallet which is on a winch that is for floodlights.
Is it? This time a little flatter, a little more leg stumpish, tickled around the corner to deep square leg, where there is 1 run to Critchley, score 180 for 3.
I would imagine A, that's a very expensive bit of kit, and 2, you've got it tethered down properly in case there's a gust of wind.
To be fair, it's very sturdy, but yeah, John Gorman and his team have added a little bit of extra weight on it just to make sure that it is safe and secure.
Is that John Gorman, the former Swindon town manager? This is driven back down the wicket for no run.
To be fair to John, he's a very talented man, but I'm not sure football management is part of his skill set.
His son Lawrence is a very good footballer, actually, in local non-league circles. Yeah, Lawrence.
Phantom of knowledge.
He is.
He's coming to the forefront.
No, I just talk to people, Aaron.
A journalist never off duty. Exactly. As this is played into the offside, where Farhan Ahmed runs after the ball to prevent the single. Smart cricket from him. Decent delivery.
If you say to John, how you doing, mate? How's Lawrence doing? He might talk to you instead of just asking him to pop your camera up.
I mentioned John Gorman's name. I don't actually know who he is, to be fair. I've never met the bloke.
Perhaps he's a bit like Wilson.
Exactly.
As Ahmed, waiting, squares himself up on his run up as he comes into bowl 3 or 4 paces into the offside. Well played there by Jordan Cox, who wearing the sweater, but his partner, I don't think, no, he isn't wearing a sweater. Neither are wearing the sweater because it's warm here at Trent Bridge. Good cricket, well bowled by Farhan Ahmed, but Essex are equal to the task now at 181 for 3. Critchley 4, Cox 67, and we've had 48 overs of this innings, and there's still 38 to bowl, so 6 till lunch. Tea.
Dave's very disappointed that a single was taken there because he wanted to do the 180 because he loves his
darts, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I was interested that he mentioned snooker earlier. Or was it when you were here you mentioned snooker?
Are you golf fans? Do you like golf?
I'll be watching the Masters later. Yeah. Justin and Rory leading the way.
Yeah.
I'm not as keen as perhaps Dave.
There's Fergus O'Neill. Not sure. Has he bowled before from that end, Aaron?
I was actually just thinking that, to be honest. I don't think he's always bowled from the Radcliffe Road end as far as I can remember.
Post-match interview on Monday, and you got your 8 wickets all from this end. Why did you choose this end? He said, I didn't. Dylan wanted the other end. But first ball, I think that he's bowled from the far end has gone for 4.
Well, it was short and wide, and I have to say Cox played it beautifully. Played it high on the bounce, got back and across and caressed it across the square, and it went through extra cover at the end. Squarish extra cover.
O'Neill in again. Bowls, Cox pushes it out into the offside. You'd think the players would help the ground staff out, wouldn't you, with those pigeons? They'd just, lots of this clapping, get them moving. But they are a thick creature, aren't they, pigeons?
Where are pigeons well known in cricket circles? Where? Which ground? One particular ground?
Well, there's all the seagulls, of course, at the MCG.
Or Hove.
Squawking. Or Worcester, or Taunton.
Yeah.
Or Scarborough.
Where are the pigeons famous for?
Ball is cut away on the offside. This is going to, yeah, there we go. That's going to move them as it's hit away for 4. Well, it's got to be New Road, hasn't it? Didn't Paul Pigeon play there?
Oh, that's very good, Brace. Gosh, you've been thinking about that for about 5 minutes.
You just threw that at me.
They're very good, very good. The Oval.
I was going to say the Oval.
The Oval's famous when you play there. You often have a test match where the pigeons fly and the batsman holds up play and says stop. There was another short and wide ball which, to the benefit of Essex and in particular Cox, he moves to 75. That was short and wide from the Australian. Perhaps he won't bowl that end again. He'll return our end.
Bowls, and this is, well, it's going to bring another. Yeah, they're going to come back for 2. Just out of the reach of Joe Clark, who again I think has jabbed his fingers into the ground and gets up in pieces, brings his sunglasses up off the ground as well, pops them on the back of his cap. Didn't they have a buzzard or a kestrel or a sparrowhawk or an eagle or a dodo or something at the Oval to sort out the pigeons?
Probably telling you something I shouldn't do, really, actually. But back in the day, the 80s,
O'Neill, Fergus Patrick, bowls to Cox Jordan, and this is eased into the offside, no run.
We were a bit naughty at the Oval annually. We used to play that. We used to bring broken biscuit, or we used to bring a biscuit in our pockets. People like John Lever, Brian Hardy, and we used to wander across and break up a bit of the digestive, and of course the pigeons, and we would want the pigeons to come closer to the strip because it might get in the eye line of the Surrey batsman.
Cox is on his shirt number 77, now gets a single out onto the offside to move to 78, 192 for 3.
And you know, even the home players used to look at it and go, why are the pigeons always out there when Essex field? And somebody like Stuart Turner or somebody of the older brigades, well, we smell. and of course the pigeons would come a little bit straighter, a little bit closer, and then the ball would get whacked because I've bowled a half volley, and it would go straight like a tracer bullet through them. And it used to happen quite a lot. That take a little bit of biscuit out there with you, and the pigeons will find it. They'll keep coming towards you.
They'll find anything, won't they? Pigeons, to be fair to them.
Was this
Ahmed?
Was this the ground where there was Jellybean Gate?
Correct. As Ahmed comes round the wicket this time to Cox, and he's trying to make Cox play into the leg side, the larger leg side. He's got a shorter offside when he bowls from our Radcliffe Road end to the right-handers. A slip waiting, no other catchers. Really a short mid-wicket maybe he's catching. Ahmed round the wicket, well bowled. Still wants to try and get through the gate there. He's looking to try and get the 2 right-handers to drive a little bit into the offside, so when the ball can come back, and we call it in cricket through the gate, either to get a bowled or in fact an LB, if he can get one to straighten. Round the wicket, bowls down the leg side, but it finds the man at 45, saving 1, no run, 192 for 3.
A little bit flatter and quicker, I thought, that one there.
This is the ideal area to see that kind of thing. At Chelmsford, we're always in this position, never behind the arm, and we can see the trajectory of Harmer. And you're absolutely right. This is a good angle to see the differences of Ahmed's bowling. This time he bowls a fairly straight delivery, which is respected, watched by the Essex batsman back to the bowler, no run. Because, you know, you do the TV, and of course we're also on radio, which is a very different type of commentary. Ahmed on his way in, he bowls, gives a bit of air into the leg side. They take the single because they split the 2 fielders, saving 1 at 45 and mid wicket. It goes dead square, and Critchley can get through for a single. Nearly an update into our ears.
I just heard Forrest in 3rd, that was all I heard then.
Coming to you soon then, Brace. Take 11-point mark.
In comes Ahmed, bowls, Played into the leg side. The man at short mid-wicket does the fielding. End of a good over, and Essex have moved to 193 for 3. Critchley on 4, but Cox to face on 79.
Radio Nottingham are coming to me in a moment. It wouldn't half confuse them if you did it, Aaron, wouldn't it? 50 overs gone in this particular innings, the Essex first innings, 193 for 3. We've got 36 overs left in the day, and we're where are we? We're already at about 8 minutes to 4, so tea will be, what, 5 past 4, something of that.
Don.
I'll turn your microphone off, Don, again. 193 for 3. As O'Neill bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. And there's no run. Cox 79, Critchley is on 4. So tea, I guess, about 5 past 4, something of that order, and back at 25 past 4 with 32 overs to go. So we're already looking at half-6 finish for a change.
I was going to say no surprise there, really.
No, 193 for 3. Fergus O'Neill has got 1 wicket in this innings. Bowls to Jordan Cox.
So I was going to ask you, Brace, do you know what you're going to say in this update now? Do you have that in your mind?
I will probably
just learning
give the
from
score.
the best?
I will probably give the score.
Oh, okay.
That's generally what the listeners want to listen to. No, don't usually spend too long sort of planning what I'm going to say, or having cue cards like you. Sometimes all the planning in the world won't help you, as this is pushed into the offside, because you don't necessarily know how you're going to be introduced onto the air.
True. Change of field, I saw that Notts brought Lyndon James from the leg side over to the offside.
We'll find out in a second, I think.
Essex in the county championship, Dave 2. Here's Dave Bracegirdle.
And we're about 4 overs away from the tea break here, David. 1 wicket's gone down whilst you've been enjoying the first half across the road. Essex 193 for 3. In fact, there might be another one here. There's a direct hit at the stumps. Umpire Hartley is rushing away from the scene and maybe didn't have the best of views. Notts think they've run their man out, but the umpire has said not out. But the 1 wicket to go down during the last 45 minutes, Paul Walter, the big tall opener, is something like 6'9", and decided it was time to unleash. Farhan Ahmed, the spinner, unloaded. He hit a huge 6 into the Fox Road stand. He went again, 1 bounce for a 4. Farhan Ahmed, the 17-year-old, kept his nerve, tossed the ball up. Walter went again, and this time edged it through to first slip Joe Clark. It was a wonderful bit of cricket, great celebrations, but since then, Jordan Cox with 80, Matt Critchley with 4 have held firm. Notts thought they'd got a run out there. It didn't count. Essex 194 for 3 as we close in on tea. As this is run to backward point. Prime example there, Aaron, about what are you going to say, Dave? And they come to me just as a run-out shout. So you,
very close run-out shout as well, I thought there.
Did you see it on the replay?
I didn't see it on the
haven't,
replay. No, not yet.
I've just been doing an update. I'm sure
Kirsty will do it at the end of the over.
Well, we've already said you've got 9 cameras out there, so hopefully we'll get a shot of.
And looked over to Mr. Milnes for maybe a little bit of help.
But it's not easy. I've done it quite a few times, and in an incident like that, you're trying to primarily get in a position where you can see, but you're also being very, very watchful and respectful of how hard a cricket ball is when it's being thrown at you at full capacity. Not yet seen all these replays. 194 for 3.
Do you think there'll be a time when sort of video replays will come in on county championship?
What do you mean, sort of a VAR as this one's blocked?
Well, what you get in, test match cricket.
No.
It would always be good. Remember, we both come from an era where there wasn't the assistance. You want the correct decision. So if you can afford it, yes, but I'm not sure whether county cricket can afford it.
I don't think the ECB would dedicate
the money?
sufficient funding to support it. 194 for 3, because like the Premier League in football, there's no point having it on X ground if you can't have it on Y ground. So all the Premier League's got it, but the Championship, League 1 and League 2 in football hasn't got it. In theory, if you're popping it in at a county cricket ground, you've got to do it on all the grounds. So it's dropped on the leg side. And as well, there could be people sat there all day for 4 days with no decision to make.
Very true.
Farhan Ahmed stands with his legs wide apart, brings them together, comes in and bowls, and Jordan Cox continues on his merry ways, 80 not out.
May have just turned a fraction there off the straight from around the wicket. One thing that I'd like to say, and I know we've perhaps had this is an awkward one, and I don't want to see this as a criticism, and of course Notts may have had a bit of an awkward LBW shout in the first innings of their innings as Ahmed bowls, played into the offside. There is a quick single, an easy single. Our umpires in this country are fantastic.
Yeah.
They're without doubt the best set of umpires on the world circuit. When I mean the world circuit, I mean domestic circuit.
Yeah.
And they're all probably 99% of them are former professionals, and they understand the behavioural side of it as well. Played into the leg side by Critchley, wearing number 20, and that's the end of the over, 195 for 3. So we do get tremendous umpires. Look, if you're an umpire that gives people, generally speaking, your outer as opposed to
just
not
wondered,
outer.
Don, if this is a replay of the run out. So Cox has turned it to leg to Asiba Mead. There's the shy, hits the stump, celebrates.
You haven't got a wicket. You haven't got a camera square of the wicket.
Oh, they have. They have.
We have. We've got Spence down there.
Is he asleep?
Oof.
No, he's just moved his arm, so.
It's Fergus O'Neill. Bowls
Bowled.
and goes through to the keeper. So we've got 13 balls left in the session.
So if you've got, let's say Brace is one of our umpires and he's an outer and you're a not outer. Aaron, you're the not outer. You tend to not give decisions where Brace does. What happens is in the county game is you get that reputation. You're a not outer. Outer. He's a not outer. So if Brace makes an error,
As O'Neill bowls wide of the pegs.
if Brace makes an error as a not outer, it doesn't get profiled as much, because despite being not out, let's say he didn't give it out and he should have, and he gave it not out.
It's easy to say there was an element of doubt in my mind.
That's right, and we all merrily move on. Well, now you are an outer, and you happen to give more decisions than Brace, so your reputation is an outer.
O'Neill, not sure what reputation he's got, but this is
And
cut
you
to backward point, no run.
Start making mistakes, and for instance, I'm the batsman, and you give me out, and I wasn't out. It looks far worse than Brace's decision of giving it not out when it should have been out. Do you understand where I'm coming?
What you're saying,
So generally speaking, if that decision with the two umpires yesterday, there was an LBW, wasn't out, the batsmen feel aggrieved, and Hutton bowls, and sorry, not Hutton, it's Fergus O'Neill bowls, played into the offside. There is no run.
But my point back to that on,
Yeah.
you then, as a person, and you can relate this to many sports, you're shying away from making decisions.
You don't see it as shying away from making decisions. You are naturally ebullient, or you're doer. And you find that some of the umpires that we have, Fergus O'Neill bowls down the leg side, the keeper doesn't take it cleanly, there is no run. And what I'm trying to say to you is, these two umpires were bowlers. I'm not saying bowlers always give more decisions than batsmen, but you often find it's human nature. Captains who are batsmen, generally speaking, used to get away with a few more decisions because they write the reports on the umpires. And I'm saying to you that back in the day, there were some umpires who were outers, who you knew that if I'm bowling his end, I might get a decision because he is prepared to give more decisions than the other fella. Fergus Neal bowls again a little bit wide, goes wider. Keeper can't hold on to it as he dives across first slip, and there is a cheer behind us.
Start of the second half.
Just the team's coming out. So you better up your game then if you're an outer and you're getting 1 or 2 wrong. Edward Cree says, Dave, not heard it yet today. Can you just remind us all, please, on the correct pronunciation of Farhan Ahmed? Absolutely love to hear Stephen Mullaney pronouncing it. And could we have it at least half a dozen times, please? I don't know what he's on about. I've lost it.
I can do a Stephen Mullaney impression for you.
It's Farhan, not Farron.
One more and then we'll have Aaron's impersonation of it.
It's Farhan, not Farron.
That sounded like a Farhan.
Farhan.
It's Farhan, not Farron.
Here is Farhan to bowl the last over of the session. It's played down the ground for a single, fielded by Lyndon James. 197 for 3. And Jordan Cox on to 82. Aaron, thanks for popping in. I'd like to say it's been a pleasure. No, it has been a pleasure.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me in, to be honest. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I've learnt a lot. Off done.
I hope Big Sister will accept your apologies for going absent for the last 3/4 of an hour. 197 for 3. Here is Farhan bowling, and this is turned away to leg, and there's no run.
I'll let you into a little secret. When I said, I'll stop till tea, she texted me going, to tea in capital letters and lots of question marks. So I think I'll be on the directing duty after tea.
If I remember rightly, she had a turn on here last year.
She's done a few turns in here, to be honest.
Farhan Ahmed bowls, again, dropped on the leg side. And we're 3 balls away from the break. Essex's session done. They've only lost 1 wicket in the session.
I was just going to say, which session do you think this has gone to, the afternoon session?
They would have bitten your hand off.
Yeah. 54 for 2 at lunch.
And it could have been better if Paul Walter would have still been there. But we've got a few more batters to come. We bat down with Noah Thane and Harmer at 8.
Next ball on its way now. 150 runs between the two teams. Make that 146 because Matt Critchley gets his first boundary. Just rolling the ball across the Trent Bridge turf, backward of square into the wall at the base of the Fox Road stand. 201 for 3.
Not giving him any stick there. He's bowled nicely, but that probably was his worst ball of his spells today from Farhan Ahmed. Just a little bit short and allowing a bit of width to Critchley.
Try something different, toss one up, give him a bit of air. He's done it again, and he's gone again for 4 more through the offside. So Essex, who've just passed the 200, now finishing the session with a bit of a flourish.
That previous shot before there is very similar to obviously where Verena scored most of his runs yesterday. I said this morning on Trent Bridge Live, available 10:45 every game day. Just under 60% of his runs were scored in that area. Short boundary, right-hander.
Yeah, you tried to start the day with a gag, didn't you? That didn't necessarily work for you.
It's not the first.
This is pushed back to the bowler.
To be honest, it's not the first time I've tried to do something funny and it's not worked. But I do my best, Don.
As it is, T, can I just say, last night he was a magnificent date.
Was he?
He was so cheap.
Well, I'm glad that you two had a nice evening and you spent some time over the road at Meadow Lane watching lower league football. But as long as you had a nice evening, that's the main thing.
I thought I was out with the Lord Mayor of Nottingham.
No, he's a Sheriff of Nottingham.
Sheriff.
He's a Sheriff of Nottingham and the voice of Nottinghamshire cricket. That's how I like to introduce Dave
That'll
Bracegirdle.
do for now. We only have 20 minutes. Let's not waste them giving me false praise. Although I admit I like it. 205 for 3. Thanks to Don Topley. Thanks to Aaron Lloyd for joining us in this session. Essex are 142 runs adrift. Notts made 347. Essex 205 for 3. Can Jordan Cox get his second century of the season? He's auditioning well for England, folks. He's 82 not out at tea. The players will be back in 20 minutes' time. Don and I will. Aaron won't. 205 for 3 at tea. Crikey, that was a quick tea interval. We're on our way back out to the middle, with Essex just about to resume on 205 for 3 here at Trent Bridge, an increasingly hazy Trent Bridge. Just got a little chillier than it was. I wouldn't imagine it's too uncomfortable for the spectators, many of whom are out there just wondering what this session will bring. Jordan Cox has played a really good innings. He's 82 not out. Matt Critchley 12 not out. Essex are within 140 or so of the Nottinghamshire first innings score. Notts 347, Essex 205. We've had 54 overs in this innings. Last wicket went down on 171 when Paul Walter was the third out, caught at slip by Clark from the bowling of Farhan Ahmed. Lyndon James to bowl the first over of this post-tea session. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Glad to have you along this Saturday afternoon. Don Topley is here on behalf of our visitors this week, BBC Essex, and we're just about ready to go again. That was a quick 20 minutes, wasn't it?
It was. Felt a lot shorter than when I had that 20 minutes in the lift, going up and down.
Do you want to take Lyndon's over?
No, you do, Lyndon.
OK, Lyndon bowls down the leg side, a wicket first ball, and Cox has gone. Oh my word, just not settled down from the tea interval, got full concentration, a ball down the leg side and a little tickle through to Kyle Verreynne, who takes his first catch of 2025 in the County Championship. And Lyndon James also gets his first wicket of the season. He went without against Durham, and that's a real old bonus, a leg side strangle. And Jordan Cox will be kicking himself, and in a lot of senses that's a real old shame, because he's played beautifully well. The blonde-haired right-hander takes his helmet off and is about to take his leave of the field. Here is on the live stream that delivery from Lyndon James. Let's try and get it right. First ball, no, just slightly drifting down the leg side, and just a lazy little flick at it from Jordan Cox, and he's gone. That's a bonus for Nottinghamshire. That really is an absolutely unexpected present that Jordan Cox and Essex have handed Notts. First ball after tea.
How disappointing. Cox, Silverwood, the skipper Wesley would have been looking at how Essex can get through to tonight and without losing too many wickets, and he hasn't given it away. We call it a death in cricket, where a fella's bowled a non-wicket taking delivery. It's angled down the leg side and you've got a feather edge onto it, and it becomes obvious to the keeper. The feather edge carries to the keeper, he snaffles it, and you've got somebody caught behind off the bowling, and he's gone. And he was set, was Jordan Cox. Paul Walter was set, and unfortunately they've both been removed. Cox with the first ball after tea, and he would have been a little angry. He'll be sitting in the dressing room disappointed. It happens in cricket, but my word, to get him out with a nick down the leg side, gosh, Nottinghamshire will be so chuffed, and that could have quite a dramatic effect on this game now, with one more session, or all but one ball. It's going to be interesting. Dave's going to take the commentary, but two slips. New batsman at the crease, Michael Pepper, who scored 100, one of three batsmen that scored 100 last week for Essex. And, you know, knock over these two, anything could happen.
Proper Brucey bonus that was, as Lyndon James bowls to the new arrival. Plays his first ball in, up to the offside. Jordan Cox, 133 balls faced, 12 fours. He was at the crease for 2.5 hours. A special knock. There's at least one England, or member of the England scouting troop downstairs watching on. Couldn't help but be impressed by Jordan Cox, and certainly his start to the season very impressive. Century last week, 82 today. But he's gone. Here's Pepper. I understand his innings last week was pretty special as well, as this is played to mid-on And there's no run.
Well, Critchley, brilliant. Pepper, brilliant. Jordan Cox was a class above. And Paul Water made 95 last week. So we nearly had 4 centurions, which would have been a little unusual for a scorecard. But Essex at 205 for 4 will be desperate to have, probably, let's be brutally honest, we're not going to get a centurion today, but maybe, hopefully, tomorrow.
Pepper defends this square of the wicket on the offside. Yes, it really doesn't happen all that often, 4 centurions in an innings, and of course it happened for Notts.
Did it?
Back end of the last match of 2022 in Division 2 when they got 650 against Durham, 4 centurions.
Who were they?
It was the first time since the 1930s, and it was Asiba Mead, Matthew Montgomery, Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney.
Brilliant.
Next ball on its way now, and this is pushed into the offside. And there's no run, 205 for 4.
I wonder, I'm sure it would have been done at Essex if Paul Water had got a century. But I'm sure, you know, we see a scorecard still produce. It's good to see scorecards. And the scorecard in our commentary box today has been updated. It's an end of day 1-1. And if you can imagine, for not in a nice scorecard, which some counties don't have today, but it's good to see Nottinghamshire still do.
James beats Pepper, goes through to the keeper. End of the over, it's a wicket maiden, 205 for 4.
And I bet you there must be a scorecard, even by the loyal supporters and members, from that particular day against Durham, where there were 4 Nottinghamshire centurions.
Yeah, I've got one.
Where it's signed by the 4.
Oh no, I didn't.
No,
I didn't go for that. Just with scorecards, I can always remember as a youngster coming here, there was a gentleman, I often talked about him. I wish I knew his name, but I didn't. I was a young and all day long he'd walk around, 10-bet scorecards, 10-bet scorecards, 10-bet scorecards, and then after tea, the same fella would be selling the Evening Post, or on a Saturday after tea, the Football Post, and the times he went round all day. 10-bet scorecards, and every day you could guarantee there would be endless people shouting, "How much are your 10-bet scorecards, mate?" all day, as if it's the first time he'd ever heard it.
How much are scorecards today? Do you know?
I bet they're a pound. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. If they're £7.50, I don't know.
Pennington from the Radcliffe Road end, which is driven out to the offside where there is no run.
You certainly don't get people wandering around the ground shouting their wares anymore, do you? 10-bet scorecards, you either get it at the gate as you come in, or reception, or from the club shop, I'm sure.
Very traditional in South Africa, where you want Coca-Cola or a drink or a water, or, as they often shout at Cape Town Newlands, one day you'll find out, peanuts. Pennington is played into the offside. It goes up to Hutton at mid-off, where there is no run.
I told you yesterday, if I go to Cape Town ever, to Newlands, I won't be eating peanuts. I told you this.
Steak.
No. The track, I always heard, I've told me, it was many years ago, so it's probably a ridiculous price now. That's where you want to go, Dave. You can get a beer for 30 pence or so.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Castle.
Right next to the brewery.
Lions making a bit of a comeback. Amstel, all available. Other beers are available. Pennington clipped off the legs of Critchley. There is no run.
A great big bumblebee comes in and says hello. But Jordan Cox's figures up on the board again. Poor old Jordan.
Yeah.
Although not support. This buzzy bee just doesn't want to go away, and it likes your side of the box, Don.
He does, doesn't he? Must be the sugar.
Well, that'll be those
from the cakes.
Those 7 cakes you had at tea.
Oh, Pennington driven into the leg side, finds mid-wicket, well fielded, slick, clinical, but alas, no run or a wicket from that delivery. Right, the sun is going down. There are a few shadows out there, but the sun is weaker. We've got a lot of high cloud and wispy cloud, and if we look west, we can see there's a little bit more cloud than to the east. I'm driving home tonight. Take a good 3 hours back to Suffolk as Pennington is on his way in. Outside off stump. That could be wide, and it could be 4 wides. It genuinely is. As David Milnes extends his arm and shows a very grand span, and he signals the 4 wides, and that goes against not the keeper, but it goes against the bowler's analysis.
It's
so
5 wides, isn't it? 5 against his analysis.
It is, and not being funny, that didn't even hit the sight screen, did it? It was wide of the sight screen where it finished up. So he's going to have to re-bowl that. Got his radar wrong there, Pennington.
If they're listening in the box, on the Batman board, we've still got Jordan Cox's analysis on the board.
Playing a miss. What a good delivery that was. He made amends for the 5 wides. That was right on cue. That was on off stump, moving away, and really did bowl. It was nearly bowled him. It nearly got an edge. That was a terrific delivery against Matt Critchley. Probably a little bit of anger with that delivery, having bowled the delivery that almost took second slip out. Pennington on his way in, bowls. That's a good delivery. Forward defensive into the offside by Critchley. There is no run. Well, looking at the limp flags, there doesn't look to be any wind out there, which is helping swinging the ball one way or the other. They are limp. They're not really moving at the far end. They're just looking limp. Bowlers often look at where the wind is coming from. Will it help their away swing? A left armer may look at it and say, will it help? I'll take the other end. To have a left-hander and a right-hander is, Ryan side bottom here for a number of years. John Lever at Essex. If you have a left armer, it allows the right armer to have the right end as well.
We had a false start to this over. Lyndon James rushing in. Somebody just quickly made a dash from the Howard Road stand to go behind the screens at the far end and would have caught the batter's eye. We've lost the Batman board now. It no longer says the Jordan Cox figures. And we've just got a blank screen at the far end. It's obviously being rebooted. I think the score is 210 for 4. That's Lyndon James. Got that last wicket, comes in and bowls down the leg side, tickled away by Pepper for 4.
Oh, yeah.
Just too fine. Worked in the last over, of course, didn't it? The first ball was the leg side tickle from Cox, and Verena took it. This one is wide of the keeper and away for 4. 214 for 4. Pepper off the mark with a boundary. Matt Critchley has 12.
Jordan Cox would have loved to have done that. Instead, he feathered it finer, and the keeper was able to snaffle.
In comes LJ. Lyndon James bowls. It's worked up to a mead at mid-on, and there's no run. Elsewhere then, Division 1 at Chesterley Street. Durham made 387. Warwickshire struggling. They're 156 for 6. Surrey, the Reece Topley derby. Surrey in their second innings 44 without loss against Hampshire. They lead by 78. At Hove, Sussex in their second innings. Come back to that because Lyndon James is in and bowls again down the leg side, and Pepper's again tickled it away, but this one will be fielded by Farhan Ahmed. One more, 215 for 4. Sussex in their second innings are 165 without loss.
Gosh.
The Australian Daniel Hughes is 80 not out. Tom Haynes 77 not out.
What do they lead by?
Sussex lead Somerset by 259 with obviously all 10 wickets left.
And that's potentially at the end of day 2. And
yep.
No Craig Overton in the Somerset side. Do you know if that's an injury or is he being rested?
No, I don't know.
They would have had a very demanding day in the field last round of games.
Lyndon James in and bowls, and this one's Played into the offside. I think there was a suggestion that Craig Overton didn't bowl many overs on the last day. It was all Archie Vaughan and Jack Leach. I think.
They bowled millions, didn't they, between them?
Yorkshire 456, Worcestershire really struggling. Now they got away with it against Somerset last week, as we were just discussing, but they're 138 for 8, so they've only got 2 wickets left, still trail Yorkshire by more than 300. Lyndon James bowls again, and Critchley drops it on the leg side. Division 2 at Bristol, Gloucestershire 546, Glamorgan 92 for 2. At Canterbury, Middlesex in their second innings are 147 for 5, so they'll lead Kent by 151. Northants made 496, half century there for Calvin Harrison on loan from Notts. Lancashire 61 for 2 in reply. And in the Division 2 East Midlands Derby, Leicestershire 484, Derbyshire 227 for 6. Next ball is pushed into the offside. I'll just turn your headphones off, Don. End of the over. Don't know the... Oh, I do. 215 for 4 is the score. We've still got no Batman board. So, quietish starts. Well, obviously an explosive start. First ball to this session with the wicket, but since then it's a quietish start for the Notts bowlers. We've had 5 wides from Pennington, and Lyndon James drifting it down the leg side a couple of times and getting picked off. So they'll just need to sort their line out a little bit. But that's a real bonus, that wicket of Jordan Cox. Noah Fane due in next, and Simon Harmer with Snater, Cook and Porter the last 3.
Michael Pepper to face Dylan Pennington. It's interesting, they had a man back on the boundary. On the leg side, just behind square, they brought him up. They bring an extra fella across from the leg side into the offside. They have a conventional ring, saving 1 with 2 slips and a couple of lads at mid-wicket and mid-on. So outside off stump, goodish pace, which Pepper is happy to leave and let go through to the keeper for a dot ball. 215 for 4. Pepper on 5, just faced the 9 balls. Can score quickly. He has the ability to score all around the ground, 360, and very much a modern day batsman. Happy to pull and hook, happy to scoop in white ball cricket. This time he plays with an open face bat out to backward point where there is no run. There's only, oh no, there's still 2 Robin Hood flags. It's green. It's like a red cross with a green background. Well, am I suggesting right, with a gentleman with a bow and arrow?
Yes, Robin Hood.
Robin Hood. That's the flag. As this is forced off the back foot. That is a very good shot as it cannons off the wall right beside the aforementioned flag, the Robin Hood flag, where one of the Nottinghamshire fielders has to go and retrieve the ball. That was a very fine shot. Very tall man, tall keeper is Michael Pepper, and he stayed up on his toes and allowed the ball to come very close to him underneath his eye line before he punched it in the offside, and it went in the gap for 4. Pennington, similar shot again, but this time he finds the fielder where there is no run. Similar, identical ball, short, just short of a length, same line, but he finds the fielder this time.
The camera crew, I know you were asking Aaron how things are allocated. The camera crew have all had a shuffle round at tea. We've now got Lee over by the Fox Road stand. That's a standing job, that is, isn't it? Stood there at the side of the pitch.
Pennington in outside, off stump through to the keeper, slightly fuller, no run.
Lee's outstanding in his field.
He is dressed in all black. Who was the Hungarian goalkeeper back in the 50s that was dressed in all black?
No, it was the Russian, Lev
The
Yashin.
Russian.
Lev Yashin.
Lev Yashin. I remember my father
Yashin.
telling me about that.
Lev Yashin, the man in black.
Yeah.
That was before Johnny Cash became the man in black.
Or the man with milk tray. Eh? As other chocolates are available. This is forced off the back foot. Pretty identical to that 4 earlier in the over, but I have to say it's probably played a little bit squarer, and he's had to wait for it a little bit longer as it's gone a little bit squarer there for 4. But very productive over for Essex, very productive over for Pepper, who's now on 13, and Essex 223 for 4. 2 good shots there. I mean, you know, when you're coaching cricket, Dave, which I've done a lot, and also, you know, when you think about it, coaching is great for your own game as well, because you analyse it slightly differently when you start to coach people. And I remember doing that from the age of 19, and I qualified as an advanced coach at 21, and what I remember is it's a shot I could never play. I didn't know how to.
Lyndon James bowls now, and Critchley just checks his drive, plays it up to a Mead at mid-on, no run.
Very tall players, tall people, are very happy to play on the front foot, and they have tall people with long arms have decent reaches. And one of the challenges I found as a cricketer myself, but more importantly talking to youngsters, is how do you play the ball late? And that's really hard to describe. And you know, you want to play the ball under your eye line, and it's a really tricky thing to coach, because the natural thing is tall people with long levers, you reach for the ball.
James bowls, and Critchley just biding his time, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Critchley hasn't in fact scored in this session yet, as he was 12 not out at tea. He's now 12 from 29 deliveries, soaking up a few dot balls here. Seen Jordan Cox depart, so doesn't want the same fate to befall him. He's just playing himself into this session nicely. James once more, past umpire Hartley. Bowls, this is turned away on the leg side for a single, so he is off the mark. 225 for 4. Just before tea, Notts thought they'd run out Jordan Cox, a direct hit from Asib Mead. Obviously not given, but it wasn't too expensive. First ball after tea, Cox caught down the leg side and on his way. I did check, it does seem as if we haven't got a clear side on view of that run out. Next ball is defended by Michael Pepper. Still without anything at all on the Batman board. That's had a bit of a tantrum and has broken down or been turned off. So we're just reliant on our monitors in here, which have got the score on 224 for 4 in the 59th over. 27 overs remain in the day after this one, as again on the leg side Pepper turns it down to Farhan Ahmed for a single. 225 for 4. I'd expect the ground to start filling up by 1 or 2 in the next few minutes as the football comes to an end. There's Lyndon James bowls once more to Matt Critchley. Fergus O'Neill doing the fielding. Tough for the Notts bowlers this stage of the day, as it was for Essex 24 hours ago.
Still a good wicket.
Next week Notts are away at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, then back here in a fortnight against Sussex. Lyndon James bowls. The next one's dropped on the leg side, and there's no run into the over 227 for 4. We'll obviously enjoy that game against Sussex because we don't go down there. Same as Essex. There's no reverse fixture this year. Don't go to Chelmsford, nor do they go to Hove.
Well, your colleague for when Sussex come up here will be Adrian Harms, who is a tremendous chap.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Tell me, for you to go to Birmingham, I'm guessing hour or less.
No, it's a bit more than that because I'm from Newark, so I'm.
Okay, but from Nottingham, say Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
Hour.
Yeah.
Do you obviously stay down there?
Yeah.
The team does.
Will be. Yeah.
Right. Essex host Worcestershire next week. Dylan Pennington starting a new over, outside off stump, fairly full, but just a little outside off stump, which the Essex batsman, Michael Pepper, is very happy to leave. 2 slips waiting, a ring on the offside, a fella back on the defending short square boundary on the offside. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a conventional fine leg under the Batman scoreboard, which has no stats on it at all because it looks as if it's someone's switched it off and we're saving electricity. Pennington on his way in bowls, outside off stump into the vacant backward point where they take a single. Backward point is on the boundary. Michael Pepper gets off strike, brings Critchley. 13 for Critchley, 15 for Pepper. Score 228 for 4.
Yes, the one thing we're starting with 2 home games, it does mean that sadly after this game, Notts have only got 5 more home matches this season in the county championship.
Pennington starting his run into it. He goes past umpire Milnes, played into the offside where Critchley can't get a single. It's well fielded. At square point.
Let's actually start with 4 home matches out of their first 5, so it's going to be a lopsided second half of the season.
Bracerby on the road. Pennington waiting, starts his run, comes back. He's back into it now. Broad-shouldered, blonde lad, bowls. Fairly well pitched up, directed at the stumps, but Critchley comes forward and plays a forward defensive, and there is no run.
Well, didn't hear a deal of noise behind us, understandably so. But deep into stoppage time, there has been a goal just across the Radcliffe Road. Crikey, they won't be happy.
No, they've had a tremendous season, haven't they? Nottingham Forest.
Not been a good weekend for Nottinghamshire football.
This is driven into the offside. A squarish cover, can't stop it. He dives, but the fellow on the boundary, I think that's Ben Slater, who recovers and gets the ball after the misfield, and it is just the 1 run to Critchley, which brings back Pepper on strike. Gosh, 1-0 down to Everton. I think they're fairly low, aren't they? And if they win that'll be quite a saving for them, really, because coming to Nottingham Forest would be viewed as a hardish fixture. Pennington the outside off stump, moving away, and the ball carried on moving away through to the keeper, who Verena dives to his right and prevents any byes. He jogs through, everybody else jogs through to keep the over rate going, and Essex have moved to 229 for 4.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington still wicketless in this match. 4 wickets have gone down. 4 different bowlers. Fergus O'Neill with the first, then Brett Hutton, Farhan Ahmed and Lyndon James latterly. So the only other bowler is Dylan Pennington. Sometimes that's the way it goes. He might get all the next 6. You just never know, do you? You'll have good days. You'll have days where things don't necessarily go for you. You'll have days where it's coming out beautifully. You're bowling in really good rhythm and don't get a wicket. You'll have other days where you bowl a long up and it's slapped down the throat of deep mid-wicket.
Oh, yes.
It's one of those occasions where you have to be pretty philosophical as Lyndon James bowls, and this is steered into the offside. If things aren't going for you, you just have to hope they go for somebody else. Team game, you'll have good days and so will your teammates. There will have been times, I'm sure, Don, in your career where you've had both of those feelings. I'm sure, you know, I'm not having a pop. There's probably days where you've perhaps gone for 100 and you think, well, you know, I must have bowled well because the captain kept me on all day and, you know, beat the bat no end of times, and there was 1 or 2 drops as a singles taken here, and then other days you can come on. Sometimes you get, like Brett Hutton today, sometimes you get an early indication and an early sign that, crikey, it's your day. If somebody drags on first ball you bowl, you think, crikey, that was a bonus. A little bit of good fortune here, and away you go. You'll get 2 or 3 of the cheapest wickets you've ever bagged just by turning your arm over.
Oh yes, it's yeah, bowling is always hard work, and if I could contribute after this ball.
James bowls to the right-handed Pepper, pushes it up to mid-off, no run.
When you're a batsman, have you ever heard anyone talk about a challenging naught or a tiring naught or a tiring 6 runs? When batsmen have a bad day, you know, they don't get many runs, they get out, and it's not particularly tiring. But a bowler, yes, he does always have a second chance.
James is in again, bowls wide of the pegs.
But when you have a second chance as a bowler, you've got an opportunity for another ball, another spell. But let me tell you, bowling, and ask Porter and Cook, they've just spent so many days in the field, and they are praying that their batsmen keep them from going back to bowl again. So if Essex can bat long and deep, not only does it put them in a good position, but it gives their bowlers a rest. And I have to say, bowling is hard work.
Lyndon James bowls, and this is beating Pepper outside the off stump. That was a really good delivery. Goes through to the keeper.
He seemed to go back and then played from the crease, and he didn't get far enough forward, hence he played and missed. So Michael Pepper will be certainly trying to go forward to Lyndon James. But as I say, you know, you could bowl brilliantly and get 0 for 50 off 15 overs, 20 overs, but you don't get the wickets. Another day you might get 5 for 60 off 20 overs and have a bit of luck.
James in again, and advancing down the track here is Michael Pepper, but it was so wide he was able to leave it alone. Yeah, just, you know, on that point, you know, bowling lots and lots of overs is hard work. Batters will say batting all day is hard work, and that's why people like, I guess, in history, Ian Botham, if you like, Freddie Flintoff, you know, there's lots and lots of all-rounders, people who are always in the game, always likely to spend a large chunk of each day's play right at the forefront of the action. That's why they were such a prized commodity, a proper top-notch all-rounder, somebody who's worth his place in the side as a bowler alone and as a batter alone, but does both roles is absolutely pivotal. This is worked away to the offside. Sprawling stop by Brett Hutton, who then decides to collapse on the ground, and has a bit of a joke and a smile as he gets back to his feet. Single taken, 231 for 4.
Well done, the bowler, Brett Hutton, supporting his teammate, Dylan Pennington, saved him a boundary, getting the dive out. Came down in installments. He must be, I'm just checking now, thinking about it, Brett Hutton, I reckon he's 32.
Yeah, something of that order.
Pennington in, short, pulled. Michael Pepper does play the pull and the hook. Tall man, and he's dismissed that square of the wicket, and that is emphatic. Good shot for 4.
All about making the most of when you're set at the crease. We've seen Paul Walter for 76, Jordan Cox here miss out. Another one missing out is Daniel Hughes, the Australian. He's just been dismissed for Sussex for 91, but that is the first wicket to go down against Somerset at Hove. 184 for 1 in the second innings. Sussex lead Somerset by 277. Tom Haines 84 not out. Difficult to see Somerset turning that round to get a win, so they're going to start with a draw in the first game and who knows what in this one. Here is Dylan Pennington now into bowl to Pepper. Little push into the vacant space at point, takes a single. O'Neill doing the fielding. One more to the Essex total. 236 for 4. Just had the 6 wickets to go down today. In the Nottinghamshire first innings, Farhan Ahmed and Dylan Pennington fell this morning. Knots all out for 347. Before lunch, Charlie Allison and Tom Westley were out. This is it back to Pennington, nicely fielded off his own bowling. At lunch, the visitors here were 54 for 2. At tea, 205 for 3. It was a really good afternoon for Essex. Paul Walter out for 76, the only casualty in that session. Jordan Cox 62 not out. Beg your pardon, 82 not out at tea. And out first ball afterwards. There's Pennington bowling. That's a really good straight drive, but the sprawling Hamid makes a fine stop. Critchley was 12 not out at tea. He's moved on to 17. Pepper is dominating this partnership so far. 20 of the 32 runs to have been added. There's Pennington generating some decent pace, and this is chopped away for 4. That's a little bit of a result of all that pace. If it's short and wide, offering the chance to cut it away with no protection out there, likely to go for runs, and that's what happened. 4 more to the Essex total, to Michael Pepper, who's quickly sped his individual score to 24 from 26. Essex 241 for 4, 11 runs from that over, and the visitors are homing in on the first batting point. 241 for 4. Four overs remain. It's at about 5 o'clock, so we're on target for a 6:30 finish. As Lyndon James from the Stuart Broad end comes in, bowls, and Critchley leans forward, plays it into the offside. There's Fergus O'Neill, Australian, born in New Zealand, doing the fielding. Just seen Freddie McCann just turn his over, but just wandering away from Joe Clark and had a little turnover of the arm. Next ball past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Just seen a few red shirts come back into the ground. If they've looked initially towards the Batman board, they'll have been wondering what's going on. But a board away to our left, can't quite see it from our commentary position, so grateful for the live stream, the monitor we've got in our commentary box. 241 for 4, it says, in the 63rd over. Bowls now Lyndon James. Matt Critchley eases this into the covers. There's Fergus O'Neill again doing the fielding. Essex trail by 106, but every chance, certainly if this pair can stick around for any length of time, they've got a really good chance of forging out a first innings lead. Notts very much would like to go bang bang, get a couple of quick wickets and head towards the lower middle order as soon as they can, as this is turned up to a Mead at mid-on, no run. Notts captain Asiba Mead, sunglasses on his head, fingers as always quite heavily taped.
Is that for fielding?
Yes, he's always got them.
Has he?
Always as protection rather than covering up any damage. Has had finger issues in the past and takes every precaution nowadays to prevent against that. Next ball wide of the pegs and goes through to Kyle Verena, who this morning advanced his overnight score from 111 not out to 128 before he ran out of partners. 241 for 4. Getting chillier, or seemingly getting chillier by each passing minute. Had one or two people this afternoon I noticed watching from the roof garden away to our right, down the leg side, taken by Verena. On top of the Dave Bracegirdle residential care home, but there's nobody there. Oh, there might be one person on top of the roof garden there, just with a view into Trent Bridge. End of the over, 241 for 4.
Have you been up there?
No, but I've when.
Is it a communal garden at the top?
Yes. Last summer, it was an update where Essex are currently 241 for 4. Real bonus for Notts. First ball after tea. A bit of a loosener from Lyndon James down the leg side. And the set player, Jordan Cox, who is auditioning for England, really. Got a century last week. Played beautifully to get to 82. First ball after tea. Loose flick down the leg side and presented Kyle Verena with a simple catch, the glove man. Matt Critchley and Michael Pepper are the not out players. Farhan Ahmed is just coming into the attack for the first time after tea. It's likely that both first innings score will be roundabout level, you'd imagine. Essex are still just over 100 behind Notts. They're 241 for 4 earlier. Notts all out for 347. So here is Farhan Ahmed. Stands with his legs wide apart. Just mentioned Flintoff. He used to do that, of course, at the end of his run. Big George Scrimshaw, of course, who's now with Northants, the fast bowler. He very deliberately stands a little like that. Single taken by Pepper at the start of Farhan's comeback over, his 11th. He hasn't bowled a maiden yet. 1 for 41, his figures. Got the scoreboard back in operation. Seabermead has put himself in at a catching short mid-wicket. Farhan Ahmed bowls. This is played straight back to him by Matt Critchley. Ahmed made 31. The throw in from Ben Slater forces Michael Pepper to drop to the ground to avoid being hit, and Kyle Verena catches the ball behind him almost like it was rehearsed. Yes, Ahmed bowls. This is clipped briskly up to Pennington at mid-on. Due in about an hour, you'd imagine. This one's played back to Farhan Ahmed. End of the over. So there are 22 overs left in the day. There's the potential that Notts could have a second new ball if they opted to take it for the last 6 overs of the day. That's a nice little thing to have at the back of your mind, because you would have two goes with the second new ball, 6 overs this evening, and then obviously it's still hard and new for tomorrow morning. So we'll look out for that in about an hour's time. O'Neill and Pennington. James bowling, and there's a chance, and it's caught. And Lyndon James gets the second wicket, and Michael Pepper's thrown it away, looking to play positively, as Don Topley said. And a square cut straight into the hands of Jack Haynes. Good catch from Haynes. And Essex are 5 down, 248 for 5. Michael Pepper cutting a wideish ball from Lyndon James into the hands of the diving Jack Haynes at backward point, and he's gone for 26, and Essex 248 for 5. Another bit of a bonus wicket. We're just talking about sometimes your day, sometimes it's not. Lyndon James bowled nicely in the Durham game. Didn't get a single wicket in either innings. He's got a leg side strangle, and now he's got one that could have been smacked away for 4, either in front of square or behind square, and instead he's hit it straight to Jack Haynes.
What Essex are finding is they're getting a few lads in. They've done the hard work, and then, you know, there was a death down the leg side with Cox, and now we've seen Pepper on 26 play a cut, and he find the man at short third man stroke backward point, probably nearer a short third man than a backward point, but you know, Cox was marginally unlucky, but you don't want a death caught down the leg side. Walter, he made 76. Did he make Nottinghamshire pay? He played so well against Farid Ahmed, and then got one, and he tried to play a slog sweep again and was caught at slip. I don't see if and suggest that the bowler got the batsman out. I think the batsman got himself out, and that's with a batsman like Walter that was set. Wesley was LBW, Allison was LBW. They'll be looking probably at the replays and techniques. Did he play across his front pad? T was 205 for 3. Critchley is still there. He was on 12 not out. Jordan Cox was 82, and then he nicked one down the leg side. Essex need players to go on, and we saw it last week with the 3 centuries. You know, Essex, if they're going to get something out of this game, we need a centurion. And Critchley is on 22. Thane joins him as an all-rounder, and it is foremost skill, which is batting. A young lad from Cambridgeshire has another younger brother in the system, but I would just be careful now, because the overs in the day left at 21. This Essex don't need for this to peter out. We need to be strong with 3 slips facing James coming in.
99 the difference between the two sides. First ball to Noah Fane is left alone, goes through to Verena. Jack Haynes, who caught that in that, I would call it backward point position, just been moved into third slips. Joe Clark at first, Freddie McCann at second, Jack Haynes at third. Dylan Pennington's up to backward point. Fergus O'Neill in the covers, and Brett Hutton at mid-off. Captain Asiba Mead is at mid-on, and Slater and Farhan Ahmed on the leg side. Good delivery from Lyndon James. Just that one just nipped away. Little push at it from Thane, bound to be a tad nervous in the early stages of his innings. Yeah, Notts have got Ben Slater sort of patrolling the leg side in front of square, and Farhan Ahmed just behind square. 248 for 5. Couple of bonus wickets for Nottinghamshire for Lyndon James since tea, but put the ball in areas where you might profit, and it's happened for Lyndon, who I thought played nicely yesterday with the bat, made 45.
Did
48 for 5 is the score.
He did, and you know, Porter and Cook, I'll be praying these boys stay out here batting sensibly, giving them rest, feet up in the dressing room, knowing that the reality is that they could be back bowling tomorrow. And I talked about it earlier in the day, you don't want to be 250, 260, 280 all out.
James bowls, driven crisply by Noah Fane. Doesn't get a run because Lyndon James stuck out his boot, took some pace off it, still needed fielding, and after the ball bibbled and bobbled its way down to the far end, another dive from Brett Hutton to prevent any runs, and then he immediately sets to work polishing the ball hard on his flannels. Looks very much as if he's, at least for this game, inherited the role as ball polisher. Notts have had some sterling ball polishers over the years. You think of Michael Lum, he was fastidious in polishing the ball. This is pushed into the offside, and certainly when he's played over the last 4 or 5 years, Liam Patterson-White's another one.
Yes.
Lob him the ball and he will buff it and shine it and polish it all day long. A wicket maiden for Lyndon James, Essex 248 for 5.
Lyndon James 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 41. Ahmed 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 47. But he's going to continue. He's going to come around the wicket as he forces his right hand into the dirt to get rid of any sweat, to try and get a little bit of dust on his fingers. That's not illegal.
That's the voice of Don Topley. Just interrupting you, Don, because we've just been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra here at Trent Bridge, where Essex are 248 for 5. They were going along nicely on a pleasantly warm afternoon at Trent Bridge, but since tea they've sort of gifted Notts a couple of wickets. Jordan Cox certainly auditioning well at this stage of the season for England. Made a ton last week. 82 not out at tea. First ball after tea, a leg side flick at the Lyndon James loosener, and Kyle Verreynne took the catch. Good day for Verreynne. Finished 128 not out in the Nottinghamshire first innings, and then Lyndon James has just picked up the equally crucial wicket of Michael Pepper, who sped to 26 and then cut straight into the hands of Jack Haynes. Farhan Ahmed is bowling at the moment. This is pushed back to him. Critchley 22. Noah Fame's just come to the crease. Essex trail by 99, Don. This could just sort of slip away from the advantageous position that Essex had got into.
Farhan Ahmed in with a slip facing. There's an LBW shout. I don't think I could give that, nor can the umpire David Milnes. It's ballooned out into the offside. He's bowled quite nicely. He got rid of Paul Walter, who put him into the Fox Road stand a few times at short mid-wicket. The left-hander did. But he eventually got his wicket caught at slip, trying to do the same. So Farhan Ahmed won that battle as Critchley forces the ball into the leg side to take a single to go to 23, 249 for 5. Ahmed has bowled quite tidily, 1 for 48 at the other end. James has picked up 2 wickets, 2 key wickets, the last 2 wickets since tea. Cox and Pepper, 2 centurions from Chelmsford last week, but not today. 82 and 26 respectively. So from the batting side, it's down to Critchley, who is watching Thane play into the leg side. There is no run. Decent crowd here today. And the noise you can hear is from the entertainment down the road at the City Ground, where I do believe Notts Forest have lost to Everton.
You'll cop it calling them Notts.
Nottingham Forest, sorry, as Farhan bowls. Good delivery outside off stump, trying to get between the bat and pad if he can, which is a legitimate dismissal for the young 17-year-old off-spinner who batted bravely, stoically and full of character this morning for his 31. Bit of air, this is driven into the leg side. It beats the man under the lid, where it's gone for 1 run. And that is the 250, and the gentle applause there from the Trent Bridge crowd, which includes a number of Essex supporters who have travelled up. 250 for 5, and that is the end of the 66th over.
It's already on the board, Don. Essex are winning again. Essex 4 points, Notts 3, it says.
Yep.
Up there. Critchley 23, Noah Thane with a single. So Lyndon James to continue here at Trent Bridge. You're all you're all already getting the abuse from our production crew, who I think the result today, they're already in a grouchy mood as this is pushed back to the bowler. The football behind us. Aaron, who joined us on commentary a little earlier, says Notts is gunning for you.
Is he?
Sorry. He's gunning for you.
Dave, over the 2 days, and we saw Essex go into the ascendancy yesterday morning after winning the toss, 4 for 2. I think it was 70 odd for 5 at 54. No, 70 odd for 5 at lunch. But Nottinghamshire fought hard yesterday afternoon.
Lyndon James bowls, strikes Noah Fain on the pad. And there's a lot of animation behind the wicket, but I presume Lyndon James, the bowler, knew there'd been, well, lots of reasons why it wasn't going to be out. I don't think it was hitting in the first place, but he might have nicked it, but it possibly looked good. That 3-pronged slip cord. Yeah, you're quite right. It's a game that's fluctuated a little bit, and Essex was certainly on top at lunch yesterday.
I would say it's been 2 hard days for both teams fighting, and today, you know, Essex knocked over the towel, but they haven't had it their own way with a bat as Thane plays into backward point where there is no run. I mean, Cook and Porter were brilliant yesterday. The backup of Essex's bowlers possibly not as strong, and Nottinghamshire invested later in the day, courtesy of a couple of drop catches. Essex did have to get 13 technical wickets because they dropped 3. Bowler comes in outside off stump through to the keeper, no run.
Poor old Simon Harmer, you're not going to let him forget it, are you?
Well, no one means to. No, that's right. But you know, I often say you're not in the. You're there because you're the best.
Yeah.
And you're not there because you've got great conversation. You're in the slips because you can take the catches, and it's really rather unique to see Simon Harmer drop some. But that's the harsh reality. Essex had to go and get 13 wickets to bowl Nottinghamshire out down the leg side, and I think that's come off the pad down the leg side. Oh, buys, 4 buys, so it hit nothing.
That's the 3rd lot of 4 buys against Carl Verena. He's only recently arrived in the UK. He, after 48 hours, he took to the field, scored a century yesterday. Terrific stuff. He's already taken 1 catch today down the leg side, but he's certainly being challenged at the moment by some loose-ish bowling. Don't think he's had any chance, has he, with any of the leg side buys?
No. Goes against him, sadly. James is in, and this is played on the back foot into the offside to complete the over. 3 slips are waiting. The 2 helmets have been collected, and they're all jogging through because Essex have got a slow over rate now of -3, but Notts a level.
Yeah, of course they can't do anything about their over rate. They bowled Notts out eventually for 347, but a little too slow according to the officials, so they will start the Nottinghamshire second innings whenever that does come into being. -3 on the over rate. They'll have to attend to that.
I think Harmer only bowled 7.
Yeah.
Critchley did bowl 1 more than Harmer, but I suspect Harmer, the off-spinner, will bowl a lot in the Nottinghamshire second innings.
As for Farhan Ahmed, 17-year-old, bowling to Matt Critchley, formerly of not quite this parish, but just down the A52 at Derby, former Derbyshire skipper. Pushes this to mid-off, no run. The capless Fergus O'Neill, the Australian, doing the fielding. Farhan Ahmed past David Mills. The next one is bunted down the ground to Dylan Pennington. It's a huge contrast in size of the individuals, isn't there, when Farhan Ahmed is actually bowling with umpire David Mills just stood to his left. Mills a giant of a man as well.
Formerly of this parish?
Yeah, he had 2 spells here, and sandwiched in between was a good few years at Leicestershire. There's Farhan Ahmed. Going to be bowling to Noah Fain. He's only got a single Fain, and Freddie McCann's in there at short leg, just trying to whip that one away, but just turns sharply into the pad. Yes, saw him once or twice at local non-league football in the winter when I was able to get down. He still lives locally. Likes to go and watch a little bit of non-league football in the winter, David Mills. Next one's turned to the Notts skipper, Seba Mead, at shortish mid-wicket.
Probably the first time I've seen him bowl live in the flesh. Farhan Ahmed's got a nice action, a good pivot for an off-spinner. Follows through, an economic action, nothing difficult or challenging, just a very good sound action.
Brother of England and Leicestershire's Rehan Ahmed. Turned behind square, no run, 255 for 5. So we're in the 68th over, Don. In an ideal world here, Notts will not give many runs away over the next 11 overs, then get a wicket, then take the second new ball. That would be their dream. Leicestershire, beg your pardon, just talking about Leicestershire. Essex, conversely, they'll want to make the most in terms of scoring another 30 or 40 runs, I would imagine, before that second new ball becomes due. Farhan Ahmed bowls and dropped down on the leg side, fielded by Freddie McCann. 255 for 5 for Farhan Ahmed, who's still not bowled a maiden, 13 overs, 1 for 50.
Well, since Essex lost Allison for 11 and Wesley for 5 at lunch, they were 54 for 2. Gosh, Walter was out after lunch and probably his own downfall. Cox was maybe a bit unlucky in that he nicked one down the leg side, which we call an absolute death for the batsman. And Pepper was caught at short third man stroke, a very square sort of backward point, and I have to say he played it in the air, so that was his downfall for 26. As James comes in, Essex need not to lose any more wickets here. Critchley comes forward, a good forward defensive, pushed up to mid-off where there is no run. 255 for 5. It's all quite quiet now. Nottinghamshire are happy for that.
5 Sports Extra have disappeared from whence they came, no doubt focusing on the Reece Topley derby at the Oval, I would imagine. Worcestershire all out at Headingley for 162. 294 behind. You'd imagine Yorkshire will enforce the follow-on.
As James being forced into the leg side, it runs out to deep square leg just in front. Essex take the single that brings Noah Thane, who's on 1. He's on strike. Critchley's on 25.
How long did Reece have at Hampshire?
3 seasons. 3 seasons.
Was it? Did he miss one completely through injury?
He did.
Yeah.
He actually went down there. He had 2 stress fractures when he was down there. His very first game, he broke his knuckle batting. As James bowls short of a length, Thane goes back and across. The Cambridgeshire young cricketer plays up to mid-off. There is no run. He broke his knuckle. Who was the tall fella for Warwickshire? Irishman.
Boyd Rankin?
Boyd Rankin broke his knuckle. He was batting, blocking it out at the death, and he bounced him and he got one on the bottom knuckle. Top knuckle, actually. Top knuckle, because it was his bowling hand. 3 slips, or 2 slips and a gully waiting. James is in, bowls, outside off stump, going wide and wider, and that is a dot ball.
Did adrenaline get him through, and it was only when he took the glove off later he found out, or did he have to retire it straight away?
No, he came off and went, I think I better have a look at this.
Ouch. Yeah.
And there was a fracture. Yeah. It's not unusual to change clubs, and you can see that, some of your players, Clark, Duckett, much more so these days than it used to be. This is a little bit straight, a good delivery, just squares Thane up a little bit, but he negotiates it eventually on the front foot, and it is a dot ball. Keep playing straight, young man. Don't look to play on the leg side there.
I lose track of the years. I mean, were agents in the game when you were playing?
No. The first, okay.
I mean, you talked about Ian Botham having an agent.
I was going to say,
but
Hudson, Tim Hudson.
Yeah, but that wasn't to do with his cricket.
No, that was more business.
He was trying to get him involved in Hollywood, wasn't he?
Yes, correct, Dave. Yeah, absolutely driven into the offside by Thane. He gets further forward this time, and that is the end of the 69th over. 256 for 5. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Who was I thinking about today? We were mentioning it. Paul Water is managed by a former cricketer of Birmingham, of Edgbaston and the Oval. Jason Ratcliffe, who's used to be the deputy CEO of the PCA, who did a wonderful job at the PCA, the union that represents the players. And Jason has gone alone and has become a very successful agent. Yeah. There's a lot of agents about today.
Yeah, it's Farhan Ahmed to bowl to Matt Critchley. It's on 25. He'll turn this on the leg side, get another single. 257 for 5. Here's an update. Where Essex are now 257 for 5. Couple of wickets in this session for Lyndon James, both in a sense gifted a little bit by the batters. Jordan Cox, first ball after tea, just nicked Lyndon James down that leg side, and Carver Rayner, the wicketkeeper, took a grateful catch. Cox was motoring before tea, made 82 but didn't get going after the resumption. And then Michael Pepper, similarly like to Cox, got 100 last week. He sped to 26 and then cut Lyndon James straight into the hands of Jack Haynes at backward point. This morning, Notts eventually all out for 347. A little frustrating that they missed out on that extra batting point. If they'd reached 350, Verena unbeaten on 128. Wickets have been shared around, 2 for Lyndon James, 1 for Farhan Ahmed, and 1 apiece for the two seamers, Fergus O'Neill and for Brett Hutton. Essex 257 for 5, and we've still got an hour or so's play left. 16 overs remain. So, quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham into their match day programme, which comes from 300 yards behind me. David Jackson will be in the main stand at the City Ground behind us. This is pushed into the offside. Single taken. 257 for 5. 258 for 5. The extra run pops up. That's the Peter Taylor stand, of course. The City Ground. Seen a number of people come back into the ground in the last 15-20 minutes wearing their red shirts. There's Farhan. 258 for 5. Bowls now, and this is played on the bounce back to him by Critchley. Essex are 89 behind. You look at the contrasting top orders, and that's as Don was just saying, 78 for 5 at lunch on the first day yesterday. Essex 258 for 5, and this one's turned away behind square on the leg, no run. If Essex's second half of the order can wag like Notts did, well, they're going to get a huge score. But you just feel things are just a little different. Lyndon James just going off the field, just keeping half an eye on him. Matt Montgomery's come on as a sub-fielder, and Brett Hutton's coming back into the attack. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 44 for Brett Hutton. Got a wicket with the first ball that he sent down today, getting Tom Westley LBW. It's going to be a bowling to Noah Fain, who's on 2. Let's have a look at the field. Mead is still moving people around. Got Joe Clark at first slip, Freddie McCann at second, Dylan Pennington at backward point on the cut, Fergus O'Neill in the covers, Matthew Montgomery at mid-off. So here's Hutton in to bowl, and it's pushed up to Matthew Montgomery. On the leg side we've got 2 out and a mid-wicket, and a mid-on. Ameed is at mid-on, Jack Haynes is at mid-wicket, Ben Slater and Asib Ameed are out on the leg side boundary. 258 for 5. Here comes Hutton from the pavilion in the Stuart Broad end. Bowls to Noah Fain, plays this along the ground, along the carpet to the Notts captain Ameed. Joe Clark feeling very optimistic because he's just whirling his arms around as if to suggest We're in the 71st over. Can I have a bowl skip? I don't think that's going to happen. There's Hutton bowls, and this is run away on the offside. No run, clearly. If there is to be a prompt taking of the second new ball, Dylan Pennington and Fergus O'Neill would share the last 6 overs of the day. I'm just looking. I can't say for certain whether Joe Clarke has ever bowled in first-class cricket or not, so we'll just pull this up. He continues to whirl his arms around. Joe Clarke, first-class career, he's bowled 48 balls and he's gone for 48 runs, no wickets. Next delivery is pushed back to the bowler. Just wonder if that was in that match against Middlesex here a few years ago, where the only wicket that went down on a long and uneventful, quite boring day was taken by Ben Duckett, who dismissed Sam Robson. Joe Clarke's bowling. Let's have a look. He bowled 12 balls for Worcestershire and, 36 balls for Nottinghamshire. Fane on the front foot, blocks it, runs out to Fergus O'Neill. Not sure if Fergus O'Neill should be described as the bearded O'Neill or the heavily stubbled Fergus O'Neill. 258 for 5. There's Brett Hutton. Final ball of this over, down the leg side. It's come off something. Maybe the no, not the thigh pad. A little bit of bat involved. Single taken, 259 for 5. I've been doing my updates for BBC Radio Nottingham. Don's been doing the same next door. We've got within 15 overs of the close now, with Essex 88 behind, 259 for 5. What's the close of play score going to be then? 15 overs to go.
When you said that, I was just thinking exactly. Essex need to be a little bit careful here. Big effort from Nottinghamshire by the seamers or the spinners. Look, if they can wheedle out another 1 or 2 and give themselves a little bit of an ideal lead. Harmer to come, and then you've got Snater, who probably plays a few shots, and then the obdurate Sam Cook with the bat, and Porter at 11. So Farhan Ahmed bowls, and this is played a little bit on the back foot, played with a spin into the leg side. There is no run.
Well, you didn't answer the question, so I'll have
I'm
a
just
go.
thinking,
I'm going to say 300 for 6, then 41 runs for 1 from the last 15 overs. There we are.
I don't think it's going to be as many as that, and I just hope it's not for 6. As Ahmed bowls, this is driven into the offside safely. Good smart cricket there from Essex. 1 more run to Thane, who moves to 4 in 33 balls. Don't worry about the balls. I'm just showing that he's dropping anchor and supporting Critchley, who's got 26 in 60 balls. Their partnership is worth just a small matter of 12 in 43 balls. Ahmed bowls. This is driven into the leg side and short mid-wicket. The captain does very well to prevent a single, anticipates the line that was going to go out to long on. Good bit of fielding. Ahmed, little kink in his knee as he comes in, bowls. This is played with an open face bat, smartly. Good cricket there. Thane was keen at the non-strikers, and he probably called over Critchley, but Critchley gets the benefit of 1 run. 261 for 5.
Callum wants to be on the lookout for one of those open mic spots on comedy night, because he's put Pepper must be feeling very salty for getting out like that. So yeah, go and have a go at one of those open mic nights, Callum.
Good evening, Callum. I wonder what you'll be doing for your Saturday night. This is on the front foot, just waiting, allowing the ball to come to him, playing under his eye line into the leg side safely against the off spinner. There is no run.
Yeah, Justin said just check out the Yorkshire score, Dave. Very different to last week. Yeah, I've just read it out. Yorkshire 456, Worcestershire 162, and Yorkshire haven't enforced the follow on. They're batting again,
giving their bowlers a rest. as this is played into the leg side. Well fielded by the captain, Asim Hamid, where he dives. He's going to have some dirty knees tonight because he's diving left, diving right, being very industrious at short mid-wicket, where he's saving runs for his team. Essex 261 for 5. You're listening to BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex, and of course Dave Bracegirdle, Don Topley, and indeed on the BBC Online, the app, the smart speaker, and Trent Bridge TV, the streaming service. Hope you've enjoyed your day. Been hard fought cricket over the 2 days here at Trent Bridge in the Rothesay Division 1 encounter between Nottinghamshire and Essex.
There's Hutton from the broad end. Just getting a little gloomy out there as this is pushed back to the bowler. I don't think they'll be turning the lights on or anything like that, but just a little gloomier than it was earlier. I don't know who you just referenced there, Dirty Knees. I was just thinking we gave Del Boy and Only Fools and Horses a reference earlier on. I think that was I don't know which episode it was, but I think that was another Only Fools and Horses episode where it went Chinese, Japanese, Dirty Knees. I can't remember what that one was, but he just made me think of him when he said Dirty Knees. There's Hutton. Past umpire Peter Hartley bowls, and it's been a very watchful innings this from Matt Critchley. He's 27 from 64 balls.
Normally quite positive.
Yes, as you said, he's seen Walter and Cox go when nicely set, and doesn't want the same fate to befall him. Kyle Verreynne's donned the helmet now, and he's going to go and stand up to Brett Hutton.
He's taken his guard again, is Critchley, because he's going to have to come back into the crease. He was batting outside the crease. Better chance of an LBW and a stumping.
261 for 5. Brett Hutton bowls and driven by Critchley crisply up to Lyndon James at mid-off, back on the field, having just popped off for a comfort break, having finished his spell. Couple of wickets for Lyndon James, one apiece to O'Neill, Hutton and Ahmed. Pennington, the only bowler used that hasn't yet claimed a scalp. This is the 73rd over. Good crowd inside Trent Bridge watching on. Good cricket. Critchley plays this up to the Notts captain Hamid, who fell for what, the 21 ball duck yesterday. Poor old Asib Hamid.
Did he get any runs last week?
He got 27 and 39 not out. Okay. So you know, you leave the game with 66 runs for once out. You'll take that as your average. It was going along nicely in the second innings, and of course Notts reached the victory target, so that was job done. 261 for 5. Hutton bowls, and this is hit into the offside, no run. I'll have a silver threepenny bit bet with anybody that he'll get 1,000 runs for the season, and Joe Clark will. They will almost be bankers to get their 1,000. 261 for 5. I think Notts might need maybe one or two more to get very close, so to finish in the top 3 as this is played away on the leg side. If Verreynne is here for most of the summer, he's going to miss a game for the World Test Championship, and he didn't play last week, but you'd imagine Verreynne is going to get a substantial amount of runs if he plays all summer. 262 for 5 at the end of the over. Essex trail by 85.
Essex have to be a little bit careful because it's all rather quiet. To bowl 13 overs remain in the evening, and from Essex's point of view, they need to be careful, because if they were to lose a wicket, they could lose 2. And there's a cricketing saying, 1 brings 2. And it might be a good bit of bowling, it could be a special catch or a run out, but if you open the door, Notts will try and barge their way in. And if Essex could see out the night 5 down with 13 overs left, well, they've rescued themselves a little bit. Farhan Ahmed on his way in over the wicket. This is driven back to the bowler. collects on his follow through. He's bowling to Critchley, who has 28.
A couple of years ago at Radlett, saw a really sparkling century from Middlesex player Martin Anderson, who's now been allowed to leave Middlesex for Derbyshire.
Ahmed in, bowls. This is forced into the offside. Played it on its length. Sensible cricket and batting. And Critchley takes a single. He moves to 29 and the score 263 for 5.
He's gone in at number 8 for Derbyshire, in a bit of trouble. They're a long way behind Leicestershire, and he's whacked 80 not out so far from 64 balls, 11 fours and a 6. I thought a couple of years ago, he's a decent player. And
well, he bowled as well, didn't he?
Yeah,
Seamers.
Yeah, he's there. Zach Chappell's actually with him, formerly of this parish, 37 not out.
As Ahmed bowls, played on the back foot, and there's oohs and ahs, but I have to say it's fairly securely played by Thane. Bit of kidology, perhaps.
Yeah, Zach Chappell, of course, has played for all three East Midlands sides. Started with Leicestershire, came to Notts, and is now with Derbyshire.
Was he Stamford School?
Yeah.
With Dean Headley. Ahmed bowls. This is driven back past the non-striker, where Essex take a single. Well bowled, but just a little bit fuller, but played sensibly, safely with a straight bat. Lot more pigeons, including your white one on the old strip to our right.
Yeah.
They breeded overnight. The beautiful white one there. As Ahmed on his way in, away from us, bowls, gives it a bit of air. There's an interest, and it's a run out. No, don't think it is. It was a good bit of fielding, but the Essex pair got in. Noah Thane was running to the danger end, so one more run to Critchley. He moves to 30, 265 for 5.
Yeah, good work again from Hamid at the stumps before tea with a direct hit that certainly from here appeared to be very close to running Jordan Cox out. Cox getting the benefit of the doubt at umpire Hartley's end, but Cox didn't make the most of it, falling first ball after tea.
Shining the ball, Farhan Ahmed.
I think we've lost.
Is ready.
I think we've lost the sun for the day.
In he comes, the young 17-year-old spinner, who this time it's pitched up, it's driven into the offside. It's almost a half volley, but sensibly played to Fergus O'Neill, where there is not a run. He's going to go off, is he?
Well, second new ball due in 6 overs time. I think he's perhaps just going to...
Is he limping?
He'll be back. He'll be back for that second new ball, I'm sure. He's given his Notts County cap last week, obviously joining the side, and has hardly worn it. Most Australians, they're real sticklers, if that's the right word, for having lots of protection against the elements, lots of, get the slip, slop, slap on all the time. I appreciate this isn't a warm day on Bondi Beach by any means, but it's unusual to see an Australian over here playing in England without a cap on at all. There's Brett Hutton. Look at his flannels, and he's had a tough day in the dirt. Bowls to Critchley, who's on 30 now, pushes this into the offside. Subfielder is Matthew Montgomery. Perhaps a little unlucky not to get a starting place in this 11. Made 75 last week. Really important innings in the context of the game, spreading the Notts' first innings between days 2 and 3. Battled to stumps and then battled the next morning. 265 for 5, Essex. Brett Hutton wanting, I think, the ball to come round the ring a little quicker to him, so he could get on with it. He had to wait a while. There is Hutton. Into Critchley. Bowls and flow of the bat. He just pushed it out to Montgomery again in the covers. The aim would appear at the moment to be just get through the day, but of course there is that potential of a challenging little period if O'Neill and Pennington have that second new ball. What they won't want to do, of course, is just allow an end to be opened up. 265 for 5. In comes Brett Hutton, bowls again, and Critchley defence. I mean, that's the way I'd play it. Is that, you know, or am I assuming right that with 6 overs left in the day, Hamid will take it and have 2 tilts with the second new ball?
Definitely. Gosh, I think it's a magnificent opportunity. And having got rid of Cox and Pepper, and Walter before tea, but Essex haven't got anyone who's going to go on unless Critchley does, but that's a long way off. You've got an opportunity here to make a few holes with the new ball.
Hutton trying to make a hole in Critchley's defences, but Mike Critchley resolutely defends. Ball is played up to Lyndon James at mid-off, no run.
What would I rather be, with the ball for Nottinghamshire or with the bat for Essex? I think it's an advantage and an opportunity for Nottinghamshire to get, well, they could knock us over. You would hope and expect a couple of wickets with the brand new ball.
Here's Hutton bowling and slightly skewed off the outside edge there. It was along the ground, it was safe, it was never going to be caught, but slightly false shot, but brings Matt Critchley a couple of runs. Another example of sometimes you're being favoured one way or another. He could have hit that crisply and hit it straight to Montgomery at extra cover. As it was, it skewed off the outside edge and went between Freddie McCann, who's at sort of short third, and Dylan Pennington, who's out on the deep point boundary. 267 for 5. As the dark-haired, swarthy Brett Hutton comes in again and bowls down the leg side. Well taken by Verena. Yeah, good glove work standing up. 267 for 5 after 75. 11 overs to go.
Brilliant glove work from Verena, because he almost stood still and just moved his gloves, and the ball fell into his gloves. That's skill, and very brave too, standing up with a helmet, but it was down the leg side, not given a wide in 4-day cricket, but he's taken it and moved it, his hands back to the stumps. It could have easily been a stumping had the Essex batsman fell out of his crease. That would have been Matt Critchley with a number 20 on his back.
We're not there yet, but if a wicket went down this evening with, 3 or 4 overs to go, would Simon Harmer appear, or Snater, Cook or Porter be thrust a little higher in the order?
I'm going to suggest the bloke who took forfer, Sam Cook,
Sam's the man.
Straddled up and ready if his captain asks him to be night watchman. Farhan Ahmed. And this goes into the leg side, played with a spin, does Thane. He picks up a single, moves to 6. Critchley's on strike on 32. Score 268 for 5. This is a crucial part of this game, this next 10.5 overs. It really is. Do Essex survive and fight again in the morning? Do Nottinghamshire take a little bit of advantage in tomorrow by bowling at Essex's tail? In comes Ahmed over the wicket into Critchley's stumps, and he plays on the off stump into the offside. There is no run. Nice action, good pivot as the young Farhan Ahmed.
Gloomy conditions at Bristol. They're off for bad light. I think that's probably the first loss of play for the weather in any of the matches this season.
Ahmed bowls in the air. They take a single as he opens the face on about off stump from around the wicket and takes the single into the gap, where the only fielder on that area is probably on the boundary, on the short boundary, saving the boundary. So 1 run to Essex. 269 for 5.
Because here last week we had Sprinklergate. We lost 45 minutes due to Sprinklergate. The sprinklers going off. The start of day 2, holding play up in bright sunshine.
Ahmed bowls a little bit shorter, played off the back foot, goes to the skipper at short mid wicket. The 2 men catching round the bat is a conventional slip, and then boot heel or bat pad on the leg side, which is on the next door strip, about 9 feet away. He crouches. Ahmed comes in. This is driven down the ground. Oh, that's a good shot. It's just a little too straight for extra cover, and the umpire signals for it. Probably was a half volley, which the tall Thane got his feet to it and caressed it straight back past the bowler for 4. Good looking shot that, Dave.
Very much so, yeah. If it's there to put away, then by all means, that's a good use of the feet and a nice shot from Noah Fane. Just don't get carried away, as Paul Walter seemed to do. Just thought this is all too easy. He was seeing it very nicely. 273 for 5. Next ball's turned to leg as Sibamid does the fielding. 273 for 5. And we got 10 overs left in the day.
It sounds to me as if you're going to be required to do your final update.
Yeah, where are we in terms of what time?
It's
nearly
3 minutes to 6.
Oh yeah, of course it's on. I showed you where it was on the scoreboard, and then there's me frantically looking for
We're
it.
getting tired. But hey, 20 seconds they want.
273 for 5.
Not 22 seconds.
That's about my capacity anyway. 20-second update. What's happening here? Might have a change of gloves for Matt Critchley. He's just asked the umpire's permission just to run off the field and change his gloves. So, who's this young man as 12th man? Is that young Mackenzie?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, I saw him last night, and polite young man said hello as he was going out of the ground. I didn't know who he was. He didn't know who I was, but I sort of thought, no. Facially, I know a lot of the Essex boys, and I just wondered if that was young Mackenzie.
I think it is. I haven't met him properly yet.
Presume he's a Mac. 273 for 5. As Hutton starts a new over, this is turned onto the leg side by Critchley. Moves to 34. 274 for 5. Bracegirdle says it'll be 300 for 6 at stumps. Don's not so sure. So what are you going for? 280.
Less.
5 for 5.
Less, yeah. I don't think we'll get to 300 tonight.
There is that update. Still 10 overs to go in the day, but the second new ball will become due in 4 overs. Could be key. Essex 274 for 5 after earlier in the day Notts were bowled out for 347. This one's eased into the offside. No run. Were you counting? Was it 20 seconds?
Oh, I didn't.
Thereabouts, wasn't it?
No, probably.
I didn't. I've not.
Don't think it was 20.
I've not had a well done, Dave. So maybe
late.
not.
I was
maybe
late
got it
for one
wrong.
of mine.
Were you?
I was, yes. But
Yeah, it always happens when you're away, because obviously I'm sat here, I'm tired all day long, and they just speak in my ear when they come in. It's like what you've had to do. You've got to physically get up and go next door as Hutton bowls, and it's defended. 274 for 5.
If I was to criticise myself, I get quite wrapped up in the game, and I'm looking, and before you know it, you think 10 minutes has gone, 3 overs. Oh my God, and I go run next door, and I've written down the timings, but when you get gripped in the game, I'm fascinated. I still love watching the game. 61 years old, and I'm captivated by county cricket.
Hutton bowling, and a nice looking shot from Noah Fane through mid-wicket for 4. Good shot, Noah, presumably from the Essex dressing room. Nice shot. 278 for 5, pinging it through mid-wicket. I noticed, Don, like me, you're not wearing a watch, and it's only this last winter my watch broke. I thought it was the battery. I took it to the bloke on Newark Market that I've always gone to. Pop us a new battery in there, mate. Dave, I've tried 2 or 3 batteries. It's not the battery, it's broken. Oh, can you fix it for me? He said, to be honest, mate, it'd cost you more to fix it than it would to buy a new one. I thought, all right, yeah, I'll come back another day and buy a new one. And I still haven't. And the only reason I'm saying that is normally I just take my watch off and I put it here by the microphone as this is pushed on the offside. No idea what we've got in our ears right now. 278 for 5.
Yeah, we've got a bit of music.
Yeah, if you want to take over, Don, I'll try and get rid of it.
Hutton with number 16 walking back towards the pavilion here, which cannot be used this year. Shame. But he's on his way. He's turning. 2 slips waiting. He passes umpire Hartley. He's driven forward defensive up to mid extra cover where there is no run. End of the over. That's the 77th over. So 3 overs till the new ball. 278 for 5, all quite quiet. This partnership is worth 30 in 77 balls, but Critchley with 34 and Thane on 14. Well, they're out there and they would be so pleased, so proud to walk out tomorrow morning. Nottinghamshire, on the other hand, will be desperate for a wicket or 2, and they're going to use the new ball. But before the new ball is taken, Farhan Ahmed is talking to his skipper, and they're just talking about the field placing on the leg side, because I'm sure they don't want to give easy singles away. And if Farhan Ahmed, he's got his captain at short mid wicket, but square leg is safe. But hang on, I'm going to suggest that mid wicket is moving squarer, and the skipper has gone from short mid wicket to a silly mid on, so he's gone a lot straighter, just a yard away from the cut strip. Very straight as Ahmed comes over the wicket this time. It's short and it's found the man at 45 where there is no run. Wasn't one of my favourite tunes either.
I've no idea what it was. Absolutely no idea. Plans for tomorrow? Will you be dipping in and out of the commentary, or
I will.
Sunday lunch lined up?
Yes. As Ahmed comes in, this is a little straighter, tickled round the corner. 45 does the fielding yet again, and there is no run. My daughter's birthday today, and they had a thank you, and they had a big luncheon, and I was the only one missing. And so I shall catch up with the family. I'm sure the grandchildren as well, as Ahmed is in. This is driven with the spin into the leg side, and you won't be surprised, I'll probably do a little bit of gardening. I'll have a look at some of the things we planted, if there's need for watering.
Oh, you'll have enough rain not to worry about that.
Do you know what we are so dry in South Suffolk and North Essex. Farmers are moaning. This is clipped into the leg side. He's gone square of 45, who runs to his left, picks it up, shies at the bowler's end, but Critchley gets through easily. Good cricket from Essex, 279 for 5. Yeah, look at the cold frames, see what's in there, see if anything needs potting on. Yep. And I will be listening in. I take the iPad outside, maybe the smart speaker with a bit of an extension, as long as the Wi-Fi works that far, as this is driven into the leg side off the back foot, and Thane will take a single. He moves to 15 quietly with 48 balls, and Critchley 35 with 84 balls. Again, partnership, don't worry about the balls, 82 balls for 32, but it's an important passage of play for Essex. New ball due in 2 overs, really 2.1 overs. Ahmed on his way in, bowls, good action, forced back down the wicket to Ahmed, who fields, and that's the end of that over. 12 balls till the new ball. I would take it straight away, would you?
Yes, I think Knots will as well. Dylan Pennington's just been turning his arm over down below us. They want to wander towards 20-25 pigeons who take flight. Stupid birds. They'll do a quick, well, they don't even do a quick lap. They just move away from Dylan Pennington and then land again on that used wicket from last week and start pecking away at Steve Burke's new grass seed. 280 for 5. I've got this spot on, 300 for 6 at stumps. 8 overs to go. Essex will surely get 20 runs, but might lose a wicket in the process.
For a Brucey bonus, I'm going to say lower.
There's Brett Hutton. Again, Verena standing up. Noah Fane is on strike. Hutton bowls to him, and that's a good leave.
Yeah, good cricket. Well bowled, well taken, well watched by the batsman.
You've got plenty of snacks for your return journey this evening. You've still got all your bananas. I thought it was Peter Siddle coming in with all your bananas this morning.
Yeah.
280 for 5.
I'll stop on the journey home.
Hutton in again, bowls and played by Fane up to a Mead at mid-on, no run.
Yes, my daughter had a birthday celebration, and tonight Mrs. T is babysitting because they're going out to a wedding.
Oh, result.
So she's babysitting, so I'll probably, when I get back to East Anglia, I'll probably go and keep her company for the end of her babysitting.
280 for 5. Next ball is pushed into the offside, no run. I'd got that completely wrong. I was going to say, just as a near home, pick up a pizza, go and put my feet up and watch the end of the Masters.
Yeah, well, yeah, there is that.
Match of the day.
Or do I go straight home, get myself a beer? Or...
Yeah. She's got the old babysitting covered, Don. You know she has.
She has. She'll be watching her own TV that she
exactly.
enjoys.
280 for 5. This is pushed back to the bowler. Yeah, it'll be whatever. I married the bloke next door, or whatever these reality ones are.
Correct.
That, always seem to be on when I get it.
Married at first sight.
Well, yeah, crikey.
Does Mrs. B watch that?
Oh, I've got a planner full of all sorts of nonsense. I have to scroll down to try and find some cricket or some comedy. 280 for 5.
I suppose I could go home and watch the rerun of the IPL today.
Oh dear. Next ball is defended on the leg side. There's no run. You might still be able to find the test card on one of the channels if you look hard enough.
Yeah. You've got Paul Newton tomorrow. He's making his season's debut. We have 7 of you. You are the sole broadcaster for BBC Radio Nottingham, where BBC Essex have 6 or 7. And Paul is one of our senior. He's an academic, former schoolmaster.
Hutton bowls now, and play and a miss from Noah Fane. Went hard at that one.
Was there a nick?
No, it was into the gloves, bobbed out of the gloves, and Verena took it at the second time of asking. But it was a little loose. Last ball of the over from Noah Fane. Had a right old go at that. 280 for 5. A maiden for Brett Hutton. 16 overs. 1 for 53.
Yeah, Paul Newton, former schoolmaster. Was a schoolmaster up in the north and then back towards home.
That's all we need, and again, enough tellings off from Kirsty in the day without Paul adding to. Now I've worked with Paul many times.
Tremendous value.
Yep.
Great knowledge, great memory. A die-hard cricket lover, supporter, coach, teacher, schoolmaster. Very knowledgeable man. And he'll be looking forward to coming up here. I'm sure he'll be up here tonight.
Just hope he doesn't bring the rain with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Floodlights are coming on. Did see the umpires have a bit of a blather at the end of the last over.
Ahmed in. Played into the leg side with a spin. Finds the man at a conventional mid-wicket who stops the single.
This is over number 80, Don, and Pennington down below us turning his arm over. So from the Essex perspective, it might just change a little bit in a moment. The floodlights will be on. There'll be a new ball, and there'll be a fired up Pennington and O'Neill.
Yes, that's what I would do. Farhan Ahmed bowls. And this is watched by Critchley, who allows it to come to him. Takes a stride forward and just plays with an open face smartly and safely, where there is no run in the offside. Yeah, the lights are certainly coming into focus now with the artificial light illuminating the arena here at Trent Bridge. Ahmed bowls. This bounces a little bit and is played into the mid-wicket area. No run.
I hope for the sake of wanting to see 6 overs of cricket we don't have a bouncer and then the umpires say, oh, it's a bit dangerous, let's go off, because the idea is, you know, get the floodlights on just to enhance the light. I mean, it's not
Doesn't look
middle
dangerous.
of night, is it? No.
Doesn't look dangerous. Ahmed, this is driven up to Fergus O'Neill, mid-off. There is no run. Haven't seen him loosen up yet, have we? You've seen Pennington.
Yeah, he's continuing to do it down below us, yeah. Of course, he's got an over and a bit yet. Fergus, he will bowl from this end. Pennington from the far end. He'll take the next over. I'm pretty sure.
1 for 65 for the 17-year-old. This is driven quite full. Back to the bowler who threatens to throw. No run. Few people to our right looking to exit, walking around the perimeter. That's on the leg side. On the offside, everyone's staying put. They're the closest to the action. Ahmed bowls short, just played back off from the crease, played straight, finds the captain at short or silly mid on, and that concludes the over. 280 for 5. Hutton's bowled 16 overs, 1 for 53. Ahmed 19 overs, 1 for 65.
Yeah, and that was his first maiden as well, his 19th over, and another indication that Essex have shot up shop for the night. But we're now going to get that second new ball. We are in the process of Dylan Pennington getting himself ready. Freddie McCann has got rid of the protective pads and the helmet and the other paraphernalia, so he's now shorn of all those bits and pieces. We've got James Hayes coming on as a sub-fielder for Brett Hutton, who's just finished his spell and has just dropped all that pile of helmets as he leaves the field. He's had to go and pick them all up again and does that. So it's Dylan Pennington, and I presume it's the second new ball. It is. It's already up on the screen, top right. It says ball age. That's an indication that the second new ball has been taken. So we know how many overs. Just sometimes, you know, they'll take it after 2.5 overs or some such. So it's important to know when it was taken.
I reckon your scoreboard is the only one to advertise ball age. Ball age. Nobody else does that.
3 slips: Clark, McCann, James. And here is Pennington bowling down the leg side, and has he got a wicket? Not so celebrating a leg side dismissal. Noah Fain just scratches away at his crease, and umpire Hartley doesn't give anything. Now, these down the leg side tend to dismiss anything that the first slip, the second slip or the third slip have to say about the matter, because they simply can't see. They've just gone on hearing something down the leg side, and I don't think Dylan Pennington was necessarily all that animated or confident that it was going to be given, so it might just have brushed something. But you know, when it's down the leg side, the slip cordon just can't see, can they?
No, they can't. Fain has to be careful here with the ball bouncing from the tall blonde Pennington. He has to get his bat and gloves out the way.
There is Pennington again, and he gets his bat and his gloves right in the way because it was rearing up towards his chest region. Plays it down in the ground. It's not been, I won't say it's not been, he's bowled, but might just happen for him here with this second new ball. Meanwhile, the ground staff, as we saw last night, just they're getting all their ducks in a line. They're getting all the protective sheets ready for any potential overnight rain. Here's Pennington, bowls again down the leg side. Wonderful take from Verena. Top-notch stuff. 280 for 5.
Just angling it slightly straight at the batsman. That one was, if I push your arms off, you have to follow through, but you have to finish your arms off as well. Follow through and follow through with your arms. In he comes.
Bowls now to Noah Fain, turns it to leg, will get a single. It's been turned down to Fergus O'Neill. I was just having a look to see if O'Neill was back on the field, and he is. And not only was I watching him then, just whilst Pennington was between deliveries, he There's a couple of members down there, or a couple of supporters that he's having a right old chinwag with, and that's nice to see. He's still having a good old natter with them about the day, no doubt. It's also continuing to loosen up. 281 for 5 as Pennington bowls now to Matt Critchley. Defensive block from the Preston-born all-rounder. 281 for 5.
Huge moment. I'll continue to say it, to bowl 5.1 overs left in the evening. Can Essex get to come off the park tonight with just 5 down? Huge moment, huge education for Noah Thane out there in the middle as well.
Critchley's on 35. Oh, and that's a good delivery, that one. Past the outside edge. I don't think he properly pushed at it, Critchley, but well bowled. Dylan Pennington, end of the over. 5 overs to go. They'll be ticking them off now. 30 balls left, or a maximum of 30 legal deliveries left in the day. 281 for 5 here at Trent Bridge. If you've been with us for a chunk of the day, many thanks. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Those of you watching the pictures, huge thanks to Lewis, Lee, Spence, Shuey, Barney and Wilson, our static camera, and yeah, thanks to Kirsty and Aaron as well for whatever they do next door. Fergus O'Neill is going to bowl now with 5 overs left in the day. The Australian 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 45.
In he comes through to the keeper outside off stump, and the Essex batsman Noah Thane is very happy to leave it. I said last over briefly in between balls, big education for Noah Thane, being given the opportunity to play and bat at 8 and bowl first second change. Great education, great opportunity. There's no Shardul Thacker, there's no overseas bowler for Essex, so it's an opportunity. Nice and straight this time from the Australian, and Thane equal to the task, rocks forward, looking to come forward, and plays a forward defensive.
A few minutes ago I mentioned Martin Anderson being 80 not out. He's now 96 not out for Derbyshire. He has lost Zach Chapley, he went for 37, but Anderson 96 not out for Derbyshire from 77 balls only, 13 fours and a 6, and that's coming in at number 8 in the order.
Fergus O'Neill, pass umpire Milnes. This is driven wide of mid-wicket. They take 1. That's a good looking shot, which gets Thane off strike. Essex 282 for 5. Thane 17 now. Critchley 35, and the partnership just quietly is worth 34. Sensible, safe sort of responsibility here for the Essex lower order. So Thane, brilliant opportunity. Critchley to face though. In comes the Australian, who is played at backward point where there is no run. So 2 slips and a gully. No other catches. Trying to make the ball do the talking here. Should be still full of energy is the Australian from Victoria, Melbourne, where Peter Moore's spent his winter looking after Melbourne Stars. But what a beautiful and cracking city Melbourne is. This is driven on the up, and this is into the offside. It pierces the 2 Nottinghamshire offside fielders, and they take a quick single. 1 more to Critchley, who's to 36, 283 for 5. Ever been to Melbourne?
Been to Melbourne and to Sydney.
What did you go there for?
Holiday.
Ashes? No.
No. Saw cricket in both, but
great city.
Yeah.
Great sporting city.
Yeah.
As in he comes Fergus O'Neill, and the last ball is driven to the captain on the offside for the conclusion of that over. Just 4 overs left. Essex 283 for 5.
For me personally, I think I enjoyed Sydney rather more.
Did you?
Because we had a week in each, and it was gloriously hot in Sydney, and it rained for much of the time in Melbourne, which just tends to, just alter your feelings a little bit. But I was delighted to tick off visits to the SCG, the MCG.
Incredible place, the MCG. Big, huge ground. Just a great sporting city.
There's Pennington, 4 overs to go. Bowls, and Critchley gets himself off strike here. Takes the single, moves to 37, 284 for 5. Martin Anderson has reached his 100, his 101 not out. Derbyshire 337 for 8 at Leicester after Leicestershire made 484. So they're still 150 or so behind, but would have been a lot worse but for that century from Martin Anderson, former Middlesex player. Noah Thane has 17. Pennington got a couple past the bat in the last over. What can he do here with this second new ball? Bowls now, and it's just too wide. Thane wise enough to leave it alone. Warwickshire 276 for 7, replying to Durham's 387. All these games still playing. Surrey 134 for 1 in their second innings, lead Hampshire by 168. It is the close of day 2 at Hove. Sussex 246 for 1 in their second innings, with an unbeaten century so far for Tom Haynes. Daniel Hughes out for 91. Sussex building a formidable position there as Thane deflects this down to long leg for a single.
Can you tell me what their overall lead is?
Sussex leads Somerset by 339 with 9 wickets left.
So that's the end of day 2 almost.
Yeah, 339 in front.
With Sussex, and would you as a captain, would you bat on and on and on, knowing there's potentially a bit of rain around? Or
well, we don't know what the weather is at Hove, do we?
No.
285 for 5. Next ball on its way, and this is driven up to mid-off, and there's no run, fielded by Brett Hutton. But if it's 2 nice days, I'd have no qualms whatsoever about batting till after tea tomorrow.
New to First Division cricket again, Sussex, and when you've got Somerset in such a position, do you say to yourself, we'll bat them out the game, or do you say, let's make sure we've got enough overs to try and bowl them out?
Essex 285 for 5. Next ball is run away behind square by Critchley. Saw a stat the other day, I don't know how long he's been there, 2 seasons is it? I saw a stat the other day that Sussex haven't lost at Hove since Paul Farbrace arrived, and doesn't look like they're going to lose that one. But yeah, I mean, Somerset had no qualms about rattling up 650 against Worcestershire last week. I'd do the same to them myself, but if the weather is going to be inclement, you want to give yourself every chance. But they've not got enough yet, certainly. 339 is the lead with 2 days left. But they've had a good start to life back in Division 1 as Pennington fires this past the outside edge. Yorkshire 45 for 1 in their second innings, elected not to make Worcestershire follow on. Yorkshire lead by 339. Gloucestershire 546. It stumps at Bristol with Glamorgan 146 for 3. Middlesex 217 for 5 at Canterbury. It just seems like there's not been that much action there second half of the day. Ben Geddes, former Surrey player, 70 not out, and Jack Davis, the wicket keeper, with him on 26. So Middlesex 220 in front with 5 wickets left.
I like the jib of Ben Geddes. As this ball is clipped into the leg side where it's well fielded. Is that Ben Slater, number 30?
Jack Haynes,
Jack Haynes, the 12th man.
There was a half century for Calvin Harrison on his Northants debut. He's on loan from Notts. Northants made 496, and Harrison's got a wicket. It's Anderson Phillip. He's just got him LBW for naught. Lancashire 139 for 4, still playing.
As O'Neill bowls, played into the offside, and that's going to move quickly across the square for 4. That's a good looking shot from Essex. They move to 290, so brace your 300's getting close. Can I ask you just to mention something, or research? You were just looking at scores.
Yeah.
Somebody's kindly said to me, blimey, asking me, are you watching the SRH game? Obviously, I'm not going to talk to him or text him, but they've asked me, am I watching the IPL game? Because something unusual's happening there, I think. O'Neill bowls, and this is played into the offside after the 4. Critchley gets a single. He moves to 43, I think it is. 291 for 5.
Punjab Kings 245 for 6.
In 20.
SRH 187 for 1 after 14.
187? In 14 overs.
Abhishek Sharma, 114 not out from 45 balls, 11 fours and 8 sixes.
Where's that being played at?
All these questions.
O'Neill bowls. This is nice and straight. Well bowled, well played. There is a dot ball.
It's in India.
Yeah.
Hyderabad.
Hyderabad, right. I don't know that ground. There are some very small grounds, including Mumbai.
Well, isn't Hyderabad the new big one, or is that Ahmedabad?
No, that's Ahmedabad.
Okay.
That's 125,000 people. I've been there a few times. But Mumbai, the Wankhede Stadium is small. The Chinnaswamy at Bangalore is small. And this is played on the offside, and there is no run. And when I say small, I mean Chelmsford is bigger. And Chelmsford, you know, is tiny as a postage stamp. They are small grounds in the IPL. Perhaps the Eden Gardens is a little bit bigger in Calcutta. I've been to many of them, been on many tours to India. I thoroughly enjoy it going there. We've had a bit of a travel programme today. As O'Neill bowls outside off stump, there's an ooh and an ah. But Essex looks safe just at the moment. There is 2 overs to bowl, and the time is 28 minutes past 6. So we're going to have a little bit of overtime tonight. But my word, if Essex can survive and stay 5 down and walk off the park, that will represent a good hour, good final hour of day 2. But if Nottinghamshire can get 1 or maybe 2 tonight, well, under 300 for 7 will represent a very good day for the home side.
Since tea, 86 runs for 2 wickets, and the 2 wickets are 2 wickets. They're there in the scorebook, but both in a sense gifted. The Cox one down the leg side and Pepper cutting straight to backward point. So the next one is turned away by Critchley for a single. It just shows that this could be even better for Essex, but for the loss of those 2 wickets. But as it is, they're closing in hand over fist here on the Nottinghamshire score. They're only 55 behind, 292 for 5. If this second new ball doesn't bring dividends either in the 11 balls left today or in the first 10 overs tomorrow morning, then Essex could well build a very sizable first innings lead. Pennington bowls and Thane eases it to backward point, fielded by Farhan.
That was a short ball around the ribs, maybe a little bit higher, and I have to say Noah Thane played that well. He got back, gave himself time, he got across into line, and he was able to play a foot backward defensive off the splice off this new ball from the tall Dylan Pennington. I wonder if Jeff Arnold is still here. He'll be judging how much energy, gas that Pennington's bowling with.
Bowls now Dylan Pennington, former Worcestershire man, in his second season with Notts. Noah Thane plays it up to Brett Hutton at mid-off, and Hutton immediately begins the job of shining and polishing the ball. Shouldn't need a lot of shining and polishing, it's only 4 overs old, but you'd think it was 64 overs old the way he's working on it.
Still 9 balls. Dave, can I say, as we start to get to the end of the proceedings, thank you for your hospitality.
Pennington bowls now, and Noah Thane Clips this out onto the leg side, gets a single, 293 for 5. You're very, very welcome. It's been good to see you again. And as I say, we don't lock horns in the county championship down at Chelmsford again this season. So always nice to catch up. Safe travels, and hope you have a good season.
Thank you, and to you. It's always a pleasure to come to one of my favourite away grounds, Trent Bridge, but it's always an enjoyable time behind the mics with you, so thank you very much indeed, and thank you to the listeners.
Pennington bowls, nice shots onto the leg side, gets no wow, take that back, Dave. Gets no runs. It's gone underneath the crestfallen not skipper. He looked to have all bases covered then, didn't he? He gets to the ground quickly in most instances, and he did that then, and somehow he can't believe it's got underneath him and through and over the ropes in front of the Larwood and Vaux stand for 4.
He's fielded brilliantly today, bar that.
It's one of those, it'd be inexplicable how it got underneath him, because he got into position and he spread himself on the ground. Next one is just played to him and he rushes in from mid-wicket to field. 297 for 5, and we've got 1 over left. I did say 300 for 6, didn't I?
You did. He's helped you, hasn't he? He's helped you, the skipper, with that misfield that went under his lower carriage.
We won't have a night watchman, that's one thing we can say for certain now.
So I would imagine Sam Cook will be the night watchman. But also to all the people that have contributed on email, on Twitter, on text, thank you for your interactions. It's an absolute pleasure to bring you the ball-by-ball coverage. With 6 balls remaining, Fergus O'Neill bowls, and this is clipped off Thane's legs to mid-on, where there is no run. Always great to have your interaction. And I hope you don't have any rain, because I do think this could become a very fine 4-day game of hard Division 1 County Championship cricket.
There's a lot of singing going on, isn't there? I don't know why, but...
Is that Everton, do you think? Are they still in the ground as this is
thought
played
so.
with an open face into the offside? And Essex pick up a single, 298. Listen, if you get the score right tonight, it's a 6th wicket partnership of 50 for Essex from 127 balls. But if it ends up 300 tonight, Dave, are you going to go and get a few lottery tickets? Eh?
No, I think...
is it too late?
Well, I just thought from the last 14 overs, 41 runs, 1 wicket.
O'Neill bowls down the leg side, but there's a bat on it, and Essex get another single. 299 for 5 with 2 balls left, or 3?
3. Be spooky, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be spooky?
Hey.
What needs to happen is the single before the wicket, because if the wicket goes down, they'll troop off.
They will. Go and get some lottery tickets tonight on the way home.
So we're going to have 1 dot wicket.
Go and tell Mrs. B that you're
1
feeling
dot wicket.
lucky.
Here we go. 1 dot wicket.
Feeling lucky. And this is into the leg side, and they get a run. So it's 300. And this is in the 86th over of Essex's first innings. So here we go with another batting bonus point.
This one will be a dot. Poor old Matt Critchley, I've done him.
Critchley to face.
What's he on? 48, 49? 48?
48. 49. 49.
He's going to try and get a run off the last ball and run himself out. They'll both be at the same end.
In comes O'Neill. He gets a single, and there he does get his 50. He made a very valiant 100 last week, and this week he's on 50 not out in 106 balls. Well played, and you can hear that there are still some Essex fans in the ground here clapping and applauding and congratulating Matt Critchley. 50 not out, 173 minutes, which is just under 3 hours. And he's still there. And will he still be there tomorrow morning? I think so, along with Noah Thane, who faces the last ball of the day's play. Thane facing O'Neill. He plays it into the offside, and that should constitute the end of day 2. And the 2 Essex lads can walk off. Critchley 50 not out, Thane 21 not out, with Essex at the end of day 2 301 for 5, and that is in reply to Nottinghamshire's first innings of 347. So Essex trail, Dave, by 46 runs.
They do indeed. A cracking day of cricket comes to an end there, with Essex reaching their second batting point. They lead Notts in terms of bonus points by 5-3. Notts will be a little disappointed that they didn't manage to pick up a wicket late in the day with that second new ball, but no, they'll have an opportunity in the morning. But Essex closing in on that first innings score. Perhaps just a glimpse into what we might get tomorrow is the amount of sheets and tarpaulins that the ground staff are readying. The forecast is that there might be a little bit of the wet stuff overnight. I hope it doesn't interrupt play too much, because we're really looking forward to a wonderful continuation of this game. Notts 347 all out this morning, battered on for whatever it was, an hour or so, losing their last 2 wickets. Farhan Ahmed out for 31, Dylan Pennington for 1, Carl Verreynne 128 not out, and then Allison 11, Wesley 5, Walter 76, Cox 82 and Pepper 26 have all been dismissed since then. Critchley 50 not out rather, Thane 21 not out. That's it, we've done. Thanks to everybody that we've had on air today, Peter Moores and Aaron Lord. It's not often that we'll pair those two up, but we will for now. They've both joined us and very much enjoyed their company. And just again, a final huge thank you to all the listeners, and to you, Don, for 2 splendid days of company and commentary. Travel well, and good night, I guess, from us all at Trent Bridge.
Thank you, Dave. Good night all.